सभासदों, माननीय सभापति जी,
Honorable members, a very pleasant occasion. Oath or affirmation, Secretary General.
Andhra Pradesh, Shri Sana Satish Babu.
సానా సతీష్ బాబును నేను రాజ్యసభ యొక్క సభ్యునిగా ఎన్నుకోబడిన వాడినై శాసనం ద్వారా స్థాపితమైన భారత సంవిధానం పట్ల యథార్థమైన శ్రద్ధానిష్టలను కలిగి ఉందిననియు భారతదేశం యొక్క సార్వభౌమత్వాన్ని అఖండతను సమర్థితుననియు నేను చేపట్టనున్న ఈ కర్తవ్యమును శ్రద్ధాపూర్వకంగా నిర్వహించుననియు దైవసాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
Shri Mastan Rao Yadav Bida.
English. I, Bida Mastan Rao Yadav, having been elected a member of the Council of States, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Shri Raiga Krishnaya.
He is my friend, sir, who has been snatched away, sir.
This will not go on record.
యాగా కృష్ణయ్యను నేను రాజ్యసభ యొక్క సభ్యునిగా ఎన్నుకోబడిన వాడనై శాసనం ద్వారా స్థాపితమైన భారత సంవిధానం పట్ల యథార్థమైన శ్రద్ధానిష్టలను కలిగిందుననియు భారతదేశం యొక్క సార్వభౌమతను మరియు అఖండతను సమర్థించుననియు నేను చేపట్టనున్న కర్తవ్యంను శ్రద్ధాపూర్వకంగా నిర్వహించుననియు దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేయుచున్నాం.
हरियाणा श्रीमती रेखा शर्मा।
मैं रेखा शर्मा जो राज्यसभा की सदस्य निर्वाचित हुई हूँ, ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूँगी। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूँगी तथा जिस पद को मैं ग्रहण करने वाली हूँ उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूँगी।
ओडिशा श्री सुजीत कुमार।
मु सुजीत कुमार राज्यसभार सदस्य रूपे निर्वाचित हुई ईश्वर नाम शपथ करुअछि जे मु विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत संविधान प्रति श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखिबी। मु भारतर सार्वभौमत्व और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखिबी एवं मु जो पद ग्रहण करने को जाऊँगी ताहार कर्तव्य श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वाह करी। जय जगन्नाथ, जय हिंद।
वेस्ट बंगाल श्री रीताप्रता बनर्जी।
আমি ঋতব্রত ব্যানার্জি রাজ্যসভায় সদস্য নির্বাচিত হইয়া সত্যনিষ্ঠার সহিত প্রতিজ্ঞা করিতেছি যে বিধি দ্বারা স্থাপিত ভারতের সংবিধানের প্রতি আমি অকৃত্রিম নিষ্ঠা ও আনুগত্য পোষণ করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব এবং যে কর্তব্যভার আমি গ্রহণ করিতে উদ্যত হইয়াছি তাহা নিষ্ঠাপূর্বক নির্বাহ করিব। জয় বাংলা।
Honorable members, only the text of the oath spoken will go on record. Obituary references. Honorable members, I refer with profound sorrow to the passing away of former members of this august House, Shri Gopal Vyas and Dr. K. Malaisamy. Shri Gopal Vyas passed away on the 7th of November 2024. He served as a member of this House, representing the state of Chhattisgarh from 2006 to 2012. Born on 15th February 1932 in Nagpur district of Rajasthan, Nagaur district of Rajasthan, Shri Gopal Vyas was an electrical engineer by profession and played a key role in the expansion of Bhilai steel plant, Chhattisgarh. He also practiced as an advocate for a brief time at Raipur. Shri Vyas is also remembered for his contributions to the scholarly world through his numerous articles as well as the well-received book Sansad Ke Jharoke Se, published in 2010. In the passing away of Shri Gopal Vyas, the country has lost a passionate engineer, a prolific writer, and an able parliamentarian. Dr. K. Malaisamy passed away on the 6th of November 2024. He served as a member of this House, representing the state of Tamil Nadu from 2004 to 2010. Born on 1st June 1937 in Shivganga district of Tamil Nadu, Shri Malaisamy served in the prestigious Indian Administrative Service for over 3 decades and held several important offices, including that of Home Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu, and State Election Commissioner of Tamil Nadu. Shri Malaisamy also served as a member of the 13th Lok Sabha, 1999 to 2004. Known for his oratorical skills, Shri Malaisamy's speeches were well received and highly praised. So is his contribution to Tamil literature. He has also authored a few books. In the passing away of Dr. K. Malaisamy, the country has lost an able administrator, an excellent orator, and an able parliamentarian. We deeply mourn the passing away of Shri Gopal Vyas and Dr. K. Malaisamy. We'll observe silence for a minute. Secretary General will convey to the members of the bereaved family our sense of profound sorrow and deep sympathy. Papers to be laid on the table. Shri Kinjpura, Shri Kinj Rapu Ram Mohan Naidu.
Thank you.
Soothing name.
The other day I was just mentioning about Kinjarapu only, sir, in the House. Honorable Chairman, Kinjarapu, sir.
Yes. So, Shri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu.
Yes, sir. Perfect, sir. Thank you. Honorable Chairman, sir, with your permission, I rise to lay the papers on the table of the House as mentioned against my name at serial number 1 in the revised list of business for today.
Shri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary.
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची की क्रम संख्या 2 पर अपने सहकर्मी श्रीपद नायक जी के नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेजों को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
श्री किरण रिजिजू।
Sir, on behalf of my colleague Srimati Shobha Karanlaje, I rise to lay on the papers on the table of the House mentioned against her name at serial number 3 in today's list of business.
Shri सतीश चंद्र दुबे।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्यवाही में मेरे नाम के सामने क्रम संख्या 4 पर उल्लिखित कागजातों को सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
श्री संजय सेठ।
With your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House a copy of English and Hindi each of the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 5 in today's list of business.
श्री तोखन साहू।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 6 पर मेरे नाम के समक्ष सूचीबद्ध कागजातों की एक प्रति हिंदी व अंग्रेजी सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
श्री राजभूषण चौधरी।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आज की कार्य व्यवहार की सूची के क्रम संख्या 7 में अपने नाम के सामने उल्लिखित कागजात सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
श्री मुरलीधर मोहोल।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 8 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लिखित कागजात सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
लेइंग ऑफ सीएजी रिपोर्ट, श्री सतीश चंद्र दुबे।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्यवाही में मेरे सहयोगी माननीय पंकज चौधरी जी वित्त राज्य मंत्री के नाम के सम्मुख उल्लिखित कागजातों को सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
Reports of the department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Akhilesh Prasad Singh.
With your permission, sir, I rise to lay the Hindi and English versions of the 6 action taken statements of the Standing Committee on Chemical and Fertilizers as listed against my name at serial number 4 in today's list of business.
Statements of the department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Akhilesh Prasad Singh.
Sir, I lay the papers on the...
Statements of the department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Coal, Mines and Steel, Shri Deepak Prakash.
Each of the final action taken statement on the 32nd, 33rd, 34th, 35th, 41st, 42nd, 43rd, 44th and 45th action taken reports, Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee on Coal, Mines and as listed against my name in today's list of business.
Reports of the department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Srimati Ranjit Ranjan.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी, मैं आपके माध्यम से मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के समक्ष यथा सूचीबद्ध उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य और सार्वजनिक वितरण संबंधी स्थायी समिति के 5वें और 6ठे प्रतिवेदनों की एक प्रति अंग्रेजी और हिंदी संस्करण सभा पटल पर रखती हूँ।
Reports of the department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Labour, Textiles and Skill Development, Shri Naresh Bansal.
माननीय सभापति जी, मैं आपकी अनुमति से श्रम, वस्त्र, कौशल विकास संबंधी संसदीय स्थायी समिति के श्रम और रोजगार मंत्रालय के अनुदान मांगे 24-25 के संबंध में पहला प्रतिवेदन, वस्त्र मंत्रालय की अनुदान मांगे 24-25 के संबंध में दूसरा प्रतिवेदन और कौशल विकास और उद्यमता मंत्रालय की अनुदान मांगे 24-25 के संबंध में तीसरा प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में एक प्रति सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
Honorable members, I have to inform members that a communication has been received from Shri Sibu Soren, member stating that he is unable to attend the sittings of the current 266th session of Rajya Sabha from 25th November to 20th December 2024 due to medical ground. Does he have the permission of the House for remaining absent from 25th November to 20th December 2024 during the current 266th session of the Rajya Sabha? Permission to remain absent is granted. We wish him well, speedy recovery. Honorable members, I have received two notices under Rule 267, as the House had already decided that these 2 days will be devoted for discussion on Constitution. I appeal to the members not to press them. Thank you. Honorable members, today we commence a 2-day commemoration of a defining moment in our nation's history, the 75th anniversary of our Constitution's adoption on November 26, 1949. This milestone invites us not to just celebrate, but to deeply reflect on our journey and chart our path forward. This Constitution has been the bedrock of the world's largest democracy, testament to the profound wisdom of its architects and the resilience of our democratic spirit. Let our deliberations in this House over the next 2 days reflect the gravity of this occasion. May our discussions strengthen the bond between our parliamentary institutions that seek to serve 1.4 billion people, fructifying their expectations and aspirations. As we look ahead to 2047, when India marks centenary of its independence, let our debates illuminate the path forward towards our vision of Viksit Bharat. Now, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman to raise the discussion on the glorious journey of 75 years of the Constitution of India.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir.
Honorable Minister, honorable members, time will not be a constraint. In the Lok Sabha, the debate was fructifying in terms of time as well. I will accommodate as many as speakers who may be keen to contribute. And towards that, we will be increasing the time. I will report that at 2 p.m. today. Thank you. Nirmala Sitharaman.
Thank you very much, sir. So let me first start by thanking the Honorable Prime Minister, the Leader of the House, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda, my party, and you, the Honorable Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to speak in this discussion, marking the historic occasion of 75 years of our Constitution. I feel very honored, and equally, I feel humbled that this opportunity has been given to me. I thank the entire House and seek your indulgence if I come up with some thoughts which I'd like to share, which any member could have a difference of opinion. But I start again by paying homage to all the 389 members of the Constituent Assembly, in particular the 15 women who, in less than 3 years together, took up the arduous challenge and prepared in a very challenging environment the Constitution for India, and which has stood the test of time. Until today, we are extremely proud of the way India's democracy is growing. As we mark the 75th year of our Constitution, sir, it is time, I would think, to reaffirm our commitment to build India, that is Bharat, that shall uphold the spirit enshrined in this sacred document. So with those words, I get into telling about the journey that these 75 years have seen of our Indian Constitution, and also to say why India's Constitution and India today stands out in a very separate league of its own. Sir, let me just remind, and I'm sure very many members of this House will know, that post-Second World War, nearly 50 countries, in fact, over 50 countries, had become independent and they had their constitution written, but many have changed their constitutions, not just amended them, but literally changed the entire feature of their constitution. But our constitution has stood the test of time, of course yielded itself to very many amendments, and here therefore I would like to have a few words of what Constitution India expert Dr. Subhash Kashyap had to say. While many constitutions of nations framed after the Second World War have floundered and gone into oblivion, our Constitution successfully faced many crises and survived. This itself is evidence of its resilience, dynamism, and growth potential. Now, India's experience has shown that our Constitution remains robust, yielding to several amendments, as I said, which were the need of the hour. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the chairman of the drafting committee, had said, and I quote, "I feel, however good a constitution may be, it is sure to turn out bad because those who are called to work it happen to be a bad lot. However bad a constitution may be, it may turn out to be good if those who are called to work it happen to be a good lot." Unquote. These are words of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, sir. And in this background, therefore, with those words right afresh in our mind, I'd like to discuss about how in the last 7 decades, the living document that our Constitution is, has faced very many amendments. And while looking at those amendments, I'd like to have a touchstone of 4 different elements. One, has the social intent behind any amendment been genuine? And therefore the outcome has been genuine? That's one test I would like to place any amendment on the testing board. Second, I'd like to see if the economic intent and the economic outcome of any constitutional amendment has actually been bona fide and has the outcome helped the society at large. Third, I'd like to test it on the ground of process adopted for it, for the amendment itself. And fourth, the constitutional spirit behind such an amendment. Now, if an amendment can go through these kind of tests, we'll be able to see why India's constitution, going by the words of Dr. Ambedkar, if you had good people who are called to work on it, give good outcomes. If you have, I'm using Ambedkar's words, bad people who are brought to work on it happen to give such outcomes which are discussed. So if I move to talking about those amendments which have gone through these 4 tests, we'll be able to see how the intent and the outcome are justifiable and people in the history books do write about them. Sequentially, because it is the first ever amendment, I'd like to take about the first Constitutional Amendment Act of 1951. So it's been said, and Honorable Prime Minister, while talking in the Lok Sabha, also referred to the fact that there was an interim government in place between 1947, August 15th. The interim government was there before that as well. And it lasted till 17th April 1952, post which an elected government took over the charge. But during 1951, when the amendment for the first Constitutional Amendment Act was passed, it was an interim government and not elected Government of India post 1947. Now, this was enacted, therefore, within a year of the commencement of the Constitution. It's worth remembering. In fact, on the issues related to the amendment, or which triggered the amendment itself, which is the freedom of speech and expression, the amendment added 3 more heads to Article 19(2), saying public order could be a cause to restrict freedom of speech, friendly relations with foreign states could be a cause to restrict freedom of speech, or incitement to an offense could also be a cause. These were the amendments brought in the first constitutional amendment. Sir, the Supreme Court of India, even in 1950, 1 year before this amendment, had passed 2 landmark judgments that paved the way for freedom of press under Article 19(1)(a). The Supreme Court had ruled in favor of the communist magazine Crossroads, and the RSS's organizational magazine Organizer. The Supreme Court had ruled in favor of them in 1950. Many high courts also upheld the freedom of expression of our citizens and ruled in their favor. But in response, the interim government thought that there was a need for a first constitutional amendment, and that was brought in by the INC, and it was essentially to curb the freedom. So India, a democratic country, which prides itself even today about freedom of expression, saw the first interim government coming up with a constitutional amendment which was to curb the freedom of speech of Indians. And that is within 1 year of adoption of the Constitution. So, let me say, sir, that is because the first Prime Minister of this country deplored press scrutiny of his government, even as he publicly praised freedom of the press. There was no doubt about it. And he had scrutinized the amending bill himself before approving its introduction in the Parliament. In the Parliament, sir, it didn't go through smoothly at all. The voices which spoke about it, and I will also refer some of the observations made by eminent members, vehemently who opposed it. Sri Shyama Prasad Mukherjee said, you can pass a law, I'm quoting, sir, you can pass a law and say that the entire task of framing, interpreting, and working the Constitution will be left in the hands of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, assisted by such people whom he may desire to consult. I would think it was a snide remark, saying, oh, you do it all yourself with the people who you choose to have, and not with the approval of the Parliament. That was the extent to which Pandit Shyama Prasad Mukherjee was upset about this amendment. Sir, he also said, you're treating this Constitution as a scrap of paper. You have declared preamble of your Constitution that you have done something unheard of in history, that within so short a period of attainment of freedom, you've trusted the people of this country to draft a Constitution. You have given a charter of rights to them. Now, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee says, now you come forward and stab them in the back. You're not working for the benefit of the present generation, but for party ends. But for party ends, unquote. Sir Sri Kameshwar Singh, a member of the Constituent Assembly, also had a lot of comments to pass, and he said, I quote, this Parliament, again, is a provisional one, and it cannot be said to be reflecting the will of the people in the way the Constitution wants Parliament to reflect it. For a government or a Parliament of this kind, it is highly improper to make such fundamental changes in the Constitution without making any reference to public opinion, and that too at the fag end of the strenuous parliamentary session and almost on the eve of a general election, unquote. So scathing remarks were made And despite these remarks, Prime Minister Nehru went ahead with the amendment. Kameshwar Singh again goes about to say, do they not show, I quote, do they not show utter disregard for the Constitution when they attempt to amend it simply because some of the laws have been criticized and found invalid by the judiciary? Today we hear comments from the Indian National Congress about how the current government is questioning the judiciary. This comment coming from a member of the Constituent Assembly itself says, prior to the First Amendment to the Constitution, which curtailed freedom of expression. The Prime Minister, he furthers, the Prime Minister, I'm constrained to say, that is Sri Kameshwar Singh, the Prime Minister, I'm constrained to say, is creating a bad precedent by sowing the seed of executive despotism, and playing with the supremacy of the Constitution for party advantages, unquote. So there was no doubt this amendment was more raised for the sake of the party or the Prime Minister and the government's image, rather than assuring what the Constituent Assembly had suggested as the Constitution, which was going to be adopted. An amendment bill was passed, the Press Objectionable Matter Act, on 23rd October 1951. We know, therefore, the amendment, the intent, the four tests that I was talking about: social impact and intent, economic impact and intent, the constitutional spirit, and the process adopted for the amendment, all of which are questionable, but nevertheless that amendment was undertaken, and we heard how that amendment till today affects the freedom of speech of this country. Now, it is not as if this 1951 amendment happened all in a sudden. Prior to the amendment and post the amendment, we've had recorded action taken by those government that day, that particular government, in curtailing the freedom of speech. So the act was just waiting to happen, because even before it they started it, and even after that they were continuing. What are the examples, sir? Majroor Sultanpuri and Balraj Sahani were both jailed in 1949 itself. For what mistakes, sir? During one of the meetings organized for the mill workers in 1949, Majroor Sultanpuri recited a poem that was written against Jawaharlal Nehru, and therefore he had to go to the jail. Sir, he refused to render an apology for the same and was jailed, therefore, in 1949, along with Balraj Sahni, eminent actor of those days. So that is the level of tolerance, and today we hold our Constitution in our hand, go about it, and say freedom of speech. There is sense of fear in the country. Majroor Sultanpuri didn't feel it, Balraj Sahni didn't feel it, but the history repeats when it comes to the Congress party. Sir, Congress's record of curtailing freedom of speech didn't confine it with these two people. Nehru, a political biography which was written by Michael Edwards, in 1975 was banned. They banned also a film called Kissa Kursi Ka in 1975, which was directed by Amritlal Nahata, just because it questioned Prime Minister Indira Gandhi and her son, and also the Information Broadcasting Minister then. They banned also John Dalby's book, Himalayan Blunder, because it spoke about some huge crushing military disaster which happened in 1962, the China War. The details shouldn't come out, and therefore they banned that book as well. So this, and a bit later, 1988, Salman Rushdie's book, Satanic Verses, was also banned. So the spree of curtailing the freedom of expression, the spree of containing freedom of press has happened before 49, and during 49 and 50, 51 the act comes, and subsequently also it continues. So it's nothing new. So the amendment, again, a second issue that I'd like to draw your attention to. I said I'm putting it through four tests. A ninth schedule was brought into through the first Constitutional Amendment Act. The ninth schedule, sir, is an interesting innovation brought for bypassing judicial review. Why was it brought in? I'm questioning the intent, sir, the constitutional spirit which is not being respected, and the process which is adopted are part of the test I want every amendment to be put to, so that you know whether it is done with the national interest, or is it done with some economic public good, or if it is brought in because there is a social large good which is required to be obtained. No, the ninth schedule was brought in only because they wanted to bypass judicial scrutiny. Any act incorporated in the ninth schedule became fully protected against any challenge in any court of law under any fundamental right. So even the act declared invalid. Even worse, today about everything retrospective we talk, saying no, nothing can happen in retrospect, it has to be futuristic. So prospective is what? Whether it is taxation, whether it is benefits, whether it is any clarificatory note. But here we go, the act declared invalid by a court becomes valid retrospectively after being incorporated into the ninth schedule. That's the extent to which they went, so that they can bypass judicial scrutiny. And Congress speaks about protecting rights and also on judicial independence. It is shocking. Yes, we'll. Yeah, we'll come. I'll come.
Please,
sir.
Jairamji, take your place.
The third point, sir.
Please. अच्छी डिबेट चल रही है, सुनिए, आपका जब समय आएगा बोलिएगा, प्लीज।
SC, ST, OBC, come on, people who sat over Kelkar. Sir, the next instance which I would like to put through is amendment being enacted to, again, the judiciary was held in contempt. They had to be committed judiciary, or else they were not respected at all. Another example, sir. Constitutional amendment was brought in to nullify a judgment that arose in the case of Mrs. Indira Gandhi versus Raj Narayan, wherein the order of the Allahabad High Court setting aside the election of Indira Gandhi was challenged. So, during the pendency of this case in the Supreme Court, the Congress party enacted the 39th Constitutional Amendment Act in 1975. Again, earlier there is a Supreme Court and many other high courts have given clearance, but even then we'll curb freedom of speech, 1951, the First Amendment. Here, a case is pending. Mrs. Indira Gandhi's case is being heard in the court, Allahabad High Court. But no, we are in a hurry. What if the court comes against me? So I come up with an amendment, 39th Constitutional Amendment Act, 1975. Again, valid retrospectively, which added Article 392A to the Constitution. What did it say? It said elections to the President, Vice President, Prime Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker cannot be challenged in any court in the country, and it can be done only before a parliamentary committee. Imagine the extent to which, for a person to save her chair, इसीलिए किस्सा कुर्सी का was banned. कुर्सी बचाने के लिए कोर्ट का वर्डिक्ट आने से पहले ही हम जा करके अमेंडमेंट करेंगे पार्लियामेंट में. यही है इनके इतने दूर तक जाने वाले विषय. कानून को दुरुपयोग करना, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट करवाना देश के हित में नहीं है, प्रोसेस सही नहीं होता, इससे आर्थिक सुधार कुछ होने वाले नहीं है या सामाजिक सुधार भी कुछ होने वाले नहीं है. व्यक्तिगत और परिवारवाद के लिए ही अमेंडमेंट हुआ है. सर, मैं दूसरी और एक उदाहरण देना चाहती हूं. एक और उदाहरण देना चाहती हूं जिससे सामाजिक सुधार के लिए अगर कोर्ट से एक ऑर्डर आता है, उसको भी क्योंकि हमारे राजनीति के लिए वो उचित नहीं है, इसीलिए सामाजिक न्याय दिलाने वाले कोर्ट के आदेश के खिलाफ आकर के अमेंडमेंट कानून को करते हो हाउस में। इससे बढ़िया उदाहरण नहीं मिलेगा सर शाहबानू बेगम केस में, जहां सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस महिला को न्याय दिलाने के लिए, एलिमनी देने के लिए, डाइवर्स के बाद जो पैसा मिलना चाहिए वो दिलाने के लिए कोर्ट से जो आदेश आए, द कांग्रेस पार्टी पास्ड द मुस्लिम विमेन प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ राइट्स ऑन डाइवर्स एक्ट 1986, which denied, it's very important, it denied Muslim women their right to alimony, सामाजिक न्याय, महिला के लिए न्याय मिलना नहीं चाहिए, चाहे वो कोर्ट में से आता है या कुछ और जगह से आता है, हम कानून से उनको नकार देंगे। महिला सम्मान नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम ले आने वाले हमारे पार्टी इधर है, इस सदन में पहला कानून जो पास हुआ वो रिजर्वेशन फॉर विमेन सर, whereas the small benefit a widowed woman would have, a divorced Muslim woman would have got, was also defeated by this act. The constitutional amendment which the Congress party brought in 1986. So my test again, sir, neither samajik nyay, nor arthik nyay, nor the process, nor the constitutional spirit, nothing of this was respected. And each time the Congress brazenly, only to help the family, the dynasty, kept amending the constitution, and this is how far they went, even if it affects any particular women who desperately needed the benefit. Sir, I'll come again to one more, the emergency, where that one important touchstone, the process, was completely violated. On 18th December 1976, the then President gave his assent to the Constitution 42nd Amendment Act. During the emergency, when the term of the Lok Sabha was extended without proper justification, they invoked the law to say Parliament has to be in session for 5 years, but we needed to have one extra year, so the act was extended. The Lok Sabha term was extended. And in that extended term, when the entire opposition was put to jail, there was nobody there, and entire opposition was in the jail, then comes constitutional amendment, sir. The process, the touchstone that we need to have, is the process valid? That was a total invalidated process, and therefore I would think this is a blatant abuse which the country majorly agreed on. Sir, only 5 members opposed the bill in the Lok Sabha. There was none in the opposition in the Rajya Sabha to oppose it. Imagine, constitutional amendment being passed, entire opposition in the jail. In the Lok Sabha, only 5 people are there to oppose it, even some coming from their own party. And in the Rajya Sabha, no opposition. But constitutional amendment, changing the preamble itself happens. The alteration of the preamble to include socialist and secular highlights the disrespect and disregard the Congress has for constitutional processes, principles, and institutions. Sir, the amendments were not about strengthening democracy, sir, but protecting those in power. Again, the process is used for strengthening the family. Sir, Baba Saheb Ambedkar had argued, and I quote, talking about whether the word secularism, talking about whether the word socialism should be included in the Constitution. Baba Saheb Ambedkar argued, I quote, I do not see, therefore, why the Constitution should tie down the people to live in a particular form and not leave it to the people themselves to decide it for themselves, unquote. And therefore, in the original Constitution, the word socialism was not there, as much as the word secularism. So 21 MPs, all opposition, belonging to all opposition parties, were held in jail. Manya Advani ji, Manya Atal ji were all in jail under Preventive Detention Law, Maintenance of Internal Security Act 1971, the infamous MISA. And I know of political leaders who have chosen to have their children named after MISA to remember those black days. And now they wouldn't even mind having alliance with them. Sir, all these together turned the Constitution into a qualitatively different text from what it was originally as adopted in November 26. So I'd just like to come here for one observation. Opposition member, respected Jairam Rameshji, refers to the work of Granville Austin with a left-handed compliment saying, we read it, but does anyone in the ruling party read it? Sir, and he says, masterly book. Yes, masterly book. He tells the full story of the amendment carried out till 1980. So I'm starting from 51, and I'm also going on that journey, talking about amendments, their purpose, their intent, their process. Now, since Jairam Ramesh has mentioned it, and there is some Granville Austin's line that I like to quote back to him. Sir, emergency, 42nd Amendment Act, the landmark Keshwananda Bharati case of 1973, the basic structure, doctrine, whole lot of things. In the words of that masterly Granville Austin, I quote, sir, the important constitutional development of the emergency, other than its very imposition, was the enactment of the 42nd Amendment. Austin says this. And he further says, coming in November 1976, the amendment demonstrates the progression of the Prime Minister, referring to Mrs. Indira Gandhi. I really quote again. Coming in November 76, the amendment demonstrates the progression of the Prime Minister and her government from having near absolute power without a coherent program, other than the protection of her prime ministry to power expressed through fundamental constitutional change. So, unquote. Exactly the point that I'm putting forth about emergency, the way in which 42nd Amendment passed through, how opposition leaders were all in the jail, not one person to oppose in the Rajya Sabha, in the Lok Sabha, just 5 of them speaking against it. When Granville Austin has said this, poor Jairam Ramesh did not mind quoting something else from Austin, but ignored this. Point proves. So the selective.
प्लीज आप बैठ जाएं। माननीय शक्ति सिंह जी आप जगह लें प्लीज। माननीय जयराम रमेश जी।
I have Granville Austin in my hands right now, and the same Granville Austin writes that the 44th Amendment was passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha to override the 42nd Amendment, large parts of the 42nd Amendment. And who voted on the 7th of December 1978 to repeal parts of the 42nd Amendment? It was Indira Gandhi herself. So Indira Gandhi in 1978 voted to repeal the parts of the 42nd Amendment which she realized had resulted in her electoral loss. So it's not, don't read selectively.
Thank you, Jairam Ramesh. Please. Now, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
You have responded. You have responded, please. 1978. Please. Ramesh ji, please be brief. माननीय जयराम रमेश जी, प्लीज बी ब्रीफ.
सर, मैं आदरणीय रमेश जी का ज्ञानवर्धन करना चाहता हूं कि 1978 में मोरारजी देसाई वॉज द प्राइम मिनिस्टर. जनता पार्टी की सरकार थी और जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने 42nd अमेंडमेंट को 44th अमेंडमेंट से हटाने का काम किया और आपको जनता ने हरा दिया था. श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी was no more the prime minister, and when she was the prime minister, तब उन्होंने हर तरीके से प्रजातंत्र को रोकने का, गला घोटने का काम श्रीमती गांधी ने किया था.
माननीय जयराम जी, प्लीज.
मुझे सुना नहीं, मुझे ठीक तरीके से उन्होंने सुना नहीं. मैंने कहा था 44th अमेंडमेंट आया 1978 में, मोरारजी भाई प्रधानमंत्री थे और 6 दिसंबर 1978 में लोकसभा में इंदिरा गांधी जी ने वोट किया 44th अमेंडमेंट के लिए. यही तो मैंने कहा था.
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, प्लीज. माननीय मंत्री जी, सिर्फ माननीय मंत्री जी की बात रिकॉर्ड पे जाएगी, प्लीज.
Thank you very much, sir, and I fully accept Jairam Ramesh's observation. Obviously, Leader of the House was right in saying Morarji Desai was the Prime Minister, and during the voting, Srimati Indira Gandhi had said that, and she supported the changes in the changes to the 42nd Amendment. Very well. But the idea that I have right from the beginning said, yes, Der Aya Durustaya is what the Hindi language gives me, but the fact remains, and I'm glad that she changed her mind. It was such an improper thing to do during an extended tenure of the parliament, and an improper thing, even worse, to do, putting the opposition and then seeking a constitutional amendment. So at least in 78, after a massive defeat, which of course later she overturned and won the election and came, that's a process, that's an electoral process. That is the electoral process, and electoral process does teach lessons. Does teach lessons, and Srimati Indira Gandhi learned that lesson. I want to say this to the Congress party today. Srimati Indira Gandhi learned the lesson, and I'm happy Jairam Ramesh says that she stood up to support the amendment Morarji Desai and his government was bringing. But today's Congress, sir, I'll come to that. Sir, today's Congress is the matter that we need to talk about. But before that, sir, the eminent person who became speaker later on, Sri Mavlankarji, also said some things. These are words which we need to have a recall, because it's important for all of us sitting in this august house to know what the opinions were, and then take the next 75, next 200, next 500 years forward of this constitution. Mavlankar says, sir, and I quote, "This particular bill brings an almost qualitative change in our constitution structure. The tragedy of the situation is that by this amendment bill, the citizens, the courts of law, the states, the president, and indeed even this House of Parliament are all sought to be denigrated, and only the union executive is sought to be made to thrive, grab, and aggrandize," unquote. So if that one amendment has brought in such thinking individual to say such harsh words, it needs retrospection. We should never repeat such, great follies in which we took the Constitution for granted. People rejected such people, and lessons have to be learned. So, sir, I'd like to again say, when I soon would want to speak about what's the attitude of Congress today, I'd like to come to one line of an eminent person which was said during the 42nd Amendment debate. He was no less than later on Chief Minister, or prior to that also, and a minister. But as a Congress MP, Sri C.M. Stephen, an eminent congressman. Yes. Yes, it might be useful to remember that also. I'll read the quote. It might be useful further. Sir C.M. Stephen, as a Congress MP at that time, says, during the debate of 42nd Amendment, which had so many implications. So it brings me the shivers to read this line, but I'm reading it because we should know how we speak. Quote, sir, I quote, "Now the power of this Parliament, through the 42nd Amendment that is declared to be out of bounds for any court." Shame. He says this. Now the power of this Parliament is declared to be out of bounds for any court. It is left to the courts whether they should defy it. He continues, "I do not know whether they will have the temerity to do that. But if they do, that will be a bad day for the judiciary. The committee of the House is sitting with regard to the inquiry into the conduct of judges. We have got our methods, our machinery." Unquote. Sir, imagine if today one of our MPs would say, anywhere, would say this and say the temerity of the judges, the courts. But no, what we hear from Congress today, oh, you are undermining institutions, you have no respect to the Constitution, you that, you this. Look at this one statement, sir. And during emergency, passing the 42nd Amendment, the attitude of Gamand, the Gamandiya Gadbadhan, even today, but then they spoke that, passing the 42nd Amendment. The people of India didn't forgive this, and that's why they lost miserably. When she conceded to change the amendment, no? Sir, all right, don't beg for concessions like that. All right? Sir, what is today's INC, sir? In the budget session 2022, मैं ये गवर्नमेंट बदला नहीं है, कम नहीं हुआ, उसको साबित करना चाहती हूँ. Budget session 2022, sir. I'm not taking the name of the Congress leader who's not in this house, but I'm sure this statement will obviously ring a bell to everybody. The judiciary, I quote, "The judiciary, the election commission, Pegasus, these are all instruments of destroying the voice of the Union of States," unquote. You heard CM Stephen then? And you just see the statements which are coming. Committed judiciary is what they wanted. The contempt for the judiciary and the constitutional bodies is not new now. And that term was used by one eminent congressman. And that eminent congressman, I'll take his name, sir, because I have to quote him, Shri Mohan Kumar Mangala. He had said that the government will appoint chief justices based on the government's assessment of their philosophy and outlook, telling the Parliament in 1973, I quote, "Certainly, we as a government have a duty to take into consideration," I'm putting it in brackets, "certainly, we as a government have a duty to take the philosophy, the outlook of the judge in coming to the conclusion whether he should or should not lead the Supreme Court at this time." I repeat this quote, sir. "Certainly, we as a government have a duty to take the philosophy and the outlook of the judge in coming to the conclusion whether he should or should not lead the Supreme Court at this time," unquote. After the judgment on Keshwanand Bharati case, sir, you're an eminent senior who became a senior advocate at a very young age, and I stand before you talking small things about judiciary. Pardon me if I have any, oversight which has not worked well. A day after the historic judgment in April 25, 1973, in the Keshwanand Bharati case, in which the majority declared that the Parliament cannot alter or abridge the basic structure of the Constitution, Srimati Indira Gandhi was furious with the judgment. because it constricted the party's plan to bring in major amendments. So the three judges, this is what I want to highlight, committed judiciary. If they are not there, we'll do what we want. So the three judges were accorded swift punishment via suppression on April 26, and Justice A.N. Ray, who did not subscribe to the majority decision, was elevated. After Ray retired in 77, again, Srimati Indira Gandhi government gave supersession, superseded the senior most candidate, Justice Hansraj Khanna, to appoint Justice Mirza Hamidullah Beg as the Chief Justice. So it is really sad that the test that I'm putting each one of these amendments, whether they was in line with the constitutional spirit, whether it was the process was followed, whether the large economic good was considered or social good was considered as an objective, none of them meet that. The OBC Commission is something which I want to in contrast mention. How our intent, Prime Minister Modi was clear. The OBC Commission will have to be set up, and constitutional amendments have to empower communities and not put them at a disadvantage. But therefore, the 102nd Constitutional Amendment Act was brought in 2018 and inserted Article 338B. But what's the contrast, sir, with the Congress? In 1950, Kaka Kalekar Commission was formed, but Congress prevented its report from being published. Dr. Ambedkar was of the view that Pandit Nehru was not concerned about the welfare, was not concerned enough about the welfare of the SCs. I quote Baba Saheb Ambedkar, "From the very first election, we have been fighting against the Congress because it is unnecessarily interfering with our rights. Just see the leader of the Congress party, Pandit Nehru. He has delivered 2,000 speeches during the last 20 years, but he has never spoken about the welfare of scheduled castes even once." This is Baba Saheb Ambedkar's words. So from this, he further says, from this you can judge what sympathy the Congress party can have for our people when its leader is so much adamant. Unquote. Sir, this is said several times, but it's worth saying now. Congress did not even allow Baba Saheb's photo to be installed in the central hall of the old Parliament House for decades. He was, of course, denied Bharat Ratna. Similarly, the Mandal Commission was created to provide reservation for backward classes. But Mrs. Indira Gandhi or even Sri Rajiv Gandhi opposed it, delaying 27% reservation for the OBCs in central institutions. So we are the ones who brought it in, not the Congress. One more interest. One more instance of how the GST, which was again a constitutional amendment which has to be brought in. Sir, GST related constitutional provisions has never been encouraged prior to its bringing by Prime Minister Modi in 2017. Sir, this started very quickly to trace the timeline, sir. Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the first to suggest during the NDA rule in 2000 to get going with the GST. However, the sincere efforts that he made could not realize or could not see the light of the day. And the 10 years after his tenure, led by the UPA, did not much do to get it on board. Sir, within 2 years after the introduction in the Parliament of the GST-related 101st Constitutional Amendment Act was passed and ratified by more than 50 states with effect from 8th September 2016. Just the data will tell you, sir, where the Congress party was. Despite being a coalition comprising of 26 parties the UPA could not manage to get this GST. Even Congress-ruled states were opposed for the GST to be brought in. 2012. I'll say that as well. I'll say that as well. That will also be said. 3 BJP-ruled states. 3 BJP-ruled states also opposed. I don't hide facts. 3 BJP-ruled states also opposed, including Gujarat. I'm saying that. Sir, I'm saying it, sir. I'm saying it myself that Gujarat opposed it. I'm saying it myself. अरे नंबूत्री बात गवर्नमेंट को सेव नहीं कर पाया कांग्रेस से, आप क्या खड़े हो रहे हो? कम्युनिस्ट है, बैठ जाओ. Sir, 3 non-BJP ruled states, sir. So I don't. 3 non-BJP ruled states. I said about Gujarat, now I'm saying non-BJP ruled states, including Congress-ruled Maharashtra, opposed provisions of the UPA's GST. So if they want to first shout about Gujarat, I'm saying it myself. But please do shout about Maharashtra as well. No, they want to pretend they were all ready. They were not ready. Sir, Congress-led ruling UDF government, all right, in Kerala voiced severe concerns. Okay, sir, left front opposes, UDF opposes, Congress is part of the UDF, but no, they will never say that. One Gujarat is what they want to say. And I'll tell you why Gujarat had to oppose also. So, they could not bring the GST amendment. When we bring it, this is how they would like to shout about it. But I'm sorry. I'm not lying, sir. I'm sorry. I will have to demand a written apology from Shri Jairam Ramesh for accusing me of lying, which I never do. And whether it is parliamentary or unparliamentary, first of all, sir, the chair, I trust you will take care of that. But accusing me of lying is now very clear, runs in the Congress blood. Somebody had to go to the court to say sorry. When I was the defense minister, not only did they call Prime Minister Modi as a chore, but they kept calling me that I'm lying. And who had to go and apologize in the court? And now, I wouldn't mind seeing another member going and apologizing in the court, although the word said in the parliament is never taken to the court. Sir, all MPs in the House, when the GST was brought in, and this is also something which the Congress will have to gulp if they can, all MPs present in the House, including those of the Congress, had voted for the GST constitutional amendment, which was brought in by Prime Minister Modi. In fact, I wouldn't mind if Jairam Ramesh once again calls me that I'm lying, but records of the parliament will say it. Jairam Ramesh wanted to move some amendments, but Dr. Manmohan Singh personally asked him not to do so because of the fine consensus that has been arrived in the GST Council. Yes. Sir, I don't lie, records don't lie. Don't jump in a hurry to accuse me that I'm lying. Sir? I will authenticate it. But you authenticate that I'm lying, please.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, it's a fair comment by Jairam Ramesh. You need to authenticate it.
Yes, yes.
And during the course of the day, when I watched the Lok Sabha debates, I frequently came across, please authenticate. It is started in this House. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. I will authenticate. And despite the support given by the Congress in passing the amendment, GST constitutional amendment, you have the Congress leader, again not taking name, goes about calling the GST a Gabbar Singh tax. Sir, and therefore, about amendments, I have said some words. Now, I just want to
Honorable
highlight...
Minister, but if some Gabbar Singh comes and files a suit then?
Sir?
If some Gabbar Singh in the country comes forward,
oh, yes,
that I have been defamed there.
That's right, sir. And the problem, sir, when GST matters come, I will sometime again speak as much as I've done it earlier. Yeah. Congress ministers are sitting and arguing about rates, sir, that they will not know. The GST Council, Congress finance ministers are also sitting and talking about it. So we are marking the Constitution 75th year. I want to just remind again something very, very quickly, sir. When 75 years of Indian independence was marked in 2022, Prime Minister Modi had celebrated it in the name of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Throughout the country, every state government participated. Every state government also picked up all the freedom fighters, known, unknown, all of them were celebrated, and there was a lot of discussion all over the country. And recently, sir, Prime Minister also spoke about the 11 oaths that we need to take in the Lok Sabha when he spoke. And in 2022, from the Red Fort, he had announced how Panch Pran, meaning we need to get out of that Gulami Mansikta. We have to get over that and look forward to building this country and taking it forward and so on. But 75 years of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of the Constitution, we are having these wonderful debates in the two houses. Every 25 or 50 years are celebrated, sir. I'd like to remind as to what was the celebration when in 25 years of Indian independence, what did we do? So I'm contrasting this. When the completion of the 25 years happened in 1973, sir, when in 1973, how was it celebrated, sir, 25 years of independence? There was a time capsule. A time capsule was interned, a Kal Patra was interned in the Red Fort. And at that time, the people were told, this time capsule will be seen only after 5,000 years. And in that time capsule, the journey of India, free India, was all being written, and actually, it was kept as a top secret. Nobody knew anything as to what was inside the time capsule. A professor of history was employed to write this India since 1947, marking the 25th anniversary. But it was kept a secret. Sir, questions were asked in the parliament. What exactly is in the time capsule marking 25 years of India's independence? What actually went into that interned? It was a steel and copper made vacuum-filled case into which the document was interned, and then it was put into the Red Fort. That one, sir, was kept a secret. When asked in the parliament, the then education minister apparently said, and I'm reading from the book published by an eminent parliamentarian, Ira Sejian. He puts in his book as to what was the reply given by the education minister then. And I quote, before that, the education minister expressed his inability to disclose the said document. What's the document which is in it? No, I can't disclose. And what did he say? I quote, within the limitations of its compass, it was designed to preserve an authentic record of our time for posterity. Having regard to this concept, the question of contemporaneous publications or laying the text of the document on the table of the House does not arise, unquote. The education minister, while he put the time capsule to be preserved for 5,000 years, does not allow the parliament to know what was inside it. That is 1973, 2 years before the emergency was brought. this kind of an operation in stealth happened, marking 25 years of India's independence, and the parliament should not be informed. That was the line the education minister gives. Even worse, sir, I just want to highlight what was said about Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee in that capsule content. I'd like to say, and I quote from the book, sir, the BJP of Atal Bihari Vajpayee is described as, says the author, and I quote, Jan Sangh People's Party is a militant orthodox Hindu party opposing the concept of secular state, unquote. This is what is being said about Atal Bihari Vajpayee in the capsule, about which they don't say in the House. They didn't say it in the House. Even worse, sir, if that is the record for first 25 years of independent India, which has to be preserved for 5,000 years, look at what has been said. C. Rajagopalachari, there was no reference. There was no reference to C. Rajagopalachari, the first Governor General of this country. To the President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad had no mention in that content. Dr. Radhakrishnan, Zakir Hussain, and to the Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, who though short in physical stature, was tall in political stature, who went all the way to Tashkent as a pilgrim of peace to establish harmony in this part of the world. Don't you think, this author who's a parliamentarian asks, don't you think that such names deserve to be inscribed in the historical document of our country during the period of the first quarter century of Indian independence, unquote. So that's the level of secrecy about even members of parliament, about eminent leaders of different political parties, and sly comments were all packed up in that. Later, it was all removed. So that is the nature of Congress party, sir. I want to highlight that fact. Sir, the names missed out is something which shocks the country, but that was the level to which the party went in the arrogance with which they were trying to rule. So the Constitution and the misuse is what I'm talking about here. Sir, one more thing, again, on the economic impact of such amendments which they bring in. It's a test for every one of us, whether it is one amendment today or another amendment tomorrow. Does it have an economic intent for the larger economic good, social intent, process, constitutional spirit? Let's see. Let's test each one of our acts, the amendments that we bring in, and then decide whether what we are doing is right. Sir, the Soviet model, which the Congress party copied under Prime Minister Nehru, continued with Indira Gandhi, was a model which did not do any good to this country, sir. C. Rajagopalachari, the socialism, that socialism was refashioned as Mahal Nobis model, the central command and control structure, the license, quota, Raj, were all part of this. And in that, C. Rajagopalachari writes, sir, to the Prime Minister. He says, in an open letter, he says, Nehru came to Madras on Tuesday with all the paraphernalia of Prime Minister of India and attempted to, in a speech, talk about Rajagopalachari and his principles. But here, in Swarajya magazine, he publishes it in 1962, February 17, and I quote from that article. I want an India clear of the atmosphere of fear in which it is now enveloped, 62, where honest men engaged in difficult tasks of production or trade can carry on their occupation without fear of ruin at the hands of officials, ministers, and party bosses. He says that, I want an India where talent and energy can find scope for play without having to cringe and obtain special individual permission from officials and ministers.
and where their efforts will be judged by the open market of India. And so on. He goes on, sir. I want the corruption of this permit license Raj to go. He says that. So a member who was part of the Congress party himself writes to Pandit Nehru saying this cannot go on, your socialism is ruining this country, the license permit Raj could not continue because you are leading to corruption. Sir, periodically Congress questions, hey, BJP, RSS, Johnson, what was your role during the freedom movement? We all know it and we've said it, but I want to ask the Congress, what is your role in the Arctic, India's economic freedom? What is India's economic growth? What is your effort in building economic strength of India? No wonder when we in 21 in our budget, if that is not true, sir, why in 1980 onwards the Congress party itself wants to dump license quota Raj, 91 they want to reform, and then take the claim for it saying we are the ones we reformed. You didn't have to reform if it was so good. It was damaging the Indian economy, and socialism was therefore brought into the Constitution's preamble through the 42nd Act, Amendment Act, only to prove that they are doing right thing. Although that was not needed at all, because the directive principle of state policy has enough and more. And that is where I want to bring this one particular important observation, sir. The Nehru Development Model, written by Arvind Panagaria. Latest book. This will tell you, sir, from an academic perspective also, how the socialism, the control Raj, the license quota Raj of the Congress's 50 years of rule ruined our economy. Though the country did come to terms with its mistake and changed course in 1991, by then it had lost 4 precious decades. Moreover, the history built over these decades continued to haunt its development efforts even after the change of course. For one thing, the base income remained low. Given that the opportunity to grow rapidly had been missed in early decades. Therefore, even an acceleration in growth to 7 to 8% range on a sustained basis could not deliver genuine prosperity for another few decades. Moreover, 4 decades of patronage of socialist ideas and policies came to hardwire Indian politicians, bureaucrats, intellectuals, and even business people in ways that made a swift march to a market economy politically challenging. That's the reality of the policy of the Congress party, which they themselves came, we've reformed the country. They baggaged the country in 50 years, and later they wanted to claim that they are reforming and bringing prosperity to this country, which is not true. So therefore, sir, when Prime Minister Modi gives a call that Arctic, first of all, sir, with all this socialism, 42nd Amendment to changing the preamble, the much promised Garibi Hatao has not delivered by them. If it's not been delivered by them, what did that socialism do to us? So when Prime Minister Modi says, Vikasit Bharat 2047, we all should have to work together to make sure that that is done with all of our responsibilities intact, and such changes to the Constitution which they brought, which has only brought in decay for the Indian economy. I will not get into the details. Another paper from 2009, sir. Cato Institute Center for Global Liberty and Prosperity. What are we discussing? Yeah, we are discussing the Constitution and the mistakes done by the Congress party, as a result of which the Indian economy is suffering, sir. Socialism kills. The human cost of delayed economic reform in India, sir. I'll authenticate this and give it to you to show how Congress party's attempts have only weakened the Indian economy. Sir, we changed that by clearly saying that the budget will now very clearly focus on the Indian economy, and as a result of which we will see a lot of economic growth. I'm not getting into the detail of the budget speech 2021, sir, paragraph 86. Those interested can see the thing. Sir, I'll come to this point about the Constituent Assembly, financial inclusion, economic justice. That is why I argued first, saying this declaration in the preamble, bringing socialism, was not warranted at all. There's enough and more said in the directive principle of states policy. Directive principle of state policy is adequate for us to do all the social, economic justice related activity. But no, the Congress party was doing it for their political agenda rather than for the larger good. Sir, I like to say, sir, Ambedkar, sir, Dr. Ambedkar says on 19th November 1948, our objective in framing the Constitution is really twofold. Ambedkar says, sir, to lay down the form of political democracy, to lay down that our ideal is economic democracy, and also to prescribe that every government, whatever is in power, shall strive to bring about economic democracy. And a very clear, the directive principle, Dr. Ambedkar says this, the directive principles have a great value, for they lay down that our ideal is economic democracy, unquote. And this is exactly what Prime Minister Modi is doing. 54 crore citizens who once had no means are now being given extraordinary connection to banking. The Jan Dhan Yojana, principles guiding our democracy, equity, justice and opportunity. 50 crore mudra loans, 50 crore mudra loan accounts have created the pathway for micro entrepreneurs, street vendors and so on. Sir, Article 38 of the directive principle says, the state shall strive to promote the welfare of the people by securing and protecting social order, by ensuring socio-economic political justice, and by minimizing inequalities in income, status, facilities, and opportunities. Article 39 also says very similar about adequate means of livelihood and ownership control. Article 46 about scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So I just want to highlight how, because of the specific actions taken by our government, you find 1969, I go back, sir, for a minute. Mrs. Indira Gandhi on the bank nationalization said, the political situation in our country demands, quote, that banking facilities should be extended in an increasing measure to backward areas, to agriculture, to small-scale industry, and so on. And perhaps banking operations should be informed by a larger social purpose, unquote. But in spite of introducing socialism into the preamble, they did not achieve any of what Mrs. Indira Gandhi justified for bringing nationalization of the banks. They paid only lip service, sir. By 2011, census data reveals that less than 60% of Indian households had access to banking service. Bank accounts, sir, zero balance accounts were only 10.3 crores. By contrast, sir, 54 crore Jan Dhan accounts have been opened since 2014. 56% of the accounts belong to women. Similarly, pensions, insurance, and so on, sir. PM Mudra, 50 crore sanctioned accounts, 68% are women. Stand Up India, 1 crore SC/ST women borrowers, 30,000 crore has been distributed, 2.5 lakh people, of whom 76% of women are benefiting. PM Swanidhi, sir, 50,000 rupees loan is given to 67 lakh street vendors, of whom 45% are women, 42% are OBCs, and so on. Sir, we repeatedly in Lok Sabha and here spoke about how former Prime Minister said, if I send 1 rupee down, only 15 paisa reaches. By bringing in technology and using DBT, Prime Minister Modi made sure that accounts will receive, the beneficiaries will receive their money directly into their account. 1 rupee means 1 rupee will reach them, and this has helped save 3.48 lakh crores of taxpayers' money. These are very important to say that directive principle of state policy, which has even more things for all of us to do, can bring in poverty alleviation, but not the Nara Garibi Hatao, which delivered nothing on poverty. So lastly, I'll pay my respects to the women who were part of the constitution makers. As I said, 15 out of 385 members were women. I would think you will indulge me when I read the names of these 50 women. Ammu Swaminathan, Annie Mascarenes, Dakshayani Velayudan, Begum Aizaz Razul, Durgabai Deshmukh, Hansa Jivraj Mehta, Kamla Chaudhary, Leela Roy, Malti Chaudhary, Purnima Banerjee, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur, Renuka Ray, Sarojini Naidu, Sucheta Kriplani, and Vijayalakshmi Pandit were the prominent women who were part of the Constituent Assembly. Sir. The contribution of these women in the constitution making is immense. I know after that, Pandit Vijayalakshmi Pandit scaled heights in diplomacy. Rajkumari Amit Kaur became the first woman to be a Union Cabinet Minister. Durgabai Deshmukh was the founding member of the Planning Commission. Annie Mascarenes and Renuka Ray served as ministers in their respective state governments. Sarojini Naidu and Sucheta Kriplani went on to become first female governor and chief minister, respectively. So I also appreciate the immense role played by the All India Women's Congress, who have done extremely good work, Women's Conference, All India Women's Conference. And these women were all celebrated during Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which we celebrated from 2022. The last observation I'd like to make, sir, it is very interesting that in this House, the first act that we passed is the reservation for women, which was the new act passed in the new parliament. I'd like to reiterate that Bharatiya Janata Party, my party, has always been committed for women and women's participation in politics. Even as early as 1994, in Vadodara National Convention, the BJP very clearly passed that seats must be reserved for women in both parliament and state assemblies. In 1994, sir. Then in 1998, BJP reiterated its commitment for women reservation by introducing it in the Lok Sabha. July 2003, BJP in its national executive in Raipur also passed a resolution to give reservation. 2007, BJP National Executive approved 33% reservation for women. 2008 again, BJP amended its constitution so that its own office bearers will have 33% reservation for women, and I'm glad to say that I'm one of the beneficiaries of that reservation. And BJP has consistently supported women's reservation. In Rajya Sabha 2010, sir, I remember late Sri Arun Jaitley supported passionately to pass that, and in Rajya Sabha it was passed. But curiously, why that didn't go to the Lok Sabha, no one knows. And in the Lok Sabha, I think it was for reasons better known, but what was said in the public was some of the alliance partners were not favoring, and therefore the Indian National Congress did not have the courage to take it into the Lok Sabha at that time. BJP's Sankalp Patra of 2014 supported women's reservation. And again, Sankalp Patra before the 2019 election also very clearly supported. But I want to highlight the fact, sir, that in 84-89, Sri Rajiv Gandhi had 426 members in the Lok Sabha and 159 members in the Rajya Sabha. They did not have the conviction to pass the women's reservation bill at that time. Very clearly, they have been anti-women always. Shah Banu case is a very clear example. Sir, I would highlight the fact that although the credit is being taken for the Panchayat Reservation Act by Sri Rahul Gandhi and the dynasty, it was not him. It was P.V. Narasimha Rao who brought it and passed it on. But even then, it was only a lip service because no financial powers were given. Now, Honorable H.D. Devegowda ji, who former Prime Minister, is not here, but in 1996, there was during his time, the reservation bill was brought in. Nothing was supported by Congress at that time. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji in 98, in 99, in 2002, 2003 brought it. No, the Congress wouldn't support. But the Congress's memory is very weak that they didn't support any of the bill all the time, whether it was Devegowda ji or whether it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. And then in 2008, even Dr. Manmohan Singh faltered. They managed to pass it in Rajya Sabha, which I said a minute ago, but did not go to the Lok Sabha for fear of their alliance partners threatening to walk out of the alliance, and they didn't want to lose power, but they wanted to save their kursi only, and therefore did not do justice to the women. Whereas Prime Minister Modi and BJP, from the beginning, stood by women, made the first change in the party, and brought the reservation bill here. And therefore, if anybody is committed to the Constitution, it is BJP, Prime Minister Modi, and this government. And therefore, people who are walking with a book in their hand, Constitution, sometimes not knowing that inside there are Kora Kagas, nothing printed. They're not even opening it to see whether it is there. But they're walking around with this book, should know that they are the ones who repeatedly have failed the cause of the Constitution of India. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable members, to accommodate members willing to participate in the discussion and ensure sufficient time, if the House agrees, the lunch hour may be skipped today and tomorrow. And if required, I will take a call to increase the time further. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge.
सर, आपने मुझे मौका दिया, इसलिए मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। सर, आज 16 दिसंबर ये बांग्लादेश का लिबरेशन डे, जो हमारी बहादुर नेता इंदिरा गांधी जी पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े करके और बांग्लादेश को लिबरेट करके और 1 लाख लोग, 1 लाख पाकिस्तानी सैनिकों को बंदी कराकर इस देश को बचाया और इस देश की शान पूरे दुनिया में चले गई और सारे लोग और 1 लाख लोगों को बंदी करना बहुत मुश्किल काम है, लेकिन जिनको आयरन लेडी कहते हैं उसने ये बता दिया, अगर हमारे नज़दीक अगर कोई आए तो उनकी खैर नहीं, ये उन्होंने बता दिया। और आज वो दिन है बांग्लादेश लिबरेशन, और वहाँ पर जो गड़बड़ी चल रही है, कम से कम ये लोग आँख खोलकर वहाँ के माइनॉरिटी को बचाने की कोशिश तो करें। सर, मैं आपको और एक चीज़ बताना चाहता हूँ और यहाँ से शुरू करता हूँ, ताकि अब ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हम नहीं पढ़े, अब उनको बताना पड़ता है कि हमको भी थोड़ा थोड़ा पढ़ना आता है। हम नहीं सर, हम तो म्यूनसिपालिटी स्कूल में पढ़े हैं, वो जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े हैं, निश्चित है कि उनकी अंग्रेजी भी अच्छी हो सकती है, उनकी हिंदी भी अच्छी हो सकती है और सभी कुछ अच्छा हो सकता है, लेकिन उनके करतूत क्या है अच्छे नहीं। सर, मैं आपसे ये कि यहाँ है क्या तो रहेंगे, वो बाद में जवाब देंगे। सर, एक आपको शायरी सुनाना चाहता हूँ अहमद फराज की मत कत्ल करो आवाज है उसका नाम। तुम अपने अंकितों के नेज़े हर दिल में उतार जाते हो, हर दिल में उतारे जाते हो। हम लोग मोहब्बत वाले हैं, तुम खंजर क्यों लहराते हो। हम लोग मोहब्बत वाले हैं, तुम खंजर क्यों लहराते हो। इस शहर में नगमे बहने दो, बस्ती में हमें भी रहने दो। हम पालनहार है फूलों के, हम पालनहार है फूलों के, हम खुशबू के रखवाले हैं। तुम किसका लहू पीने आए, तुम किसका लहू पीने आए, हम प्यार सिखाने वाले हैं। इस शहर में फिर क्या देखोगे, इस शहर में फिर क्या देखोगे जब हर यहाँ मर जाएगा, जब तेग पे लय कट जाएगी, जब शेर सफर कर जाएगा, जब कत्ल हुआ सूर साजों का, जब काल पड़ा आवाजों का, जब शहर खंडर बन जाएगा, जब शहर खंडर बन जाएगा, फिर किस पर संग उठाओगे, संग यानी पत्थर, फिर किस पर संग उठाओगे। अपने चेहरे आईनों में जब देखोगे डर जाओगे। तो मैं ये इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, आज की स्थिति, आज की परिस्थिति जो है, हमको बताना पड़ता है कि कैसा इस संविधान के तहत हुकूमत चलाने वाले लोग कोट करके आगे का, पीछे का, बीच में का सब बोलते रहते हैं। तो उन्होंने बहुत आपत्ति उठाई सोशलिज्म पे। मैं यहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कि ये जो है संविधान में जो प्रियम्बल में लिखा है और जिन लोगों ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली में लिखा है और इसको सर्वसम्मति से जो पास हुआ है उस पर भी आपत्ति जता रहे हैं। तो आप ही सोचिए ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के फेवर में है क्या अगेंस्ट में है। मैं देखूं, अब उनको मालूम है, वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया हैविंग solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure all citizens justice, social, economic, and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity of integrity of the nation. सर, ये तो संविधान में नवंबर 26th डे ऑफ नवंबर 1949 में ये हमने स्वीकार किया है। जब हमने ये स्वीकार किया है, इसके तहत हमको चलना चाहिए, हमको इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए। सिर्फ एक दूसरे के खामियां निकाल के अगर आप बोलते जाएंगे तो तुमने 5000 सालों में कैसी तकलीफ हम लोगों को दी है, मुझे भी ये बोलना पड़ता है। मैं लाया हूं, आपकी मंशा क्या थी। ये संविधान जो बने वो मनुस्मृति के तहत बने। मनुस्मृति के जो कानून होते हैं कानून होते हैं वो जो बनाए हैं, तो उसके तहत करना चाहिए था। ये जनसंघ की मंशा थी, या आरएसएस की मंशा थी, या आपकी मंशा थी? और आप सोशलिज्म की बात करते हो। अरे जो लोग इनइक्वालिटी पे फेथ है आपका, ये पढ़ो, ये आपका भी, मैं तो पढ़ के आपको लिखा हूं, इसमें नहीं पढ़े बोल के आप मैं समझना। जो हम ये पत्ते लगाया हूं वो एक एक अगर पेज पढ़ेंगे तो आपके रोंगटे उठ जाएंगे। अगर आपके पास कुछ अरे एड्रेस उनको अच्छा, उनको आपको देखना भी अच्छा नहीं लगता। चलो तो सर ये क्या लिखा है मैं आपको ये प्रेजेंट कीजिए। और ऐसे लोग जो लोग झंडे से नफरत करते हैं, जो लोग हमारे अशोक चक्र से नफरत करते हैं, जो लोग संविधान से नफरत करते हैं, और ये लोग आज हमको पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं। ये क्या है? अरे आपने तो साहब ये संविधान जब बना, आपने जब ये संविधान बनी सर, उस वक्त संविधान को जलाने वाले लोग लालमय, ये जो रामलीला मैदान में बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का और महात्मा गांधी जी का पुतला वहां पर रख के इन्हों जलाए उस दिन, जिस दिन इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ। बैठो हो ना, बैठो। जलाए सो लोग, हमको संविधान कैसा बचाया और क्या किया? नेहरू जी को गालियां, इंदिरा जी को गालियां, और कहां तक गांधी पूरी फैमिली को गालियां। शर्म आना चाहिए। पढ़ो, आप इतिहास पढ़ो। कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली के डिबेट पढ़ने के बाद, संविधान बनने के बाद आप लोगों ने कैसी बातें संविधान के बारे में आपने बोला है, कहा है, आप तो देख लो। लेकिन ऐसे लोग टीका करते हैं सर। और एक मैं आपको no, I'm not. No, I am not yielding.
Should be authenticated.
No. Honorable members,
authenticate
only when the speaker will yield, I can give an opportunity. If there are issues, you can have notice. And I'm sure the House will bear with me on this. And I have a mind to enrich myself. जो किताब आपने दिखाई है मैं पढ़ूंगा
सर।
बाद में
नहीं अभी देता हूँ। मनुस्मृति की किताब ये 3-4 मैं जला वो उतना पढ़ दो और मेरे को वापस कर दोगे, क्योंकि आजकल मिलता नहीं।
Honorable members, can I return a document put on the table? I can't. It has to be put on the table.
अच्छा, मैं और एक खरीद के देता हूँ।
Please continue.
सर, आपको 7 दिसंबर 2022 का दिन याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ। जब पहली बार सभापति के रूप में इस सदन में पधारे थे, मैंने आपके स्वागत में कहा था कि आपको नियमों, मेंबर्स के अधिकारों और भावनाओं की जानकारी बहुत है। जैसे संसद 2 सदनों के मिलकर चलती है, उसी तरह लोकतंत्र सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष के दो पहियों पर चलता है। सत्ता दल का अपना सरकारी एजेंडा होता है और हम लोगों के मुद्दों को यहाँ और उनके सवालों की चर्चा हम चाहते हैं। मैंने कहा था, हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने जिस मकसद से राज्यसभा का गठन किया, उसी भावना से ये सदन काम कर पा रहा है या नहीं, इस पर आप गौर कीजिए, इस पर आप बोलिए। और टीका करने से आपके पाप धो जाने वाले नहीं है। जो कोविड में मरे, जो हर जगह आज जो अट्रॉसिटीज हो रहे, शेड्यूल कास्ट पे हो रहे, शेड्यूल ट्राइब से हो रहे और महिलाओं पे हो रहे, यहाँ तक आप सुने होंगे सर, मध्य प्रदेश में एक शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स के बच्चे के मुंह में यूरिन कराया, मूत्र। इन समस्याओं को पहले सुलझाओ। लोगों को जो हमारे को जो बुद्धि दे रहे हैं ना, अपनी गवर्नेंस को सुधारो, वो छोड़कर आप मनमाने बोल रहे हैं। सर, आपका शुक्रिया भी हम अदा करते हैं इसलिए कि संविधान के स्वीकार कर जाने के बाद 75 साल में आप जो चर्चा के लिए 2 दिन टाइम दिए और हमको टाइम भी अलॉटमेंट किए, लेकिन थोड़ा एक आधा घंटा 1 घंटा ज़्यादा भी हो तो हमारे लोग बोलने दो, क्योंकि जब तक आपने तो बोला है पहले ही, तो आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। तो इसीलिए क्योंकि मैं ज़्यादा टाइम लिया तो बाकी के लोगों को मिलता नहीं, इसीलिए मैं आपसे एक निवेदन करता हूँ। और दूसरे चीज़ ये है कि सबसे पहले मैं उन महान नायकों को श्रद्धांजलि देता हूँ जिन्होंने एक समतावादी भारत का सपना देखा था। और सभापति जी, स्वाधीनता संग्राम के दौरान ही संविधान निर्माण की सोच उपजी थी। कांग्रेस के इतिहास से ये गहराई से जुड़ा है और 1931 में सरदार पटेल की अध्यक्षता में कराची कांग्रेस अधिवेशन में जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने मूल अधिकारों और आर्थिक नीति पर प्रस्ताव रखा था, जो पारित हुआ। ये ऐसा ही कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं बना, ये मूवमेंट से बना, ये आज़ादी के लड़ाई से बना। और उसी वक्त ये सोच थी 1931 का, ये आज का नहीं है। और नेहरू जी ने संविधान सभा की मांग को 1937 के चुनाव का केंद्रीय मुद्दा बना दिया था। महात्मा गांधी जी ने 25 नवंबर 1939 को स्टेटमेंट दिया था। क्या दिया था? पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने मुझे अन्य बातों के अलावा संविधान सभा के गठबंधन से उत्पन्न प्रभावों का अध्ययन करने के लिए विवश किया है। मैं और एक बार पढ़ता हूँ। पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने मुझे अन्य बातों के अलावा संविधान सभा के गठन से उत्पन्न प्रभावों का अध्ययन करने के लिए विवश किया है, गांधी जी ने कहा था जब उन्होंने कांग्रेस के सभापति जी सर संकल्पों की पहली बार इसे पेश किया, तो मैंने इस विश्वास के साथ अपनी संतुष्टि कर ली कि उन्हें लोकतंत्र की तकनीकी बारीकियों के बारे में बेहतर जानकारी है, परंतु मैं पूर्णतः संशय मुक्त नहीं था। तथापि वास्तविक तथ्यों में मेरे सभी संशयों को दूर कर दिया गया। ये महात्मा गांधी जी, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के बारे में और उस वक्त किस ढंग से संविधान बनाना और इसका किस तरीके से काम होगा, ये महात्मा गांधी जी ने स्वीकार किया जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने कहा था। तो उनके लिए सुबह शाम क्रिटिसाइज करते बैठते, अरे पीछे कितना काम हुआ इसके लिए, कितने लोग लड़े, कितने सलाहें दिए, ये सब छोड़ो। महात्मा गांधी बोले वो भी नहीं सुनेंगे, नेहरू जी बोले वो भी नहीं सुनेंगे, डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर बोले वो भी नहीं सुनेंगे, मौलाना आजाद बोले वो भी नहीं सुनेंगे। क्या सुनने वाले हैं? आप तोड़ मोड़ करके यहाँ लोगों को समझाने के लिए आए हो, क्या संविधान के ऊपर चर्चा करने के लिए आए? सर, संविधान की प्रस्तावना में मैं अभी पढ़ा, वो फिर पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं। इक्वालिटी, लिबर्टी, फ्रेटर्निटी, ये सब मैंने अभी पढ़ा। इन चीजों की ही जरूरत है हमको समानता होना चाहिए, हमको स्वतंत्रता होना चाहिए, हमको बंधु प्रेम होना चाहिए और न्याय होना चाहिए। इसमें ये जो चंद शब्द हमारे संविधान में है और जिसको हमने सभी स्वीकार किया है, लेकिन इस पे भी आपत्ति हो रही है कि सोशलिज्म क्या, फलाना क्या है। यही है कि इकोनॉमिक्स पे बात करें, नेचुरली वो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, इकोनॉमिक में ज़्यादा एक्सपर्ट्स है और ये जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट हैं, तो नेचुरली जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के यूनिवर्सिटी से है और वो भी इकोनॉमिक्स में इनकी पढ़ाई हो गई। नेचुरली वहाँ क्या पढ़े मुझे मालूम नहीं, क्योंकि जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी में सब जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो इतने प्रोग्रेसिव है, देश बनाने में उनका बहुत बड़ा हाथ है। चाहे इकोनॉमिक्स में हो, चाहे पॉलिटिकल साइंस में हो, चाहे हिस्ट्री में हो, चाहे एंथ्रोपोलॉजी में हो, चाहे अपना हर सब्जेक्ट पे वहाँ पर बहुत ही उनको मान सम्मान दुनिया में मिलता है। और बहुत से जो जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े हुए हैं वो दुनिया में अपना नाम किए हैं और डेमोक्रेसी पे बहुत बड़ा विश्वास रखते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ अनडेमोक्रेटिक थिंग्स को जो खत्म करने की बात हो रही है, जो डेमोक्रेटिक थिंग्स है उसको खत्म करने की बात यहाँ हो रही, ये कैसा? अरे जो आइडियोलॉजी को आप एक बार स्वीकार करते हो, ये बार बार कैसा बदलता है? आपने तो, अरे चुप बैठो भाई, अब बार बार आप कैसा बदलते हो? मैं एक ही पार्टी में हूँ कम से कम 1969 से आज तक कोई पार्टी नहीं, एक ही सिंबल है मेरा, एक गाय बछड़ा, अब क्या है हाथ। मैं किधर नहीं गए, तो यहाँ घंटे को सर जरा इनको चुप रहने का भी बोलिए, क्योंकि मैं तो चुप बैठा था जब निर्मला सीतारामन जी बात कर रही थी। कुछ नहीं सर, पता नहीं कब ये हृदय परिवर्तन हुआ इनका, 224 के चुनावों के बाद हुआ क्या पहले ही हुआ था मुझे मालूम नहीं। आज जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की अब जरा बात कर रहे हैं, अब अभी हुआ, कब हुआ मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन कम से कम उनका हृदय परिवर्तन करने का काम इस देश की जनता ने 2024 के इलेक्शन में दिखाया। सर मैं और एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, पूरा देश जानता है 1949 में आरएसएस नेताओं ने भारत के संविधान का विरोध किया था, क्योंकि ये मनुस्मृति पर आधारित संविधान नहीं था। इस बारे में आरएसएस के मुखपत्र ऑर्गेनाइजर ने 30 नवंबर 1949 के अंक में विरोध करते हुए संपादकीय यानी एडिटोरियल में ये लिखा था, आप लोगों के मन में आज भी मनुस्मृति वो कायम है। मैं बार बार बोलता रहा, आप लोग उल्टा हमारे ऊपर ही इल्जाम आप लगाते रहे। सर सभापति जी, न तो इन्होंने संविधान को स्वीकार किया, न तिरंगे झंडे को माना, इसीलिए पहली बार 26 जनवरी 2002 को कोर्ट के आदेश पर आरएसएस हेडक्वार्टर पर तिरंगा मजबूरी में फहराना पड़ा। सर तिरंगे झंडे को माना, इसीलिए पहली बार 26 जनवरी 2002 को आरएसएस हेडक्वार्टर पर तिरंगा मजबूरी में फहराना पड़ा क्योंकि कोर्ट का आदेश था। चलिए कम से कम संविधान के वर्किंग पर चर्चा के लिए तो मान लिया आपने कि अब हम सभी लोग तिरंगे के नीचे ही काम करेंगे। सभापति जी, हमारा संविधान भारत के हर व्यक्ति को शक्तिशाली बनाता है, गरीब और कमजोरों की आवाज है, सत्ता का नैतिक मार्गदर्शक है, जाति, पंथ, लिंग या आर्थिक आधार पर भेदभाव करने की इसमें गुंजाइश नहीं है। लेकिन संविधान पर खतरा बना हुआ है। आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए इसे सहेज कर रखने के लिए हमें लगातार चौकन्ना रहना पड़ेगा, सतर्क रहना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इनकी मंशा कब बदलती, क्या होती मालूम नहीं है। इसीलिए क्योंकि जो लोग 70 साल पहले अपनी पार्टी जो स्थापना की थी और अपना इनका जो मेन सपोर्टर है आरएसएस, ये सब लोग इसके खिलाफ बोलते गए, लेकिन कम से कम उनको अब देश के यानी सुरक्षित रखने का, एक रखने का अब बुद्धि देश के लोगों ने दिया। इसलिए मैं आपके तरफ से, आपके ओर से उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूं, आपके बदलते हुए नीति को, और जो सम्मान कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को दे रहे हैं, सम्मान झंडे को दे रहे हैं, सम्मान देश के लोगों को दे रहे हैं, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली में जो बनाए हैं ये सारी चीजें, उनका भी याद आपको अब आ रहा है। इससे पहले उनको याद ही नहीं था, वो सब डूब गए थे। सर, मैं जब बहुत से शक्तिशाली देशों ने यूनिवर्सल अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज नहीं था, महिलाओं को वोट का हक नहीं था, तब भारत में महिलाओं के समेत सभी को यूनिवर्सल अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज का अधिकार अगर किसने दिया, वो कांग्रेस ने दिया, संविधान ने दिया। और ये संविधान अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज, सर आपको तो मालूम है कि कितने देशों के, आप भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़े होंगे, बहुत से महिलाओं को, या ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, फ्रांस, वहां पर डेमोक्रेसी की बहुत बातें करते थे, लेकिन डेमोक्रेसी के साथ, संविधान के साथ उनको वोटिंग का पावर नहीं मिला था। ये एक ही देश ऐसा है जिस दिन हमारे को ये मिला, आजादी मिली, संविधान इंप्लीमेंटेशन हुआ, उस दिन से अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज सबको मिला। गरीब, अमीर, कम से कम काम करने वाले लोग, मजदूर, किसान, सबको मिला। और ये किसकी देन है साहब? ये नेहरू जी की नहीं है, ये अंबेडकर की नहीं है, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली का नहीं है। और वहां पर जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली में इनके मेंबर थे, वो सब चिल्लाते रहते थे। मैं पूरा वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री देखा हूं, आप भी देखिए, 10 घंटे का डॉक्यूमेंट्री है कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली का। अगर आप देखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कौन कौन क्या क्या किस उस वक्त बोले हैं। किस क्लॉज पे किसने क्या बात रखी है, किस आर्टिकल पे कितने बहस हो गए, जरा देखे तो मालूम होता है। जे कामत जी क्या बोले और फलाना साहब ने क्या बोला और जनसंघ के हमारे नेता क्या बोले, ये सब उसमें मालूम होता है। तो इसीलिए आप जरा वो देख लीजिए, उनको दिखाइए, तो बहुत बड़ा, वो भी राज्यसभा की देन है क्योंकि वो डॉक्यूमेंट उन्होंने ही बनाया। और उसके बाद वो भी देखिए कि पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का डिस्कवरी ऑफ इंडिया, वो भी एक 40 घंटे का है। तो वो भी एक बार देखे तो आपको मालूम होता है दुनिया में पहले कैसी थी, हिंदुस्तान कैसा था, बाद में हम किस ढंग से इतने सिविलाइज्ड होकर काम कर रहे हैं और क्या वो सामाजिक समानता थी, ये सारी चीजें उसमें आप देखेंगे। ऑर्गेनाइजर में 51-52 के चुनावों के दौरान यूनिवर्सल अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज के खिलाफ लिखा गया, ये तो सही है ना। अच्छा, पंडित नेहरू ये बोले साहब, उन्होंने कहा अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज के बारे में 51-52 को उन्होंने बोला, ये कहा पंडित नेहरू would live to confess the failure of universal adult franchise in India. Shall I read? Pandit Nehru would live to confess the failure of universal adult franchise in India. यानी यूनिवर्सल अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज को, जो महिलाओं को वोटिंग मिलता था, जो शूद्रों को वोटिंग मिलता था, जो गरीब लोगों को मिलता था, इसके बारे में अपोज अगर कोई करे, वो आरएसएस के लोग करे, ये लोग जनसंघ के लोग करे, और आज हमको पाठ पढ़ाते हो। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, और उन्होंने कहा कि ये सत्यानाश होने का खुद पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी देखेंगे। अरे आप सब अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज में ही वोट देकर आए हैं, दिए या नहीं? और आप ले रहे हैं वोट भी उसी के वजह से। तो मेरे को कहना ये है कि जो बातें आप अच्छी बातें पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी की थे और गांधी जी की थी और दूसरे नेताओं, वो सब छुपा छुपा के कट एंड पेस्ट, जो अच्छा लगता है वो पढ़े। और यहाँ जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी वहाँ लोकसभा में जो कहे थे, मैं उनका भी पूरा स्पीच देखा, लेकिन वो टिप्पणी यहाँ नहीं करना। और राजनाथ सिंह जी का वो भी देखने के बाद मुझे ऐसे महसूस हुआ कि वो जो भी कोट वहाँ कर रहे थे, सब कोट जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली में बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने जो बोला था और दूसरे नेता वही कोट किए, इनकी दिल की बात बाहर नहीं आई। वो खुद इस संविधान को चाहते या नहीं चाहते, हमको क्रिटिसाइज करने के लिए, टीका करने के लिए कौन से पैराज, कौन से शब्द प्रयोग करना, उतने उठा के वो बोलते गए। लेकिन आपने क्या किया वो बोला ही नहीं। आप देश के लिए क्या किया बोला नहीं। आप कितने बार जेल गए बोले नहीं। आप कितना पीड़ा देश के लिए आपने सहन किया ये कहा नहीं। अरे देश के लिए जो लोग लड़े नहीं, उनको आजादी का महत्व क्या मालूम है और संविधान का क्या मालूम है। जो पसीना बहाए, घर छोड़ के चले गए, विद्या अपूर्व करके रहे, और ऐसे लोग आज उनके बारे में, वो स्वर्गवासी होने के बाद आप उनकी बात करते हो। चुप बैठो तुम, अभी जाके तुम्हारे डिफेंस मिनिस्टर के पास सीख के आओ। सर, आज हमको इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना चाहिए। हमने क्या किया, क्या करना है, और जो वायदे हमने किए थे, हमको बोले, वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का स्पीच पढ़ा मैं, तो हमको सिखा रहे थे ये जुमले वाले हैं और ये झूठ बोलते हैं, ऐसा बोल के उन्होंने, अरे भाई झूठ नंबर 1 तो आप ही है। 15 लाख दे तो बोले सर अभी इंतजार कर रहा है, नहीं मिल रहा है। हाँ, और वो लोगों को 2 करोड़ रोजगार देने का बात, वो झूठ है सच है। और किसानों को एमएसपी डबल करने का सर मिला।
आपका मतलब असत्य, असत्य, झूठी डिलीटेड।
देखो साहब, ये असत्य है, घोर असत्य है, घोर असत्य है। तो ये चीजें
पर झूठ नहीं है।
हाँ, झूठ बोलकर भी आप जब बोले, देखो मैं अपनी गलती को स्वीकार करता हूँ, झूठ नहीं बोलना ये अनपार्लियामेंट्री आपने बताया और है भी, तो मैंने छोड़ दिया उसको। लेकिन इन्होंने बार बार बोले। अब सीताराम जी का भाषण आपने गौर से सुना, मेरे निर्मला सीतारामन जी, सॉरी, तो उन्होंने ये कहा इट इज अ लाई, ये पार्लियामेंट्री है, अनट्रूथ, ट्रूथ ये शब्द यूज कर, लेकिन उनको अलाउ कर दिया, मेरे को ठोक दिया। सर और एक बात वहां पर बोले कि खुद उन्होंने ऐसे स्लोगन दिए और सब वो जुमले, हमारे को वो जुमलों का इल्जाम हमारे ऊपर लगा रहे हैं। तो वो ये जुमले वाले लोग देश को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और असत्य बातें बोलकर लोगों को धोखा दे रहे हैं। और फिर बात तो यहाँ पर आकर ऐसा बोल देते हैं कि वो क्या हमारे पास बोलते हैं कन्नड़ा में, झूठ 100 बार बोल के, नहीं सॉरी, असत्य 100 बार अगर बोलते गए तो उसको वो सत्य के इसमें हो सकता है। वैसा ये गोबेल्स से भी ज्यादा, गोबेल्स जो झूठ उन्होंने असत्य बातें करते थे, उससे भी 100 गुना ये लोग करते हैं। और फिर ऊपर से लोगों को, हमको कहते हैं इनने आपने क्या किया, इमरजेंसी में क्या किया, फलाने में क्या किया। नेहरू जी ने कितने बार बोलता हूँ, नेहरू जी ने कैसा किया, क्यों करना पड़ा पहला अमेंडमेंट और किस वजह से हुआ, वो बोलूँगा। सर मोदी साहब का तो 1 घंटा 50 मिनट भाषण हो गया, हमारे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर का 1 घंटा 10 मिनट हो गया, तो 15-20 उन्होंने कई घंटों से बात करने की भी उनका पहले से प्रैक्टिस है, क्योंकि बजट और जब पेश करते हैं उस वक्त भी बोलते हैं, तो नेचुरली सर पीएम या तो अतीत में रहते हैं या कल्पना लोक में। ऐसा लगता है कि वर्तमान उनकी डिक्शनरी में नहीं है। बेहतर होता कि तो वो बता देते कि 11 साल में ऐसा कौन सा काम किया है जिससे हमारा लोकतंत्र और संविधान मजबूत हुआ। डिमोनेटाइजेशन हो, दूसरे हो, सब खत्म करने की बात ही करें, गरीबों को आर्थिक दृष्टि से कुचले। ऐसे लोग हमको पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं कि आर्थिक मजबूती हमने की। अगर सोशलिज्म की बात करते उसको भी टीका आपने किया। मैडम अगर सभापति जी, अगर सोशलिज्म ये जो है लैंड रिफॉर्म्स नहीं आता, बैंक नेशनलाइजेशन नहीं होता, फूड सिक्योरिटी एक्ट नहीं आता, नरेगा नहीं आता, तो आज गरीब मरते थे और कोविड में आपको जो आश्रय मिला वो नरेगा से मिला, वो फूड सिक्योरिटी से मिला, और कंपलसरी एजुकेशन एक्ट के तहत जो बच्चों को आज पढ़ाई हो रही, ये है काम। ये नहीं बाद में किस भाषा पे भी ठोको, भाषण करते हो, लेकिन उसका परिणाम क्या है? कुछ नहीं। और ये बात हमेशा वो करते हैं, तो जिससे हमारा लोकतंत्र और संविधान मजबूत हुआ है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी के एक बार फिर सदन और देश के गुमराह करने की कोशिश की और कहा ये जरा सुनिए साहब, 1947 से 1952 के बीच में कोई इलेक्टेड सरकार नहीं थी और वो गैर कानूनी संशोधन ला रहे थे। ये मोदी साहब का कहना है। तो मोदी साहब के लिए मैं उनकी याददाश्त के लिए रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि देश की आज़ादी में ना उन्होंने हिस्सा लिए ना मैं हिस्सा लिया। नेहरू जी लिए और महात्मा गांधी जी लिए, सरदार पटेल लिए, ये लोगों ने जो किया काम उस पर टिप्पणी करने का हमको कोई अधिकार नहीं। और दूसरा, उन्होंने नेहरू जी, पटेल जी, बाबा साहब खुद अपने श्याम प्रसाद मुखर्जी की क्रेडिबिलिटी पर हमला हुआ। वो हमला बोले क्योंकि ऐसे लोगों के बात कर रहे थे जिनको उन्होंने कभी सुना नहीं, कभी देखा नहीं, उनके साथ कभी लड़े नहीं। तो नेहरू जी के खिलाफ नफरत में आप इतना बह गए कि आपने संविधान सभा, अंतरिम सरकार और अंतरिम संसद सब पर सवाल खड़ा कर दिया। और इसमें सभी में श्याम प्रसाद मुखर्जी भी थे। तो इसीलिए कम से कम आप बोलते वक्त जरा ये तो सोचना चाहिए, मैं क्या अपने नेता के खिलाफ बोल रहा हूँ, क्या नेहरू के खिलाफ बोल रहा हूँ, क्या किसी और के खिलाफ बोल, इतना सोच के तो अगर बोलते तो मैं समझता था कि नेचुरली या उन्होंने रात में जो भी पढ़ा सुबह बोला होगा, भूल गए होंगे, या उनके जो भी एडवाइज़र है लिख के दिए होंगे, बोले होंगे। तो हमारे गलतियां हम दुरुस्त कर लेना चाहिए, चाहे मोदी जी हो, चाहे नड्डा जी हो, चाहे मैं। हम अपनी गलती को स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे तब तक आपकी बातों में कोई वजन नहीं रहेगा। दूसरी चीज, प्रधानमंत्री ने ये भी कहा 1951 में जब चुनी सरकार नहीं थी, नेहरू जी ने अध्यादेश लाकर संविधान को बदला। सुने आप, ये उनके ही वर्ड है जो मेरे को प्रेस में मिला और कच्ची कॉपी जो मिली। तो मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूं क्यों लाया गया। प्रधानमंत्री जी शायद भूल गए कि संविधान का पहला संशोधन प्रोविजनल पार्लियामेंट ने किया था। प्रोविजनल पार्लियामेंट ने किया था, जिसके सदस्य संविधान सभा के ही सदस्य थे, इंक्लूडिंग हमारे श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी। तो ये संशोधन इसलिए हुआ था ताकि पिछड़ी जातियों को आरक्षण दिया जाए और जमींदारी अबोलिशन हो सके। मैं सदन को बताना चाहता हूं कि उस दौरान स्टेट ऑफ मद्रास वर्सेस चंपकम दुर्यराजन मामले में मद्रास स्टेट के रिजर्वेशन के फैसले को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने खारिज कर दिया था। तो आप बोल रहे ये रिजर्वेशन निकाल दे, SC/ST का रिजर्व। अरे बाबा, उन्होंने गया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसको, इस रिजर्वेशन को खत्म करने की फैसला दी, तब ये जो अपना आर्टिकल 15(4) ये आ गया। 15(4) आ गया उस वक्त आ गया तो आप वो नेहरू जी के ऊपर ब्लेम रहा। नेहरू जी ने ऐसा, अरे ये तो डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का सजेशन था, वल्लभ भाई पटेल का सजेशन था। उन्होंने ये कहा ये जो लैंड रिफॉर्म्स का है और उसके बाद 9th शेड्यूल इसको बाद में जोड़ा गया और ये मंशा थी SC ST OBC और एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एजुकेशन के आरक्षण मिल सके। तो इसीलिए इस संशोधन का एक तीसरा पक्ष सांप्रदायिक दुष्प्रचार रोकना भी था। सरदार पटेल जी ने 3 जुलाई 1950 को इस बारे में पंडित नेहरू को विस्तार से पत्र लिखकर संविधान संशोधन की ही समस्या का हल बताया। और एक बार पढ़ो। नहीं, क्योंकि ये आवाज प्राइम मिनिस्टर तक जाना भी, तो इसीलिए सरदार पटेल जी ने 3 जुलाई 1950 को इस बारे में पंडित नेहरू को विस्तार से पत्र लिखकर संविधान संशोधन को ही समस्या का हल बताया। अमेंडमेंट इज द ओनली रेमेडी। दिस इज सजेस्टेड बाय सरदार पटेल एंड उनका भी अपमान कर रहे, उसको ऑथेंटिकेट करके रख लेंगे। हाँ, सरदार पटेल ने अपने पत्र में कहा था, सरदार पटेल ने अपने पत्र में कहा था, as you say, we have involved ourselves in so many legal and constitutional difficulties that we do not know how to overcome them. My own feeling is that very soon we shall have to sit down and consider constitutional amendment. ये किसने कहा? सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल। और उनको भी आप इंसल्ट कर रहे हैं। पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नाम से सभी को इंसल्ट कर रहे हैं। वो जोश में आकर नेहरू जी ने वो किया। अरे नेहरू जी क्या करना चाहते थे? वो पटेल भी उसके साथ थे, अंबेडकर उनके साथ थे, और वो SC ST बैकवर्ड एजुकेशनल और एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए जो यहाँ पर उनको मार पड़ी थी उसको ठीक करने के लिए अमेंडमेंट लाए। और वो पहला अमेंडमेंट था। अगर ये पहला अमेंडमेंट देश के लिए नहीं, शोषितों के लिए नहीं, तो आप कह सकते थे अपने लिए लाए। बताओ इसमें सब। और ये मेरे वर्ड नहीं है, इस अपने सरदार पटेल साहब के वर्ड है। सभापति जी, इसलिए मुख्यमंत्रियों को नेहरू जी ने पत्र लिखा था जिसका जिक्र मोदी जी ने अपने भाषण में तथ्यों को तोड़ मरोड़ कर नेहरू जी को बदनाम करने के लिए किया, जिसके लिए उनको देश से माफी मांगना चाहिए। ये मेरा डिमांड है। जो सत्य को अगर मोड़ तोड़ के रखते हैं देश के सामने और बदनाम करने की कोशिश करते हैं, इसीलिए उनको इस सदन में, उस सदन में माफी मांगना चाहिए और देश के जनता से माफी। और ये चीजें आप पढ़े तो मिलते हैं, आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इसमें डिबेट में मिलते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी आप गुमराह करते हो लोगों। इस संशोधन पर खुद बाबा साहब ने 2 घंटे सदन में इसे डिफेंड किया था। और एक बार पढ़ो। इस संशोधन पर खुद बाबा साहब ने 2 घंटे सदन में इसे डिफेंड किया था। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि मोदी जी को एतराज किस पर है? क्या SC ST पर, क्या OBC पर, क्या आरक्षण पर, और उनका किनके ऊपर एतराज है? अरे आरक्षण को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए, उनके राइट्स को दिलाने के लिए अगर पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी अमेंडमेंट कराते हैं तो वो क्या दलितों के खिलाफ हो गए, एससी के खिलाफ हो गए, एसटी के खिलाफ हो गए, आदिवासियों के खिलाफ हो गए? मैं पूछना क्यों ऐसी बातें करके लोगों को असत्य बातें बिठा रहे हैं उनके दिमाग में? आप प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो सकते हैं, आपकी इज्जत करेंगे आपका कुछ, लेकिन ऐसी असत्य बातें जनता के बीच अगर लेके गए, इससे बहुत बड़ा देश को नुकसान होगा। सर, ये लैंड रिफॉर्म्स, आप बड़े किसान हैं, क्षमा चाहता हूँ, या छोटे किसान हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं सर, इसलिए एक मिनट,
नहीं
हंसने की बात नहीं,
मैं कृषक पुत्र हूँ।
यानी आप कृषक नहीं हैं, ठीक है, ठीक है, तो मैं तो
बस
वकील शुरू किया। चलो, मोदी जी के ऐतराज किस पर है? या वो गरीब किसानों को जमीन का मालिकाना हक मिलने पर उनके ऐतराज है? क्योंकि लैंड रिफॉर्म्स जो आना, उसके लिए भी गरीबों के तरफ से वो लड़ रहे थे और सरदार पटेल से नाराजगी है। हम कहते हैं कि बीजेपी आरक्षण के विरोधी है और इसीलिए वे कास्ट सेंसस के खिलाफ है। सर, सभापति जी, देश के स्वाधीनता आंदोलन के बारे में मोदी जी को ज़्यादा पता नहीं है, इसीलिए क्योंकि वो इस विषय पे जाना नहीं चाहते, जो उन्होंने उस सफ़र में शामिल ही नहीं हुए थे, तो उसकी बात तो रह गई। अरे मैं खुद अपने को भी बोल लिया, आपके पिताजी थे अभी, तो 1946 के कैबिनेट मिशन प्लान के तहत कांग्रेस ने एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल में नेहरू जी को वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बनाया था, इसीलिए उन्होंने 1947 में अंतरिम सरकार का नेतृत्व किया। देश का पहला आम चुनाव 51-52 में हुआ, जिसमें नेहरू जी प्रधानमंत्री बने। तब सरदार पटेल जी इस दुनिया में उस वक्त नहीं थे। इसके बाद 1964 तक लगातार नेहरू जी प्रधानमंत्री बने रहे। मोदी जी जैसों के लिए ही सरदार पटेल ने 14 नवंबर, सर इधर जरा ध्यान से, मोदी जी जैसे सरदार पटेल ने 14 नवंबर 1949 को नेहरू जी के जन्मदिन पर लिखे बधाई पत्र मैं पढ़ता हूं, आपकी इजाजत हो। कुछ स्वार्थ प्रेरित लोगों ने हमारे विषय में भ्रांतियां फैलाने की कोशिश की है और कुछ भोले व्यक्ति उन पर विश्वास भी कर लेते हैं। ये जो है, ये खुद वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी ने लिखा है, लेकिन वास्तव में हम लोग आजीवन सहकारियों और बंधुओं की भांति साथ काम करते हैं। अवसर की मांग के अनुसार हमने परस्पर एक दूसरे के दृष्टिकोण को अनुसार अपने को बदलता है और एक दूसरे के मतभेदों का भी सम्मान किया है, जैसा कि गहरा विश्वास होने पर ही किया जाता है। ये सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी का ये उन्होंने लिखा हुआ पत्र है उनके जन्मदिन पर, लेकिन आज उनमें झगड़ा लगाने की कोशिश करते हैं। वल्लभ भाई पटेल नहीं चाहते थे, नेहरू जी वैसे थे। अरे वो उनके खुद के भाषण पढ़ो ना, उन्होंने क्या लिखा है लेटर वो पढ़ो, गांधी जी क्या बोले वो पढ़ो, लेकिन वो पढ़ना छोड़ के सब सुनी जो आरएसएस ट्रेनिंग में वो देते हैं वही बातें यहाँ पर बोलने से फायदा नहीं है। यहाँ संविधान की बात करो और जिनको आप टीका टिप्पणी करते हो उन नेहरू जी का पत्र देखिए, वल्लभ भाई जी का पत्र देखिए, महात्मा गांधी जी का पत्र देखिए, संविधान बनाने के लिए उन्होंने आखिरी में कैसा फैसला लिया। ये सब देखने के बाद अगर कुछ कहते तो मैं कहूँगा बहुत हमको ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, हम कोई छोटे मोटे स्कूलों में पढ़ के आए, बहुत बड़ा ज्ञान हमको यहाँ मिल रहा है, ऐसा सोचेंगे। लेकिन वो सब छोड़ के टीका कर रहे हैं और मैं आपके सामने पूरा सही डॉक्यूमेंट पेश कर रहा हूँ। सर, सभापति जी, रक्षा मंत्री जी ने लोकसभा में बोलते हुए कांग्रेस पर संविधान बनाने के श्रेय को लेकर कटाक्ष किया, किसका क्या श्रेय बनता है। बाबा साहब ने खुद कहा है, जिसमें मैं कोट करूंगा, द टास्क ऑफ द ड्राफ्टिंग कमिटी would have been a very difficult one if this constituent assembly has been merely a motley crowd. There would have been nothing but chaos. This possibility of chaos was reduced to nil by the existence of Congress party inside the assembly, which brought into its proceedings a sense of order and discipline. ये बाबा साहब ने, ये बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने कहा और लोगों ने सुना और ये नमूद हुआ है कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली के डिबेट में और उन्होंने ये ओपनली कहा। अब वो भी टीका कर, बाबा साहब का सम्मान नहीं दे, बाबा साहब, अरे तुम तो बिगिनिंग से ही उनका सम्मान नहीं कर रहे। ये तो उन्होंने खुद कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली में उन्होंने कहा, अरे तुम तो उनके खिलाफ थे। सर, मैं बीच में मेरे को याद आया, बोल सकता हूँ सर, जब संविधान में तिरंगा झंडा और नहीं ये जब यहाँ पर स्वीकृत हो गई, जब तिरंगा और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ये सब, तो मुंबई के रेलवे स्टेशन पर बीजेपी वालों ने और ये अपना हिंदू महासभा वालों और आरएसएस वालों ने जाकर उन्होंने सैपरीन झंडा दिखाया। तो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने कहा, बाबा साहब, अरे जनसंघ भाई, अरे तुम्हारा पहला अवतार, जैसा हमारे धर्म में 10 अवतार होते हैं, तुम्हारा वो दूसरा अवतार और पहला अवतार, तो छोड़ दीजिए उसको। सर, उनको झंडा दी, तब डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने कहा, क्या मैं ये सैफरीन झंडे के लिए, इसको देखने के लिए मैं आया हूँ? मेरा झंडा अलग है, तिरंगा झंडा, और ये देश का झंडा ही रहेगा, ये काम नहीं चलेगा, प्लीज हटो बोल के उनको हटकर आगे चले। और ये बॉम्बे रेलवे स्टेशन पे घटना घटी और आज ये बोलते हैं कि अंबेडकर नेहरू जी के खिलाफ थे और संविधान बनाते वक्त उनको सम्मान नहीं। ये तो खुद बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने कहा कि ये जो मुझे सम्मान मिला और इतना कांग्रेस के वजह से मैं ये घटना बना सका, और वो भी स्मूथली बना, कोई भी इसको उस वक्त डिस्टर्ब नहीं किया। सर, मैं आपसे और एक विनती करूंगा, आगे चलकर उन्होंने ये भी कहा, द कांग्रेस पार्टी इज देयरफॉर entitled to all the credit for the smooth sailing of the draft constitution in the assembly। ये उनका, अगर वो दुखी होते सर ये बोलते थे, और कहीं की बात तो कहीं। अब अपोजिशन पार्टी में जब बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर थे, शेड्यूल कास्ट फेडरेशन के वो प्रेसिडेंट थे, और जो मंडल हमारे बंगाल के वो बैरिस्टर जोगेंद्र नाथ मंडल वो सेक्रेटरी थे। तो नेचुरली उनकी पार्टी अलग थी, तो उसमें जब उनको वहां से हार हो गई तब यहाँ पर जोगेंद्र नाथ मंडल ने सेक्रेटरी वेस्ट बंगाल में वो रिसिग्नेशन दी। राजीनामा देने के बाद उनके सीट पर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर चुन के आए, तुम्हारी मेहरबानी से नहीं है। तुम लोग ऐसा बड़ा बड़ा के ले रहे ना, तुमसे नहीं है। अरे तुम तो उनके खिलाफ थे और आपके जो जनसंघ के नेता थे उन्होंने भी वहीं से चुन के आए थे, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी। क्योंकि वो जल्दी याद नहीं आता श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी का, क्योंकि कभी ज्यादा नाम लिया नहीं, उनको याद है। लेंगे भाई, लेते वक्त अब ले रहा हूं ना सर। चेयरमैन साहब, इस सदन के माध्यम से ये देश को बताना चाहता हूं, संविधान सभा में कांग्रेस को प्रचंड बहुमत था। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर को ड्राफ्टिंग कमेटी का चेयरमैन चुना गया। खुद बाबा साहब ने अपने 25 नवंबर 1949 के भाषण में कहा था, मुझे बहुत आश्चर्य हुआ। साहब आप उधर देख रहे हैं इसलिए मेरी बात आपको
99% आप ही देख रहा हूँ,
लेकिन 1% ही बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। 100 बनाने के लिए 1%। 99 तेंदुलकर ने 10 बार मारा, 99 और 12, लेकिन 99 मारा लेकिन सेंचुरी नहीं हो सका। तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे विनती कर, ये बहुत मुद्दा है। मुझे बहुत आश्चर्य हुआ था जब ड्राफ्टिंग कमेटी मुझे अपना अध्यक्ष चुना। समिति में मुझसे बड़े, मुझसे बेहतर, मुझसे सक्षम कई लोग थे। सबको पता है कि जब आज़ादी मिली तो देश में सुई भी नहीं बनती थी, खाने पर कोई अनाज नहीं था। केवल 35 साल की औसत उम्र थी, लेकिन पिछले 60-70 सालों में देश ने बहुत तरक्की की। और आप बोलते 55 साल में आपने क्या किया, 70 साल में क्या? अरे बाबा, हम अगर नहीं करते, तुम लोग इंजीनियर हो के यहाँ नहीं बैठते, डॉक्टर हो के नहीं बैठते थे, और मोदी जी इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री भी नहीं बनते थे, और मैं एक लेबर का बेटा अपोजिशन लीडर भी नहीं बनता था। ये सोच के रखिए आप, तुम अपने आप को 30 बार का मत समझिए। ये सब देन पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी, महात्मा गांधी की, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर की, वल्लभ भाई पटेल की है। तुम्हारा कोई कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं। नेहरू जी आधुनिक भारत की नींव रखी। सर, हाँ, तुम हमारे पार्टी में आए तो देखेंगे। सर, नेहरू जी ने आधुनिक भारत की नींव रखी, शास्त्री जी ने हरित क्रांति की बुनियाद रखी, इंदिरा जी ने देश को परमाणु शक्ति से संपन्न बनाया, सामाजिक न्याय के लिए 20 सूत्री कार्यक्रम दिया, बैंकों का राष्ट्रीयकरण किया, राजीव जी ने संचार क्रांति लाई और पंचायती राज और लोकल बॉडीज का आधार बनाया, जिसको नरसिंह राव ने 73rd 74th संविधान अमेंडमेंट इनको बोला।
आपको बधाई दे रहे हैं।
अरे वो कांग्रेस के प्रधानमंत्री थे, मेरी पहचान हैदराबाद से थी उनकी।
नहीं, आपको बधाई दे रहे हैं।
अरे मैं ये कह रहा हूँ 73 74 अमेंडमेंट जो राजीव गांधी जी की सपना थी और जो उन्होंने तैयार किया था, उसको आगे लाया गया। और आज जो महिलाओं को रिजर्वेशन मिल रहा है, जो मेयर का हो, जो पंचायत का हो, जो पंचायत जिला पंचायत अध्यक्ष हो, ये सब जो मिल रहा है मैडम, ये कांग्रेस की वजह से मिल रहा है। ये कांग्रेस ने एक्ट लाया। महिलाओं को क्या करे, महिलाओं को क्या करे, ये करे, उनको अध्यक्ष बनाए, मेयर बनाए, पंचायत मेंबर्स बनाए, तालुका पंचायत मेंबर्स बने, ये बनाए। अगर हमारी सत्ता आएगी तो हम तुमसे भी तेजी से महिलाओं का आरक्षण बिल लाएंगे, इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। अरे हर चीज एक ही दिन में नहीं होता, तुम लोग अपोज करें उस वक्त, चलो। और मनमोहन सिंह चारिक सुधारों का काम किया। प्रधानमंत्री की आधारहीन बातों से इतिहास बदल नहीं सकता। जो सत्य है वो सत्य है, जो असत्य है वो असत्य है। इसीलिए कम से कम वो अपना ध्यान इधर रखिए। हम फर्जी आंकड़ों की नीति नहीं करते। अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार को असली उपलब्धियां बताने लगूंगा तो आपके पास समय नहीं है और मुझे भी ज़्यादा कुछ बोलना है, लेकिन थोड़ा तो मुझे बोलना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हमको उधर से इतने लोग बात करके ठुकते रहे। असत्य बातों को उन्होंने सही बोल के बताने को सारे दुनिया कोशिश की, लेकिन हम उससे डरने वाले नहीं हैं। उत्तर को प्रत्युत्तर देंगे और सत्यता पे आधारित उत्तर देंगे। सर, संविधान के अनुच्छेद 15 के तहत धर्म, नस्ल, जाति, लिंग या जन्म स्थान के आधार पर भेदभाव रोका है, लेकिन आज क्या कुछ घट रहा है ये सबको पता है। प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी ने चैलेंज समझा था, इसलिए कि 42nd अमेंडमेंट लेकर आई, जिसके तहत सोशलिज्म और सेक्युलरिज्म को प्रियम्बल में जोड़ लगाया और आर्टिकल 51A यानी तुम्हारी फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज क्या है वो बताए। तो वो गलत है। फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज क्या है अगर आप देख लेंगे तो आपको मालूम होता है। और मैं ये बताना नहीं चाहता हूँ क्योंकि आप वो बात को छुपाना चाहते हैं, मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ। तो इसीलिए ये कर्तव्य, हाँ, जो मोदी साहब ने नाम रखा है कर्तव्य पथ, हाँ, लेकिन कर्तव्य को ही भूल गए। 51A का जो आर्टिकल है उसी को भूल गए हो। वो सेक्युलर, सोशलिज्म, ये सब फालतू के वर्ड है, निकाल लो। ये कर्तव्य पथ में गड़बड़ी हो रही। इसीलिए मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि कम से कम जब कभी वो आपके पास आएंगे, ज़्यादा तो इधर नहीं आते, कहीं मिले तो भी आप कह सकते हैं जरा संविधान के तहत चलो। लोग राज्यसभा में बोल रहे हैं, मुझे बड़ा दिक्कत होता है इसका उत्तर देना, इसीलिए आप ये कीजिए। सर, और एक बात मैं बोलूँ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सोशलिज्म और सेक्युलरिज्म को संविधान के बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर का हिस्सा माना और जजमेंट आफ्टर जजमेंट ने इसे सही ठहरा दिया। तो रिसेंटली उसको तो मानते ना। हम बोले ठीक है, चीफ जस्टिस बोल रहे हैं, जज ये सही है कह रहे सो, लेकिन दुनिया सही कह सकती है, लेकिन मोदी साहब कभी इसको मानेंगे नहीं। वो अपनी ही बात करेंगे, वो जो बोलते हैं वही सही। तो इसलिए आज आप भले ही राजनीति करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री कोसने का मौका नहीं छोड़ते, खास करके जो शहीद इस देश के लिए हो उनका नाम लेकर बात करते हैं। और इमरजेंसी की बात तो बहुत बार हो गई। अब जब से इलेक्शन से पहले भी इमरजेंसी की बात, इलेक्शन आने के बाद भी वही, फिर उसके बाद में एक इलेक्शन में भी, दूसरे इलेक्शन में भी, तीसरे इलेक्शन में भी हुई, सदन में भी हुई, यही बात करते रहते हो। लेकिन उसका तो उन्होंने उत्तर दिया, जो गलती हो गई गलती हुई है, लेकिन इसके लिए हमको सुधारना है। तो इन्होंने कितना टीका किया, उन्होंने सहन किया, आपने उसको सदन से बाहर निकाला और इंदिरा गांधी जी 1980 में थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से चुन किया, थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से। सिर्फ 2 साल में कहाँ गया तुम्हारा ये जो टीका टिप्पणी को उत्तर? लोगों नहीं देते ना, चुनाव करके ही होता। तो ये चुनाव आया और जनता का निर्णय हुआ, ये अदालत में तो आपने निकाल दिया, ठीक है, उन्होंने भी मांग गए, लेकिन उसके 2 साल बाद उन्होंने थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से आके फिर तो ये अरे भाई, इसीलिए उन्होंने गलत बताया और उनको सत्ता से बाहर भी रहना पड़ा। लेकिन आज उनको सभी लोग याद करते हैं और इंदिरा जी को सभी लोग मानते हैं। ये लोग, बहुत से लोग वोटिंग को गए होंगे, अब हमारे लोग भी उधर गए हैं, बाहर के भी गए हैं। ये संगम है सर, सामने वाले लोग पर बैठे। हाँ, संगम, ये सामने वाले बैठे तो ठीक है, तो पहले, लेकिन सेकंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ पे जो बैठे हैं ना, वो सब या इधर से उधर गए, उधर से इधर आ गए, या हर पार्टी से वहाँ गया, क्योंकि ईडी मशीन, सीबीआई।
जयराम जी कह रहे हैं कुछ।
हाँ,
जयराम जी कुछ कह रहे हैं आपको।
हाँ, तो हर लोग यहाँ, वो एक वॉशिंग मशीन बड़ी खरीदी है, कौन? हमारे शाह साहब, इतना बड़ी वॉशिंग मशीन करे, आदमी अंदर जा सकता है और क्लीन होके बाहर आता है, अंदर जाके क्लीन होके बाहर आता है, और वो जाके इतना जोर से चिल्लाता है, अरे यहाँ खाया पिया रहा, राज किया, कोई सब कुछ बना। वही यहाँ पर हमको बुद्धि पढ़ाते हैं और उल्टा बयान देते हैं। तो ऐसे लोग इस देश में हैं, ऐसे लोग सर, हम संवैधानिक प्रावधान के तहत कांग्रेस पार्टी ने देश में कास्ट सेंसस की मांग की, और कास्ट सेंसस की मांग इसलिए कर रहे हैं, कमज़ोर लोग, तबकों के लोगों को बेहतरीन के लिए, उनके बेहतर के लिए एक रणनीति बनाई जाए। इसीलिए आप ये जो हमारा डिमांड है, ये किसी को खुश करने के लिए नहीं। और ऐसा होता है पॉलिटिक्स में, आज मेरे साथ वोट देते हैं, कल दूसरों को देते हैं। हम देखे हैं 60 साल में कैसा हुआ, क्या हुआ, लोग बदलते कैसे रहते हैं। तो इसीलिए वोटरों के ऊपर आप गुस्सा मत निकालो, एरिया के ऊपर आप गुस्सा मत निकालो। कोई एरिया, कोई स्टेट अगर आपको वोट नहीं देता तो आप क्या करते थे, उस स्टेट को पैसे देने का बंद करते हो, जीएसटी वक्त पे नहीं देते हो, ये आपका काम चल रहा है। और इरिगेशन पे नहीं देते हो, रेलवे के प्रोजेक्ट को नहीं देते हो। तो इसीलिए मैं और 1-2 मिनट लूँगा, खत्म। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने आने वाली चुनौतियों से आगाह करते हुए संविधान सभा में कहा था, इन पॉलिटिक्स वी विल हैव इक्वालिटी एंड इन सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिक लाइफ वी विल हैव इनइक्वालिटी. How long shall we continue to deny equality in our social and economic life. If we continue to deny it for long, we will do so only by putting our political democracy in peril. तो अध्यक्ष, सर, और गरीब बनते जा रहा है, अमीर बनते जा रहा है, और 5% इस देश के लोग 62% संपत्ति उनके पास, 1% लोगों के पास आज 3% संपत्ति है, 50% लोगों के पास। तो ये सारी चीजें आपकी इकोनॉमी किधर गई? क्यों इसको कम करने में आप लोग काम नहीं कर रहे? ये मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं। और आप इतने सभी चीजें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के तहत करते हो, तो ये क्यों नहीं किए? ये मेरा सवाल है। दूसरा और एक सवाल है सर, मणिपुर में लगातार हिंसा और अशांति जारी है। हिंसा और अशांति जारी है, लेकिन 1.5 साल में मोदी जी को मणिपुर की हालात का जायजा लेने का समय नहीं मिला। वो पूरे दुनिया में फिर रहे हैं, देश में फिर रहे हैं, इलेक्शन के लिए हर जगह जाते हैं। परसों मैं जब मिले थे तो उस वक्त मैं बोला, मुझे बोले कि कैसे हो? तो ठीक है बोले, शायद नड्डा साहब भी थे वहाँ, तो ठीक है बोले। तो आप बहुत घूम रहे बोल के मुझे बोले, तो मैं बोला साहब अब इलेक्शन में घूमना ही पड़ता है। आप जब गली गली घूम रहे हो, मैं कम से कम दिल्ली में तो फिरना पड़ेगा। तो ये सब जगह जाने का मौका उनको मिलता है, लेकिन मणिपुर जाने के लिए वो तैयार नहीं है। राहुल गांधी खुद गए और वहां से पाद यात्रा निकाली, और ऑल पार्टी वाले उसको सपोर्ट करें। जब वो निकलते हैं, आपको तो इतना संरक्षण है, आप क्यों नहीं जा रहे? क्यों इस समस्या को सुलझा रहे हैं? तो मैं आपसे ये बात करने, इसके लिए मैं बात कर रहा था। और ये अशांति कितने दिन चलेगी, कैसा चलेगा, तो ये आप मुझे बताना चाहिए। और इस देश को एक हमने रखा। वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी ने 500 से अधिक रियासतों में बटे देश को एक किया, लेकिन आप क्या कहते हैं? एक है सेफ है। अरे एक है सेफ है, ये सेफ है देश। इसमें कोई अगर कोई अंगार डालेंगे तो वो लोग इसको फोड़ने का काम कर रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं ज़्यादा आपका वक्त नहीं लेता। तो देखिए, और एक लास्ट कोट में आपका पढ़ूंगा। भक्ति इन रिलीजन may be a road to salvation of the soul, but in politics, bhakti or hero worship is a sure road to degradation and to eventual dictatorship. तो ये डिक्टेटरशिप के बाहर है। आप जो आज बजा रहे हैं ना, ढोल बजा के उनकी भक्ति की नारा कर रहे हैं, तो ये लोग उनको डिक्टेटरशिप की तरह ले जाना चाहते हैं, और वो डिक्टेटर बनने को तैयार है। तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे विनती करूंगा कि ये डेमोक्रेसी डिक्टेटरशिप के तहत नहीं चलना चाहिए, और सभी लोग आज जो संविधान को हम मानते हैं वो उसी पर हम चलना चाहिए। और आज इस देश के लिए एक बात ज़रूरी है, जब देश को आज़ादी मिली, जब एटली ने, आपको मालूम, लेबर पार्टी के प्रधानमंत्री, उन्होंने उस वक्त चर्चिल ने क्या कहा था भारत को स्वाधीनता देने वाले लॉर्ड एटली सरकार के प्रस्ताव पर चर्चा के दौरान ब्रिटिश संसद में पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री और तत्कालीन विपक्षी नेता विंस्टन चर्चिल ने कहा था कि आज़ाद होते ही भारत बिखर जाएगा और वह दुष्टों, बदमाशों, लुटेरों के हाथ चला जाएगा। ये बात चर्चिल की ये मंशा थी। हम नहीं चला सकते, हम संविधान नहीं बना सकते, इसीलिए उन्होंने ये बात की। लेकिन पंडित नेहरू, सरदार पटेल, मौलाना आज़ाद, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने इस देश को डेमोक्रेसी लाकर सबको बचा दिया। और इतना कहते हुए मैं और कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहता हूँ। आपको एक ही मिनट में समझा के बैठूंगा, एक ही मिनट में सब। देखो, एक राहत इंदौरी का है, राहत इंदौरी, जहां से गुजरो धुआं बिछा दो, जहां से गुजरो धुआं बिछा दो, जहां भी पहुंचो धमाल कर दो, जहां भी पहुंचो धमाल कर दो। तुम्हें सियासत ने हक दिया है, हरी जमीनों को लाल कर दो, हरी जमीन को लाल कर दो। अपील भी तुम, दलील भी तुम, गवाह भी तुम, वकील भी तुम, जिसे भी चाहो हराम दिल लिख दो, जिसे भी चाहे वो हलाल कर दो। ये शब्दों के साथ मैं मेरे 4 शब्दों को समाप्त करता हूँ। आपने जो मेरे को समय दिया इसलिए मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मेरा समय मेरे पार्टी के समय में मत काटो, यही विनती करता हूँ।
मान्यवर, आपने एक न्यायालय के आदेश की चर्चा की थी झंडे संबंधित, उसकी प्रतिलिपि सदन के पटल पर रखती। देखिए क्या परफेक्ट टाइमिंग है। निर्मला जी ने 79 मिनट्स लिए, आपने भी 79 मिनट्स लिए। परफेक्ट है। श्री साकेत गोखले।
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, on Saturday, Prime Minister Modi presented 11 resolutions. I call them 11 jumlas during his speech on the Constitution in the Lok Sabha. But the problem is that PM Modi needs to be reminded of the basics. So today and tomorrow, my party, All India Trinamool Congress, will remind PM Modi of the 9 key terms in the preamble of the Constitution of India, which his government has completely destroyed. These are: we the people of India, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic, justice, liberty and equality. Sir, I will speak today on justice for just 3 minutes because injustice has been the hallmark of the Modi government. Sir, I want to ask, how will PM Modi defend his record on justice to the following people? The 21 lakh Manrega workers of Bengal who have worked but haven't been paid since 3 years because Modi's government has withheld Bengal's dues. Why? Because his party lost the election. Bilkis Bano, whose rapists were forgiven and released by this government. Umar Khalid, Khalid Saifi, and numerous others who have spent years in jail only because they dared to criticize Modi and Shah. The 750 farmers who died outside the borders of Delhi only for protesting for their rights. Laws which were later taken back by the Prime Minister. The people of Manipur who today, as we speak, as I speak here, sir, are seeing their homes burn and their families die every day. Sir, I've had the personal privilege of experiencing justice under this government. I was locked up in a jail in Gujarat for 155 days in a case related to a tweet and a 500 rupee money laundering case. But then I found out what real justice means when my leader Mamta Banerjee sent me to this august House of Parliament where my oppressors have to see my face every day. So Mamta Banerjee understands justice and is committed to it. Social justice, as the preamble says, Mamta Banerjee brought schemes like Lokhir Bhandar and Kanyashri. That Lokhir Bhandar was brought a long time ago. Ab ye copy kar rahe hain, Ladki Behna, Ladki Behin. It was started by Mamta Banerjee. So social justice through measures like Aparajita Bill to give justice to women who face violence, but that has not yet been passed. I don't know why the finance minister was so embarrassed even after prompting when she said women's reservation bill, Hamari Sarkar ne 98 mein. Why didn't she mention that it was Honorable Mamata Banerjee who had brought the bill in 1998? Sir, our constitution guarantees social, economic and political justice to the people. Where is social justice when minorities are subjected to atrocities every day? And when the Prime Minister ran a poisonous communal campaign during the Lok Sabha elections? Where is economic justice when our youth have no jobs and families have no money left thanks to rising prices and inflation? The Honorable Finance Minister can at least do the least and reduce taxes on the middle class, sir. Where is political justice when opposition leaders are threatened using CBI and ED, and when the corrupt ones who go through the BJP washing machine become squeaky clean? So the PM loves to talk about previous governments and their record of 70 saal. I have to admit that our Prime Minister has been very successful on one front. Sir, हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, the way he's destroyed the constitution in 10 years, previous governments couldn't do for 70 years. So Modi does not care about justice, but the people of India do. Which is why it was poetic justice when his party BJP was recently reduced to 240 seats in the Lok Sabha. People destroyed his arrogance and his party. And I want to from here, sir, with my hand on the constitution, promise the Prime Minister that he will again be reminded of the meaning of justice, which is in our preamble, when his party BJP, which has deprived and defamed the people of Bengal, will be routed again in 2026 under CM Mamata Banerjee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Tiruchi Sivaji.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, I am indeed privileged to participate in this discussion on the glorious journey of 75 years of our Constitution on behalf of the DMK party. Sir, our Constitution is a unique and enduring document which has withstood many crises and the test of time. Sir, the Indian Constitution has not come out of a revolution, as in many other countries, but it is out of a series of experiences, developments rooted in constitutional methodologies and principles. Sir, I have got a lot to say about it, sir. Before that, I would like to recall Thomas Jefferson, the architect of the Declaration of Independence and the third President of the United States of America. He once wrote that no constitution in the world will survive for more than 19 years. Later, the same theory was reaffirmed by 3 researchers on an empirical study which has come out in The Endurance of National Constitutions. And it also said that every constitution expires within 17 years. They said some reasons for that, sir. That inclusivity is a main reason, and adaptability of the constitutionalism. Sir, as far as we are concerned, we want to appreciate first the framers of the Constitution. Sir, as the statement of Thomas Jefferson, or as which has been reaffirmed by researchers, sir, our Constitution has survived for more than 17 years and still it is robust and dynamic. What are the reasons for that, sir? The other constitutions have not debated as much as us. The American Constitution was debated and drafted within 4 months, and the South African was within 9 months. Whereas the Constituent Assembly of India, to draft the Constitution, sir, first the members were elected indirectly across the state, from the provincial states, from the princely states, and the provincial principal commissioners. It came to about 389. And later, after the partition, it came down to 299. And with that, the Constituent Assembly started functioning. These are all very important facts, sir. We have to mention what is the reason for the robust nature of our Constitution. Sir, it held 11 sessions, sir, which ran up to 165 days, out of which 114 days were focused on totally on the draft constitution. 7,635 amendments were tabled and 2,473 amendments were moved. Whereas in other constitutions, in other nations' constitutions, amendments were not moved, sir. And subsequent to that, the position of our constitution is very much glorified. Our constitution is credited for establishing the rule of law and also fostering a responsible government to India. Our constitution played a pivotal role in shaping India's democratic character and safeguarding individuals' liberties, balancing the delicate relationship between the sovereign state and federalism, and above all, it formed the backbone of India's governance. Sir, before I go into the subject, I have something to say which the Finance Minister in her initiative speech said about the first amendment to the Constitution, which you are very well aware of, 1951. She said about 1904 of the Constitution, the amendment that was made was 1904. I would like to say, sir, in the same amendment, there was another one, which is 15.4, Article 15, 5 and 6. Sir, the first amendment to the Constitution was subsequent to a case which the leader of opposition mentioned, Shanmugam Doreraj. Before that, one should know about the history, sir. It was first in Tamil Nadu, then Madras Presidency. In 1921, when the Justice Party, our parent body, was ruling Tamil Nadu, a communal GO was issued. By that way, everyone were benefited by way of reservation. So long, since then, only the upper caste was enjoying all the education and employment opportunities. And that was made with more reservation in 1927. And later, sir, this Shanmugam Doreraj filed a case in the court that this communal reservation deprives her of a genuine seat in medical. The court, without applying. Later came the fact. The court upheld her case and petition and struck down the communal reservation. The strange part of this is the Shanmugam Doreraj who has filed the case was not at all an applicant. So it was struck down, and all those days which were enjoyed by the people of OBC, SC and other communities, this reservation benefit was really shocked. So at that time, Thanai Periyar, our mentor and our founder leader Anna, launched a very big agitation in Tamil Nadu demanding for reservation, and it became a people's movement. And because of that, the 1951 amendment was brought. The first amendment, it says that nothing in this article or subclass, nothing in this article or in class 2 of the Article 29 shall prevent the state from making any special provision for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes of citizens or for the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes. So, sir, this 1951 First Amendment, no one should forget, sir, that without this, the benefit would not have been extended to the suppressed and oppressed classes all those years. It was thanks to the Dravidian movement. What we call now Dravidian model is only this. Only because of that, the reservation was restored. And later, when the Mandal Commission recommendations came for reservation to the OBC in education and employment, I would try to recall who all opposed and who pulled down the government of Mr. VP Singh, the then Prime Minister. But then it was implemented. May I urge the learned people, members in the Treasury benches, it was only by an OM, that is Office Memorandum. If you are really interested in the interests of OBC, you bring a constitutional, as you did for EWS. You did for EWS, but you are not yet still bothered about the OBC, but you say very proudly everywhere that you are all OBC communities. So, sir, and this is the right time Dr. Ambedkar, who became later the chairman of the drafting committee, was only a member in a subcommittee on fundamental rights. Before 9 months, he was assigned the responsibility of chairing the drafting committee, sir. In the subcommittee, on 27th of February 1947, asked its members to submit their ideas in writing. And Dr. Ambedkar, along with Mr. Munshi, Aladi Krishnasamy Iyer, and Harnam Singh, he also submitted one. Very interesting to know, sir, the title of that draft report which Ambedkar submitted was United States of India. His language was reminiscent of America's Declaration of Independence. It very clearly said, sir, that the federalism must be upheld and more rights to be given to the states. But on the day of adoption, Munshi's draft was adopted by the committee, and Ambedkar was not also there. It was not possible. Later, he tried his best to implement what all was in his mind in the United States of India. So ultimately, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar's intention was to strengthen the states. There is no explicit term federalism in our constitution, but the very first in the preamble says, India, that's Bharat, shall be a union of states. That itself is very emphatic. And later, he became the chairman of the drafting committee. And it's very appreciable, sir, the constitution which was drafted and adopted later, it established the foundation for a country that would respect diversity in religion and culture while upholding the values of equality and fairness. These are to be kept by the ruling party today. The nation's dedication to diversity and tolerance is demonstrated by the Indian Constitution, which protects the rights of linguistic and religious minorities. Additionally, the Constitution preserved unity among many religious communities by guaranteeing that the state would not favor any one religion. Sir, underscore, the Constitution guarantees that the state would not favor any one religion over another by supporting the secularism ideal. It's very clear, sir. But what is happening today? I don't want to bring down the level of the debate, because it's a Constitution's glorious celebration we are, 75 years. So we have to applaud. So many scholars, intellects were in the Constituent Assembly, whom we fondly remember, or it is our bounden duty to pay respects to all those people. They are now called as the framers of the Constitution. Dr. Ambedkar, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, Rajendra Prasad K.M. Munshi, Aladi Krishnasamy Iyer, B.N. Rao, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, J.B. Kripalani, Rafi Ahmad Kidwai, Mr. Santanam, K.T. Shah, H.V. Kamath, T.T. Krishnamachari, and above all, Qaide Millat Sahib. Sir, when the partition happened, when Jinnah wanted to have a separate nation for Muslims, and as I said, 389 members in the Constitution Assembly came down to 299. Many, when he declared that whoever are Muslims, come with me to the Muslim nation. But including Qaide Millat Sahib, the Muslims who are now in this country said, yes, we are Islamic people, but India is our country. But how they are treated now? I would urge, sir, again the government, not an iota of apprehension should come in the minds of the linguistic and religious minority in this country. But it often happens. We have to see to that, sir. Everything. And Dr. Ambedkar very responsibly told that. He was, of course, lauded by everyone. Pattabhiram Sitharamaiah told that, when speaking about Dr. Ambedkar, he said, what a steamroller intellect he has brought into this Constituent Assembly, which is irresistible, indelible, unconquerable. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the chairman of the Constituent Assembly, very clearly said that if at all the best thing the Constituent Assembly has done is that we have made Dr. Ambedkar as the chairman of the drafting committee. And what he said, sir, Dr. Ambedkar, he was also very much responsive. He appreciated each and everyone. The leader of opposition quoted someone. And Dr. Ambedkar very clearly says, I quote, sir, Sir Aladi Krishnamaiah, Dr. Ambedkar said, I came with no greater aspiration than to safeguard the rights of the interests of the scheduled caste people. I had the least remotest idea that I would be entrusted with such a big responsibility. There are people bigger, better, and more competitive than me in this assembly. But they have made me. They have entrusted the responsibility. They have chosen me as the chairman of the drafting committee. And he continues to say, sir, and he says very much about S.N. Mukherjee, Sundarnath Mukherjee. The West Bengal people should be happy about it. The Surendranath Mukherjee, he said, the task of the drafting committee would have been a very difficult one if this Constituent Assembly has been merely a motley crowd, a tessellated pavement without cement, a black stone here and white stone there, with each member or each group was a law unto itself. In that respect only, he is appreciating the Congress. It is because of the discipline of the Congress party that the drafting committee was able to pilot the Constitution in the Assembly with the sure knowledge as to fate of each article and each amendment. My job is not to be a spokesperson, sir, but I call a spade a spade. We have got many things, but we call a spade a spade. And Dr. Ambedkar shared the credit with each and everyone. He said party discipline, in all its rigidity, would have converted this assembly into a gathering of yes men. Fortunately, there were rebels. There were Mr. Kamath, Mr. Deshmukh, Mr. Sidhwa, Professor K.T. Shah, and Pandit Hridayanath Kunsru. So when he appreciated those who supported, at the same time, he also mentioned those who were rebels, who spoke against. That is dissent, that is democracy. So that has emerged in those days itself. Sir, the Constitution has very great qualities. I don't want to go into that. I got something else. I want to remind of our great leader, the great thinker, uncomparable, and still not still, sir, forever, the very best scholar is our Anna, the founder leader of our DMK party. Sir, he used to write letters in the party official organ to his party cadre, enlightening them of what is going on in the country, enriching them with the history of the world. The revolutions happen here and there. For what reason? And all people have come out of slavery. All these things he was educating the last person in the party. So he used to write. But the way of addressing the letter was the dear brother. This family bondage, this affinity was first brought in by him. Anna wrote a letter which happened to be the last one and which is also called as the Will of Anna. At that time, he was the chief minister. He wrote that, dear brother, I have never been mad after power, nor I am happy to be the chief minister of a state which comes under a constitution where it is in letter that it is federalistic, but in practice it is becoming more and more centralized. So he expressed that autonomy has to be given to the states. This was his last wish, and so it is considered as a will. Because he realized the states which are the constituents of this union were weakened slowly, one by one stages. What is happening is now much worse. All the laws that have been enacted in the recent days by the BJP has either usurped the powers of the state or transgressed into the state's powers or minimizing, declining everything. This I have to mention, sir. Later, after the demise of Anna, our great leader, Dr. Kalaignar, the late Dr. Kalaignar, he took over the party president and the chief minister of the state. He immediately appointed, the first thing he said when he addressed the press in Delhi after meeting the prime minister conventionally, the first thing I'm going to do is to constitute a committee to go into the center-state relations. Because without powers, being a chief minister of a state is of no use. Much worse is what is happening in Delhi now. The Delhi, totally the chief minister's powers have been taken and given to the LG, and the chief secretary will master over the chief minister, and secretary will master over the minister. That is what's happening in Delhi. That's union territory. But even in the states were not able to fulfill the needs and the requirements of those people. So Dr. Kalaignar, he constituted a committee under the then former Chief Justice of Madras High Court, Dr. Rajamanar, and along with him two other luminaries, Chandasamy and one Lakshmana Swamy, an academician. And the terms of reference was very important, entrusted to the committee. The terms of reference were, kindly look into it, that what are the powers from the union list and the concurrent list should be transferred to the state list. And what are the powers that has to be deleted from the union list. And when it was given, it came out with a very, important report. It came out. It gave too many number of suggestions, out of which one is Interstate Council, which also was brought into action in during 1989 when VP Singh was the Prime Minister, thanks to our intervention, sir. And it advocated for more rights to the states. And Rajamanar's committee's vision is still a document which everyone, whoever wants to see, go into it. So also the Sarkaria Commission later appointed during Mrs. Indira Gandhi's regime. That also went into the center-state relations. Later, the Poonch Committee, that was also appointed for this. All these committees converged at one point that the India's individuality lies in diversity. They identified, the Poonch Commission, sir, Justice Rajamanar Committee called for greater autonomy to states, including financial independence and a re-evaluation of centrally sponsored schemes. I think learned ministers are here, other members who are also learned are here. A rural scheme which is suited to Tamil Nadu will not be Rajasthan or any other northeastern. So centrally sponsored schemes has to be re-evaluated. It needs a re-evaluation. The Sarkaria Commission furthered this vision by emphasizing consultation before union legislation affecting states and a larger share of tax revenues to be devoted to states. Despite these recommendations, implementation has been partial, having much of contradiction intact. The Poonch Commission identified the need for reforms in the current list and concurrent list and proposed institutionalized mechanisms for reforms for resolving disputes between the center and the states. So these reports offer a roadmap, but challenges still persist. Practically, the area of fiscal devolution and legislation overlap. This is where the commitment of federalism must be tested by ensuring that states are empowered to contribute effectively to the people nation building without being stifled by central overrule. Sir, we are much affected. Dr. Ambedkar said, caste and creed discrimination is prevailing in India. But out of our experience, we feel that the regional discrimination is much more predominant now. Stepmotherly attitude is shown to the states. For example, even the Finance Commission, devolution of taxes, Tamil Nadu has been slowly, the devolution is declining. The 12th Finance Commission gave 3.069 and the 15th gave only 2.6. And whatever, for every 1 rupee we give to the tax basket, we give only 29% in return. Whereas, see, actually the southern states, that too especially Tamil Nadu, which contributes more to the GST of this nation, GDP of this nation, is of course affected very much. Whereas those nations which are of lower fiscal discipline, they are rewarded much. For what? That is what we said, regional discrimination. I don't want to mention any particular state because our friends are here from various other states. But we feel that the northern states are shown more favoritism, showing lower fiscal discipline, whereas Tamil Nadu, which is performing very well in every, for example, in the higher education, the enrollment ratio overall in India is 28, whereas ours is 52%. So in every area, every sphere, the Tamil Nadu is doing very well, but we being victimized by the union government. So also, sir, the borrowing restrictions imposed under Article 293 undermines the autonomy of the states, discourages fiscal discipline, and stifles regional growth. In these situations, sir, we want to say that these things has to be revived. It's high time, sir. Even the very important is language policy, a sensitive issue that needs recalibration. Tamil Nadu's consistent opposition to the imposition of Hindi is not about rejecting a language, but about preserving its linguistic diversity. The two-language formula adopted in Tamil Nadu has fostered inclusivity without compromising on national unity. Sir, during the Constitutional Assembly debates, though there was no subcommittee as like other things for language, but it happened to show that when many proposed for Hindi to continue. Before independence, the official language of India was only English. But later, after the independence, the Constituent Assembly, they debated it, and a section of the members supported Hindi, and a section of the members supported English. And when it came to equality, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, who was then the chairman, cast his vote, and by that, Hindi became the official language. And very importantly, article, the language. So, sir, Article 368 also, I must appreciate that. It is the amending provision. The amending provision is the only special feature, unique feature in Indian Constitution which many others do not have. And because of that, so many amendments have been done. And that amendments are being done to meet the need of the day. And when the Constitution was drafted about the official language, sir, it very clearly said that Hindi shall be the official language in Devanagari script, and notwithstanding anything in this article, Parliament may be law provide for the use after the set period of 15 years, the English language or the Devanagari form of numerals. So it said that after 15 years of the enactment of the Constitution, English will go off, and then only Hindi will be the official language. Sir, again, our founder leader Anna, this house was benefited by his presence as a member from 62 to 67. He spoke very much about the language policy, and the Official Languages Amendment Act 1963 came, and it declared that the official language, the English shall also be the official language, as long as the non-Hindi speaking people accept it. Sir, whereas this government is totally thrashing all those things, what the Constitution has assured, it is not enough that you celebrate a Constitution Day in the Central Hall, which you have deserted. And it is not enough if you have a debate in both the houses of Parliament. It must be not only in letter, in spirit also it must be. When it has been assured, India is a country of complexity. It is multilingual, multicultural, multi-regional, multi-religious. Whereas you want to bring everything one nation, one election, one nation, one ration card, one nation, all, everything. One. But only this parliament divides the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. The central hall, which used to unite the members of both the houses, is now totally, we are deprived of that. A new member who has come to the Lok Sabha will go off after 5 years without having acquaintance between the Rajya Sabha members and the Lok Sabha members. Why, when you are trying to unite each and everything, why you are dividing the members of parliament from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha? That's what I say. It's not just celebrating the constitution. All the schemes which are implemented by this government are either in Hindi or in Sanskrit. Learned ministers, Puri is here, my dear brother Yadav is here. Kindly tell. Bhupender ji, you know better. It says that any bill or anything should be in English, the Constitution says. But who authorized you to name the nomenclature of every scheme that you bring or every bill you bring, either in Hindi or in Sanskrit? We enter into the parliament. Now that we are accustomed, we are spelling out, pronouncing it, but we do not know the meaning. Makar Dwar. What is it? What is it? Wherever we go, we see only Sanskrit letters, we see only Hindi letters. See, India is a union of states, don't forget. Don't forget. In the 8th schedule of the Constitution, there are 22 languages, and all those languages should be respected. And no one language should dominate the other. The Tamil is the ancient language in this world. It's the hoary language. When you say Sanskrit and Tamil are ancient, or they are classical languages, Sanskrit is not a spoken language. It's only in books. It is in Vedas. Whereas Tamil has a rich history of literature, grammar, and everything. And 8 countries have Tamil as the official language. Why you are denying this, showing this partiality? Why you are treating us like that? This stepmotherly attitude, that's what I said in my outset itself. Not even a iota of apprehension should creep into the minds of the linguistic minorities and religious minorities. You are in power. You are in power. But you have to treat the whole of India as one in your outlook, not in names. You are imposing. That's what we say. We are not against one language, not to reject Hindi or any other language. Don't impose that. In Tamil Nadu, we are bilingual, only Tamil and English. If anybody wants to learn any other language, let them. It is also interpreted that we have stopped people learning Hindi. Even the finance minister has leveled an accusation. Never. We stopped her from learning Hindi. No. The Dakshina Hindi Prachar Sabha's headquarters is in Tamil Nadu. Every year, lakhs of people are studying there and getting graduated. If you are totally against a language, we would not have allowed it. If you are interested, go ahead. But what the way the government is acting today is totally anti-constitutional, anti-federal. Sir, we want to insist upon one thing. If at all you are very sincere, if you are really devoted in celebrating the Constitution Day, you have to uphold secularism and federalism, which is the most important factor, the core thread of backbone of our Constitution and our country. And in this situation, sir, I would like to conclude with only one thing. Federalism is not about weakening the center. It is about strengthening the union by empowering the Constitution. So kindly keep in mind, we are not against a language, we are not against a region, but you don't discriminate us. That's because we are lying in the last of India. It is not the last. Rather, India starts from the south only, from there only. Our language is rich. Our contribution to this country is rich. Whenever the integrity and the sovereignty of India was affected, it was DMK which has stood first to protect the nation. We had a slogan of separate Dravida Nadu. We gave it up only during the Chinese aggression. During the Bangladesh war, it was DMK which contributed more than any other state to save the nation. So don't underestimate us. We have always been with us. So stop this attitude of stepmotherly treatment And I would urge again, respect all languages, respect all religions, and tax devolution is very, very important. So with these words, sir, I thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Mani Sri V. Vijay Sai Reddy.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. I am quite opposite to you, sir, and center neutral.
मेरा ध्यान आप ही पर है, आप प्लीज बोलें.
Sir, we are neither that side nor this side, sir. Yes. No, not
please, please address this.
Under the towering leadership of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and contributions made by the eminent Telugu members like Bhogaraj Pattabhi Sitaramaya, Moturi Satyanarayana, Durga Bhai Deshmukh, and N.G. Ranga. Sir, the Constitution has become a beacon of hope. For an ordinary citizen, it empowered the individuals to demand accountability, guaranteed equality before law, and upheld the right of dissent. Sir, now the constitutional aspects and legal aspects will be spoken by my colleague Niranjan Reddy, and I would like to focus on the unconstitutional actions that are being undertaken by NDA partner Telugu Desam Party, sir. Sir,
the subject is not Telugu Desam Party, but the constitution debate.
Unconstitutional actions that are being undertaken by one of the alliance partners of NDA. Sir, this is about the constitution only, sir.
Please,
sir,
please.
Sir, one of the youngest member, junior member of Telugu Desam Party in Lok Sabha has made an allegation against our earlier Chief Minister, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, that he has diverted 86,000 crores for personal use. This is the allegation what their alliance partner has made. I would like to give a clarification, sir. That is SC funds. Scheduled caste funds have been diverted for personal use.
Please.
Personal use. Sir, where is the number coming from? What is this number? And what is the sanctity this number has got? First of all, whether it is factually correct or not, that is to be inquired into, sir. How did she reach the figure of 86,000 crores? Sir, TDP in Lok Sabha, sir, his turn will come. Please. And he can speak whenever his turn comes, sir. TDP in Lok Sabha is talking about, sir,
आपका समय जा रहा है. आपका समय जा रहा है. Please.
Sir, TDP, Telugu Desam Party, which is alliance partner of NDA, is talking about the violation of directive principles of state policy. Directive principles of state policy under Article 46. Sir, I would like to know from Telugu Desam Party members and also from NDA, because they are all NDA alliances. Do they know about the DPSP, Directive Principles of State Policy? They are not justiciable, and they are not implemented, and you can't go to the court for the violation. First of all, we have not violated, Jagan Mohan Reddy ji has not violated any Directive Principles of State Policy, and this allegation is false and incorrect. This is what happens when you govern the state without reading the Constitution. That is applicable to TDP, sir. Sir, Article 46 of the Constitution of India states that state must promote the educational and economic interest of the weaker sections of the people, especially scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. Sir, second point is protect these groups from the social injustice, from all forms of exploitation. This is what Article 46 says. I really don't understand how the TDP member in Lok Sabha could say that.
माननीय विजय साई रेड्डी जी, चूंकि आप किसी
I am not naming anybody, sir.
But those allegations you have to substantiate and give it here.
Yeah,
you have to give it by evening today.
I will give the speech. I will authenticate and then give the speech to you, sir, to your good self, sir. Sir, what I am trying to say is, it is totally false. And why I am highlighting this is, they are the partners, alliance partners of NDA. That's why I am highlighting this, sir. Sir, in fact, YSRCP, rather than this allegation of 86,000, diversion of 86,000 crores is falsely made. In fact, YSR Congress Party during 2019 and 24 has brought Super 9 for SCs, particularly SCs and STs in Andhra Pradesh. This is nothing but in tune with the Article 46, sir. Sir, be it Vidya Divana. Vidya Divana is a welfare scheme wherein 60,000 SC students have been benefited. Sir, Vasati Divana is a scheme where 1.83 lakhs SC students have been benefited. Kalyanamastu is a scheme where 17,153 SC students, SC brides have been benefited. Free power wherein the 17.44 lakhs SC households have been covered. Pension Kanuka, wherein 3,000 to 10,000 per month has been given and 12.14 lakh SC pensioners have been benefited. Amma Odi, 8.07 SC beneficiaries. Sir, Asra, zero interest, 16.83 lakh SC beneficiaries have been benefited. Cheyuta, 6.39 SC beneficiaries. Jagananna Todu, 1.01 SC beneficiaries. These are all the benefits that have been conferred on SCs and STs, including BCs also. BCs also. That has been done and then implemented successfully by YS Jagannath Reddy Gari government during 2019 to 2024. Why is this allegation? On what basis this allegation has been made?
Now speak for the debate.
Yes, sir. Debate.
Decided.
And then the second.
Please, John Britas ji, your time will come. Aapka samay aayega to aap bole. Please, no process.
Sir, this NDA alliance partner TDP, which is heading the state, has stopped all the schemes that have been implemented during the last 5 years by YS Jagannath Reddy, particularly for poor and downtrodden, SCs, STs and minorities.
Please speak on this constitution.
Sir.
You know the rules. I am requesting time and again, please.
Sir, violation of constitution.
Speak. Please.
Violation of constitution. Sir, they say when the arrest has been legally made and the court has sent him to judicial custody, the erstwhile leader of opposition and the present Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, the court has sent him to judicial custody. It is not the government. Government has filed the case. And the TDP says the alliance partner of NDA is unconstitutional. How is it unconstitutional, sir? If it is unconstitutional, would court send him to judicial custody? No. Sir, TDP is saying that he was put behind bars illegally. It's not correct for 53 days. It's not correct. It has been legally.
I am requesting you again under the rules. Otherwise, this will not go on the record.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you, sir. Why would a person who is accused in the scam, namely skill development scam, which is 370 crore of the public money was sanctioned on the basis of PowerPoint presentation, merely on the basis of PowerPoint presentation of MNC, and was being siphoned off through shell companies.
I'm again requesting you, it will not go on the record.
Yes, sir.
It will not go on the record. Please speak on the subject.
What is unconstitutional, I'll tell you, sir.
Please speak on the subject.
Yes, sir.
And this debate is on constitution, not on TDP and its state's functioning. Please.
Incidentally, it is TDP,
please,
sir.
No, sir. Please speak on the subject.
Yes.
I'm requesting you again.
Sir, what is constitutional violation? I'll tell you, sir. What is constitutional violation? Not implementing the manifesto is unconstitutional. Not implementing. When you are saying something in the manifesto and people have elected you and not implementing the manifesto is definitely unconstitutional. Sir, weakening of Raitu Bharosa, that is one of the promises that has been made in the thing. That is also unconstitutional. Sir, ensuring foreign education only for the benefit of their relatives and not for the public. They have banned the English medium. Where is the necessity for banning the English medium? That is, the English medium is the medium.
Please speak on the subject. I am requesting him time again. Please. Vijay Sai Reddy ji.
Sir, putting every person, and what is happening, what is unconstitutional is, whoever tweets, whoever puts a posting, either in Twitter or Facebook, against TDP or NDA.
Again, I am requesting you, Vijay Sai Reddy ji.
And they will be implicated in the cases and they will be put behind the bar.
It will not go on the record. It will not go on the record, Vijay Sai Reddy ji. You are losing your time. Please.
Sir, doesn't matter, sir. I would like to expose it.
Please.
Sir.
No, but not on the subject. On the subject only, please.
Sir, what is unconstitutional is backstabbing his own father-in-law.
It will not go. No
backstabbing, that is unconstitutional.
आप जानते हैं rules और regulation के तहत there are clear chairs ruling. आप किसी इस तरह के व्यक्ति पे जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं बिना सब्स्टिनेट किए माननीय चेयरमैन के परमिशन के नहीं लगा सकते. It will not go on the record. I'm telling you.
Sir, further, what is unconstitutional is dividing.
I will call the other's name now.
Sir,
if you do not, please. I have requested you several times on the record. Again requesting you. Otherwise, I will call the name of other people.
What is it, sir?
Please speak on the. मैं किसी और का नाम बुलाऊंगा अगर आपको बार-बार मैंने कई बार रिक्वेस्ट किया है आप चेयर की.
Sir, I have only few points, sir, 2-3 points.
But on the constitution.
On the constitution. This
yes.
Otherwise, what is unconstitutional? I am explaining to you.
I also know, and you also know what you are speaking. The House knows it. Please, Vijay Sai Reddy. Otherwise, I will call the name of other speaker now.
Sir,
please.
Sir, shall I ask you one thing, sir?
No, sir. You speak on the subject. My request
is
that
the subject only, sir.
Yes.
Sir, whether dividing the society on caste and religion basis is unconstitutional or not?
You speak
definitely unconstitutional.
Yes.
That is what they are doing it, sir.
Right.
And secondly, another point, sir. The cases that have been filed, during the earlier regime runs to lakh crores of rupees, which have been public money that has been swindled. And those cases are being withdrawn now. The same person.
Please speak
sir,
on the subject.
How is it possible? Is it not unconstitutional, sir?
Please.
Suppose if I become a CM and withdraw cases after I become CM, is it not constitutional or unconstitutional, sir?
CM के बारे में डिस्कस करने के लिए 87 में क्लियर रूलिंग है. जब तक आप सब्स्टिनेट करें ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन का परमिशन लें,
whether it is CM or minister or anybody for that matter, sir.
No, sir. There are rulings for it. No, you cannot speak on those subjects.
Withdrawing cases on himself will be unconstitutional.
I will call the name of no other person, please.
Sir, if you don't allow me, I can't do anything.
Not. You have to follow the rules. You please speak on the subject.
Sir, what is unconstitutional is withdrawing cases.
Please speak on the subject.
Just because I have an authority.
You speak on the subject.
Just because I have an authority to power to withdraw cases, I can't resort to an unconstitutional practices.
Vijay Sai Reddy ji, you speak on the subject, please.
Sir, if it is not subject, sir, if your good self feel that it is not a subject,
no, sir, there are rulings, there are rules and procedure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. If you feel that it is not a subject.
No, I am not feeling. आप जो कर रहे हैं हाउस की रूलिंग्स है, रूल्स है, please, you are not following those. मैंने अनेक बार रिक्वेस्ट किया आपसे, please.
Discriminating one particular district is also unconstitutional as against a total number of districts. And sir, not being able to control and increasing the women crime against the women is also unconstitutional. That is what is happening in the state. I am not referring to anybody particularly. Sir, and when the floods have come in Vijayawada, The statement that has been given by the state government is that all of a sudden it has come and we have 24 hours advance notice. However, we thought that evicting so many people in one go in 24 hours or 48 hours time is impossible. Therefore, we have allowed them to stay, and so many people have died. It is a natural calamity. Is it constitutional? That is not what is constitutional, sir. And every effort should be made by the government. Be it 24 hours, whether we have 24 hours or 48 hours, to the extent possible. You have government machinery on your hand. To the extent possible. If not all the citizens, every effort should be made. That is what the
Constitution. Conclude, Vijay Sahi. Your time is already over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. माननीय श्री देवाशीष सामंतराय जी, आपका टर्म आएगा तो आप बोले प्लीज 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 नो. माननीय देवाशीष सामंतराय, सिर्फ आपकी बात रिकॉर्ड पे जाएगी. नो अदर टॉक. नॉट गोइंग ऑन रिकॉर्ड. प्लीज टेक योर सीट.
So my light is not yet on.
Yes, it's on.
No, sir.
See, it's already on. Two mics are on. From here I am seeing. Please. Miss Sri Devashish Samantray.
That is not mine.
You can come to that. No problem.
No, I can't move from my seat.
Please, please.
Thank you, sir. कम से कम मेरा right light तो जला दिया.
Please.
Sir, I thank you. I thank the chair for this opportunity to speak on the Constitution of India. At the outset, we all know here that it was based on the diversity and the multiplicity of this country, from north to south, from east to west, many languages, many habits, many food habits, many forms of art. And in this journey, it starts with Pandit Nehru. Today, we have Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. In between, there have been other prime ministers. Many governments have come and gone. At the outset of this debate on Constitution, I've been hearing the Lok Sabha speeches, the Rajya Sabha today also. It's basically a boxing round between the Congress and the BJP. And here all the other regional parties have been forgotten. So there have been black spots in this journey of our Samvidhan. Okay? You spoke about the black spot during the emergency. It was unconstitutional. That many agree. And in return, the leader of the opposition was justifying all this. In this, where this federal structure was forgotten, this multiplicity was forgotten, this diversity of this country was forgotten. So while we are discussing in this journey where we have reached, how we are going to take forward this journey in 75 years, how this country has progressed towards making us stronger, to making the poor safer. If you see, as on today, we speak about emergency, but today there is a pseudo-emergency in India. These so-called constitutional watchdogs have become pet dogs. Anybody can be behind the bar without any justification. जो बोल रहे हैं सुन लीजिए. एक नहीं ये भी कोई आपके प्रदेश नहीं है.
समय खत्म हो रहा है.
देखिए सच बात बोलने से इनको जल जाता है.
आप इधर बोले, विषय पे बोले.
मैं बोल रहा हूं
समय खत्म हो रहा है
कि आज इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का हालत क्या है. जिसको डालो कोई जस्टिफिकेशन था, कई चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को लेके डाल दिए, फिर बेल नहीं दे रहा है. क्या रीजन क्या है? तो जरूर ये एक किस्म का इमरजेंसी चल रहा है इस देश में. और जोर से ठोक के बोलूंगा. सो
आप बोले प्लीज.
मैं बोल रहा हूं. बोले ठीक है. सॉरी, मे बी आई हैव हर्ट योर सेंटिमेंट्स, बट इट्स फाइन. In this whole journey, the federal structure was not mentioned. Thanks to Trichy Shiva, he did speak about it with Tamil Nadu. Here we have Odisha till recently it was being ruled by regional parties for 5
terms Navin Babu's BJD ruled the state. Now we have a different government. We accept it in this democratic structure. But you know, the neglect of states, we are supposed to have an inclusive center-state relationship to have this constitution being healthy. It is not only about favored states where there is a double-engine sarkar that they get favored, and there, even in Orissa, is frequently visited by disasters. And to mitigate this disaster, we have been always seeking the center's help. But you know, each and every time we have been refused, as if we are not part of this federal structure, as if we are not part of India. But we have implemented our own schemes on our own. They talk about empowering women. Navin Babu has empowered 1 crore women under Mission Shakti. He has took a vow that I'll empower the women of Odisha, because empowered women, हारेंगे तो आप भी, मत घबराइए, हारेंगे।
आप इधर बोलो, पहले आप प्लीज आपस में बात नहीं, आप इधर
सर
प्लीज स्पीक।
सर ये जब अपने
चेयर पर बैठकर प्लीज ना कमेंट करें, प्लीज आप बोले।
When we spoke about empowerment of women, we proved it also. Not only empowering them through Mission Shakti, even in the 3-tier panchayat system, Navin Babu brought a 50% reservation for women. And no mention of the empowerment of women. And today, I don't know, the parliament has approved the 33% reservation for women. If it will see the day of the light of the day, I don't know. So these are my observations in this journey of our Samvidhan, which somewhere has gone out of the track. And none of us are willing to address it. I think finally, ultimately, cutting across party lines, who has achieved what, who has done what, who has corrected the constitution, I think it is our responsibility of the members of both the houses to keep this constitution healthy and vibrant and for India in its diversity and multiplicity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mani Devasish ji. Mani Sri A.D. Singh ji. Mani Sri A.D. Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir, to give me this opportunity to speak on this Constituent Assembly debates. What Dr. B.R. Ambedkar said in the concluding address of the Constituent Assembly, we are entering into a life of contradiction. In politics, we will have equality, and social and economic life, we will have inequality. How long shall we continue to live this life of contradiction? This is becoming very true, more so in the last 10 years. The preamble to the Constitution is the most eloquent chapter of the vision of India. It describes the democratic and progressive values of the Indian Republic, the concept of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity, which frames the vision of India. Challenging it today, there are many dangerous trends: the denigration of our democratic institutions, the misuse of investigating agencies, the control on news media, the pressures on the judiciary, and even the legal fraternity and the blatant criminalization of our politics and public life. All these represent our constitutional makers' worst fears. Also, I want to bring to the notice of the House the statement of our Honorable Finance Minister regarding the First Amendment. The First Amendment was necessitated on account of the views expressed in the Constituent Assembly regarding land reforms, SC/ST reservations. What has been presented by the Honorable Finance Minister was misrepresentation of facts, which was adequately clarified by Kharge ji. Now, coming to directive principle of state policies. The egalitarian liberalism aims to reduce inequality and not create an absolute equal society. Article 38(2) of the Directive Principle insists that states shall strive to minimize the inequalities of income and eliminate the inequalities of status, facility, and opportunities. Further, Article 39(c) emphasizes that the economic system ought not to result in concentration of wealth and means of production to common detriment.
Please continue.
Further, I want to bring to the notice of the House that how the Act of 1991 regarding the places of worship have been violated. There were some sensible comments by Shri Mohan Bhagwat ji advising fraternity that there is no need to go digging each and every mosque to find out a temple there. It seems that everybody has forgotten his advice, and there are new disputes pertaining to mosques and dargahs in Sambal, Ajmer, Badaun, Dhar. The places of worship Special Provision Act of 1990 has put a full stop on questioning any place of worship as it existed on 15th August 1947. Of course, the Ram Janmabhoomi was made out an exception in view of the ongoing dispute. However, of late, it has been seen that many lower courts are passing orders for the survey of mosques by bypassing the Places of Worship Act. The recent Sambal Sahib Masjid controversy is a cleverly engineered conspiracy to keep Hindu-Muslim pots simmering. The way the petition was filed and the speed with which the survey was ordered all raises question about the sanctity of the due process. कहना चाहता हूं, मंदिर भी ले लो, मस्जिद भी ले लो, इंसान के खून से मगर अब न खेलो. Regarding Viksit Bharat, what the Treasury benches have always repeated. Now, I just want to know the Viksit Bharat relates to India or Bharat, because we have two Bharat. We have two sections of the people. 6-7% are the people in the organized sector who benefit for everything, and about 93-94% of people are in the unorganized sector, mainly farmers, landed, unorganized labor, whose position is becoming bad to worst. And if you see the number of billionaires which are increasing in India, I think it has reached from 9 to about 120 today. So what are we doing for upliftment of the 94%? Zero. I don't think any effort is by just doling out 5 kg anaj. I don't think they want employment. They don't want free anaj. I can tell you in my state of Bihar, because of that anaj, we are not finding workers having any desire to work. So I don't know how will we become Viksit Bharat. Maybe the Viksit Bharat relates to 6 to 8% of India, and the rest is becoming poorer and poorer, and the gap between the wealthy and the poor is increasing day by day. Another thing I wanted to bring to your notice that the way the government is behaving is only dividing the society, and I do not know what will happen in the future. The way the minorities are feeling too left out, they are in absolute fear, and they don't have the support of any authority where they can go to there. And so one last point I want to bring to the lower level of judiciary has to be advised to take the cases fast, and so that the lower level judiciary can give judgments, whichever case, civil or criminal. Because I find that lower of the judiciary, what they can do in 1 or 2 years, it takes 10, 20 years for the cases to come to an end. I'll give an example.
Please conclude now.
One last point. I'll give an example. My family has filed a partition suit in 1991. Nothing has happened till now. Not that I am affected in the sense that this is the way.
Thank you, Mani D. Singh ji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mani Honorable Sri G.K. Vasan.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, thank you for giving me an opportunity to participate in the discussion of the 75th year of the glorious journey to the Constitution. Sir, we should not forget that it has taken more than 2 years of hard work and dedication for our leaders, scholars, philosophers, and people from different walks of life to give us this precious Constitution. Sir, our Constitution has given the power to our people to elect their own representatives and be governed by popular governments. As a result, sir, today we have a stable government in the country, elected for the third term, under which the Constitution is safe and secure. Sir, Winston Churchill once said, "No constitution will hold India together because of its divisions, differences based on religion, caste, community, and language." His thoughts and thinking has completely proved wrong, sir, because we are proud as a countrymen. We stand united after 75 years of adoption of Indian Constitution. Sir, India is growing stronger day by day. We are becoming a guiding star and source to other nations, even leading nations of the world. Sir, this is possible only because of our leaders. The Constituent Assembly was constituted from leaders of all parties from various states. All the leaders had a national look. That is the reason drafting committee had given an excellent and extraordinary document to the country. Sir, our leaders examined two important aspects before drafting Constitution: stability and accountability. Sir, I would like to say the chairman of the drafting committee, Dr. Ambedkar, and his colleagues, we should thank them for an excellent and great contribution, sir. We should also thank the team and members of the drafting committee, sir, for the dedicated work. Sir, finally, sir, I would like to say the committee's objectives were food to the starving poor, clothes to the needy poor, to provide shelter to the homeless, to provide equal opportunity to all the people in the country, sir. I am sure, sir, keeping in mind the government today is functioning, and it is all our public, sir, to uphold the spirit of Constitution, which is the most sacred book of the nation. That is the ultimate homage we can pay to the framers of this wonderful Constitution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, माननीय जी के भाषण जी. माननीय श्री हरदीप सिंह पुरी जी.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, I was born 2 years and 2 months after our Constitution was adopted. As India grew under the canopy of a protective Constitution, so did my generation. The first to be born in independent India, for us the Constitution is sacred. I cannot think of any occasion in my professional life, going back more than 50 years, which could even remotely rival the solemnity and the honor of being asked to speak in this august house to discuss the glorious 75 years of the Constitution. For this, I shall remain eternally grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister and the leadership of my party. Sir, this discussion must start with paying a tribute to the visionaries of the Constituent Assembly. They produced a Constitution that drew upon our history, our culture, our civilizational experience of 7,000 years, ensuring that it was not overpowered by a mindset born of 190 years of colonial rule. The framers of the Constitution, therefore, sir, deserve our eternal gratitude. Democracy was not imported in India in 1947. India has had democratic traditions from way back to the 6th century BC in places like Vaishali, which was the capital of the Republic of Vaji. One of the oldest democracies, the mother of democracies. Our democracy, sir, predates the Westphalian order by a very long period. In the run-up to and after independence, there was no shortage of the prophets of doom, those who prophesied that India was bound to fail. The honorable leader of opposition today recalled statements attributed to the then Prime Minister Winston Churchill. I have similarly come across a statement by Claude Auchinleck, the former Commander-in-Chief of the British Indian Army. He wrote in 1948, and I quote, "The Punjabi is as different from a Madrasi as a Scot is from an Italian. The British tried to consolidate it, but achieved nothing permanent. No one can make a nation out of a continent of many nations." So when I was going through this statement, I was reminded that this gentleman and Prime Minister Winston Churchill perhaps were the linear progenitors of the spiritual guru of the young leader of the Congress party who prophesied that the young Sam Patroda. I am referring to the spiritual. I have not taken anybody's name. I have not taken, sir. I have referred to the spiritual leader, the enlightenment provider of a young Congress leader who said, when it compared our diverse communities to foreign races, such prophecies were forthcoming even before we witnessed the horrors of partition. Going through the Constituent Assembly debates, it becomes abundantly clear that the framers realized what was at stake. This is what Sardar Patel had to say about the endeavors of the Constituent Assembly. He said, and I quote, "There is no alternative to this assembly except chaos and anarchy," unquote. Sir, despite all odds, India has succeeded, India has thrived, except for a shameful period of 21 months between 1975 and 1977. No other developing country, with the exception of Costa Rica, has seen a longer run of unbroken democratic rule since World War II. As a student of history and evolving political systems, one could say with a degree of confidence that the experiment of the United States was the defining moment of the 18th century for democracy, and India will be remembered as the exemplar of the 20th and 21st century as the largest, most vibrant, youngest, and most diverse democracy. We are diverse in terms of languages, cultures, customs, and tradition, but united by this Constitution, which helps us overcome the various centripetal and centrifugal forces that threaten to break the nation apart. Honorable Chairman, sir, when the nation was being targeted and was facing many challenges, the integration of princely states, some provisions were made which were meant to be temporary, transitional, and special provisions, thus underscoring their impermanence. Under such a provision was kept Article 370 in Part 21 of the Constitution. And I quote, "It can be garnered from the historical context for the inclusion of Article 370 and the placement of Article 317 in Part 21 of the Constitution that it is temporary provision." Sir, in a speech lasting over 1 hour and 18 minutes, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition provided advice, much of it gratuitous, and told us that we must go back to the debates in the Constituent Assembly. We must remind ourselves of what Baba Sahib Ambedkar and other members of the Constituent Assembly wrote and said. Sir, I would refer in this context to some advice that was given at that point of time by such stalwarts as Dr. Ambedkar and Sardar Patel. Despite vehement opposition, this special provision was included primarily because Sheikh Abdullah's demand for autonomy, supported by his dear friend, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. In a letter to Sheikh Abdullah, Ambedkar ji had warned him of the long-term consequences, and he wrote, and I quote, "You are offering wrong advice to Pandit Nehru." Sir, this is Ambedkar ji writing. "You are offering wrong advice to Pandit Nehru. By giving special status to Kashmir, you are isolating Kashmir from the mainstream of India. As a result, there will be no industrial growth or employment opportunities in Jammu and Kashmir. I will not be a party to your efforts." This was the only provision in the Constitution whose drafting Baba Sahib Ambedkar did not oversee. When the Constituent Assembly passed Article 370, then numbered 306A, Ambedkar stayed silent. Sir, even Sardar Patel was shocked at the leeway given to Sheikh Abdullah and his colleagues. In a letter to Gopalaswamy Iyengar, discussing Sheikh Abdullah's objections to the applicability of fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy in Kashmir, Patel wrote, and I quote, "You realize the anomaly of the state becoming part of India and at the same time not recognizing any of these provisions. Whenever Sheikh Sahib wishes to back out, he confronts us with this duty to the people," unquote. Patel then goes on to add sarcastically, "Of course, he owes no duty to India or to the Indian government. In these circumstances, any question of my approval does not arise." Madam, I have quoted both Baba Sahib Ambedkar and Sardar Patel only because the leader of the opposition, in a speech lasting 1 hour and 18 minutes, gave us gratuitous advice that we should go back to the writing of these stalwarts in the Constituent Assembly. I submit, Madam, that the Congress abdicated its responsibility to the Constitution with regards to Kashmir. And I say this with all emphasis. They betrayed the framers who inserted this article with the clear expectation, to quote Iyengar, quote, "that Jammu and Kashmir will become ripe for the same sort of integration as has taken place in the case of other states," unquote. Madam, what should have been a transitional provision ended up assuming a permanent character for nearly 70 years because the Congress lacked the courage to act. Article 370 was an anomaly, an aberration, a fracture in the constitutional body politic of India. It militated against the very idea of India. A land that holds special significance in Bharat's history, going all the way back to Rishi Kashyap, became almost alien to India after its independence. Its residents, some of whom trace ancestry back to the Vedic ages, did not enjoy the same fundamental rights that the rest of their countrymen enjoyed. They had no rights, no education, and no jobs. Madam, the SC/ST communities there did not enjoy benefits of reservation, and those provisions and laws did not apply to them automatically. The Honourable Prime Minister, whilst addressing the Lok Sabha, explained about how Article 35A, which was part of the legal architecture of Article 370, Article 35A of the Indian Constitution empowered the Jammu and Kashmir State's legislature to define permanent residents of the state and provide special rights and privileges to them which were not available to Indian citizens in general. Madam, it needs to be stressed that Article 35A was not included in the Constitution under Article 368. It was implemented quickly and quietly by a presidential proclamation in 1954 without being tabled in Parliament. Under the separate Constitution, permanent residents could purchase land and immovable property, vote and contest elections, seek government employment, and avail themselves of other state benefits such as higher education and health care. Non-permanent residents of the state, even if Indian citizens, were not entitled to these privileges. The provisions facilitated by Article 35A and the state's permanent resident laws were criticized over the years for their discriminatory nature, including the hardships imposed on immigrant workers, refugees from West Pakistan, and the state's own female residents who could lose their permanent resident status by marrying out of the state. The industry of brokers who claimed to be representatives of J&K enabled a culture of stone pelting and corruption. Government schemes remained unimplemented. We used to call Kashmir paradise on earth, but how many could even visit against the backdrop of constant terrorist activity? Sir, as a Foreign Service officer who was part of diplomatic missions to many countries, and I was also stationed in Geneva and New York, I would often see India's image get tarnished because of the Kashmir issue. Countries with terrible human rights records deign to lecture us. On 5th August 2019, President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, issued a new presidential order whereby all the provisions of the Indian Constitution were made to apply to the state without any special provision. This implied the state's separate constitution stood inoperative, including the privileges granted by Article 35A. Madam, it took the indomitable courage and resolve of the Honourable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to abrogate this article of the Constitution, which, though intended to be temporary, was made de facto permanent by appeasement politics. Only Prime Minister Modi could have dared to do so. Before he took the final decision of 5th August 2019, many of the so-called representatives of the state had dared him, saying that if anyone even touches Article 370, aag lag jayegi. Leaders had tweeted, and I quote, "Long after the Modi government is a distant memory, either J&K won't exist or as a part of India, or Article 370 will still exist." This was regarded as inconceivable by them, and yet the Honourable Prime Minister demonstrated how this long-standing aberration was finally removed. Sir, what the Prime Minister did was truly beyond imagination. The BJP had declared the abrogation of Article 370 in their manifesto. Lots of preparations and consultations had been done before the actual historic decision, including field visits by many people who provided feedback, and that entire story will also emerge before too long. It was a very big bet, but we delivered, as it has always been part of our core philosophy as a party. Shri Shyama Prasad Mukherjee had said, "You cannot have two sets of constitutions, one for one nation, ek rashtra, ek nishan, ek vidhan." With the abrogation of Article 370, Bharat has become whole again. एकीकरण ही नहीं, भारतवर्ष की संपूर्णता हुई. A historic wrong was corrected, and the country was finally united in body, letter, and spirit. The decision was also upheld by the Honourable Supreme Court and is now irrevocable. Madam Speaker, this historic action is already bearing fruit. Now every citizen of the two union territories enjoys his and her fundamental rights and receives myriad welfare benefits, including upward social mobility from reservation. The same Lal Chowk in Srinagar, which was once the hub of stone pelting, is now a vibrant public space. Tourism in the region has reached an all-time high, with more than 15% annual growth rate observed in the tourism sector in the last 3 years. Free and fair elections have taken place with an elected government now in place. Madam, the old stone pelting imagery of Lal Chowk also reminds us of dreadful refrain in the late 1980s and early 90s. Ralev Galev, Ya Chalev, which meant convert, die or leave. Subjected to genocide-like conditions, Kashmiri Pandits were forced to flee. Those who stayed were dragged out of their homes and ruthlessly murdered. There has been a lot of talk about the constitution being a Suraksha Kavach. Were these Kashmiri Pandits not a minority? Where was this constitutional shield then? Where was the Nyay when Kashmiri Pandits were hounded out of their homeland of nearly 5,000 years? Madam Chairperson, today the Congress Party, it says, portrays itself as the savior of minorities. But do they expect us to forget that they ran camps for forced sterilization of Muslim men in Old Delhi during 1976? In furthering their policy of divide and rule, like our colonial masters, the Congress engineered communal riots where so many Muslim brothers and sisters lost their lives. Did these poor people have no constitutional rights? My advice to the so-called defenders of the Constitution would be to realize that a sincere apology may serve you better than carrying unopened copies of the Constitution in your pocket. Madam Chairperson, from the Preamble of the Constitution to Part 3 on fundamental rights, ample provisions have been provided to protect the interests of minorities. Our Constitution does not discriminate between citizens on the basis of religion. That is the position of the BJP as well, which regards all Indians as citizens and not as certain identities that can be manipulated, divided, or bought. Like the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned in his speech in the Lok Sabha, the Congress overturned the Supreme Court decision on the Shah Bano case because they felt it might appeal to the hardline elements of the Muslim community. They pandered to the revanchist and anti-progressive elements of the Muslim community. In reality, they failed our Muslim sisters and brought a regressive law which would not have passed muster in any Islamic country of the world as well. This was completely against the letter and spirit of the Constitution. To the Congress, minority welfare has just been a slogan of appeasement. For the Modi government, it is about inclusive development of every citizen. Facts speak for themselves. It was the Modi government which abolished the inhuman practice of triple talaq to offer a life of equality and dignity for millions of Muslim women. The Modi government has provided employment and self-employment opportunities to crores of minority communities. The minorities have immensely benefited from various schemes of the central government. Anywhere between 22 and 37% beneficiaries of the Mudra Yojana, Jan Dhan Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, Kisan Samman Nidhi, Ujjwala Yojana and the Swachh Bharat Mission belong to minorities. In some regions, up to 60% of the benefits have been received by the minority community directly. To those who suggested that the Constitution provides the Suraksha Kavach to citizens, I would ask them what the government did when 3,000 members of my community, innocent Sikhs, were killed in cold blood on the streets of Delhi. The then newly appointed Prime Minister made this callous statement, "Jab bhi koi bada ped girta hai, to dharti thodi hilti hai." What cold-hearted indifference with regard to constitutional values, the lives of thousands of Sikhs were equated to an afterthought. Sir, it fell upon the Modi government, madam, to provide justice to the families of the gruesome tragedy, including providing financial relief of 5 lakhs to each family and bringing the perpetrators to book. Their cases had not been pursued for many decades and were taken up after the Modi government came to power. Madam, I am surprised how several members of the Sikh community in the Congress party continue to associate themselves with a party that desecrated Sari Harmandir Sahib, that also was responsible for the cold-blooded killing of 3,000 members of my community. On the other hand, when the government in Afghanistan, it was the Modi government that rescued thousands of Sikh brothers.
Please conclude. Your time
My
is up.
party is giving me time.
Please conclude.
It is the Modi government which started celebrating 26 December as Veer Bal Divas to honor the brave sacrifices of the Chote Sahibzade and the 2 youngest sons of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, who chose to be bricked alive by Wazir Khan, the Mughal Faujdar of Sirhind. Since we were talking about the treatment of minorities, I have with me a press report on an open letter that the Honorable Shri Nadda Ji, the President of the BJP and an Honorable Minister, wrote in 2022 on violence against minorities in Congress-ruled states. And I shall list from there Gujarat in 1969, Moradabad in 1980, Bhiwandi in 1984, Meerut in 1987, various incidents against Hindus in the Kashmir Valley through the 1980s, 1989 Bhagalpur, 1994 Hubli. The list of communal violence during Congress rule is long. Madam Speaker, this was an open letter which is on record and which I recommend be read by all members of the Congress party who try to lecture us on the treatment of minorities. The BJP has had a very different run and a very different approach, and BJP ruled states provide ample evidence of that. I will try to now go a little forward to...
Please conclude.
I will conclude in a minute, ma'am. I have with me here a press report of February 1980, I think, which is about 40 years ago. Since we are talking about the Constitution and its federal structure, 9 state assemblies dissolved overnight. 9 state assemblies dissolved overnight. So Article 356 was used by that party 100 times, and by one particular Prime Minister more than 50 times. And since we are now ready to listen to some introspection, and we should, I have before me a book, PMO Diary, Prelude to the Emergency, and I will just read out what the author says in this book. The author was a very distinguished civil servant, Shri B.N. Tandon, Bishan Tandon, who served in the Prime Minister's office as a Joint Secretary, and he said, and I quote, "A cloud of fascism and dictatorship is hovering over the country. The Prime Minister will not flinch from anything to maintain herself in power. This could prove to be a big danger to our democracy. Individual liberties can be quashed." This is one of their own writing. And I want to conclude finally, ma'am. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition gave us gratuitous advice, including on the First Amendment, and he said we should go behind what is said. I did some research in the time between when he spoke. He seemed to say, almost in this nature, that what my senior colleague, the Finance Minister, said about the curtailment of the right to freedom of speech is not correct. I would suggest to him to read the first constitutional amendment bill in 1951, which has a clear intention to curtail the right to freedom of speech, whatever may be the reasons he quoted or what went behind it by the Honourable Leader. What was done was to curtail the rights, freedom of speech of citizens very clearly. In Article 19, they wanted a clause to give effect to this curtailment, and this is what they achieved. And the excuse being given today by the distinguished Honourable Leader of Opposition was they were made to do it because of the Supreme Court. You could have gone to the Supreme Court and say that democracy and freedom of speech is fundamental and you should be able to resist it. There are occasions when we are also asked by the Supreme Court to do things. We stand our ground when it is important.
Please conclude your time.
There is a provision. I will make these papers available to you whenever you want. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Shri Mukul Balakrishna Vasnik, this is his maiden speech.
Thank you, ma'am. कि जो आपने इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। पहले के कुछ वक्ताओं को मैंने सुना, सत्ता दल से 2 वक्ताओं ने अपने विचार यहाँ पर रखे। संविधान के प्रति उन्होंने अपने बयान में आस्था जाहिर की, जिसकी वजह से मुझे बेहद खुशी हुई। लेकिन जिस तरह से उन्होंने अपनी बातें यहाँ पर रखी, उससे मुझे कुछ परेशानी भी होती है। भारत के संविधान के निर्माण में जो आज सत्ता दल में बैठे हैं, उनका दूर दूर तक के कोई संबंध नहीं था। भारत के स्वाधीनता के संग्राम में जो आज सत्ता दल में बैठे हैं, उनका दूर दूर तक के कोई संबंध नहीं था। लेकिन आज जिस तरह से वो यहाँ पर अपनी बात कर रहे हैं, ऐसा लगता है कि संविधान भी उन्होंने ही बनाया, भारत की आज़ादी भी उन्होंने ही हासिल करी। मुझे खुशी हुई कि डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर के लिए कुछ अच्छे बोल उन्होंने यहाँ पर किए हैं। मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी हुई कि सरदार पटेल का नाम भी यहाँ पर बड़े सम्मानजनक तरीके से सत्ता दल के साथियों ने यहाँ पर लेने का काम किया। लेकिन मुझे इस बात की हैरत हुई कि देश के प्रथम प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू के संदर्भ में जब उन्होंने अपनी बात कही, चाहे वो निर्मला सीतारमन जी हो चाहे जिस ढंग से हरदीप पुरी जी ने अपनी बात कही, उससे मुझे इस बात की हैरत हुई कि नेहरू जी के बारे में इतनी घृणा और इतने द्वेष भरे विचार सत्ता दल में क्यों इस तरह से नजर आते हैं? क्या जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने बहुत बड़ा अपराध किया था कि स्वाधीनता के संग्राम में उन्होंने 9 साल से अधिक का समय भारत की जेलों में काटा? क्या जवाहरलाल नेहरू का यह अपराध था कि 1929 को लाहौर में रावी के तट पर उन्होंने रात के अंधेरे में भारत का ध्वज वहां पे लहराया और इस बात का ऐलान किया कि अब हम पूर्ण स्वराज के लिए तैयार है, अब हमारा संघर्ष पूर्ण स्वराज हासिल किए बगैर रुकेगा नहीं? क्या जवाहरलाल नेहरू का यह अपराध था कि यहीं बगल में सेंट्रल हॉल में उन्होंने 13 दिसंबर 1946 का संविधान सभा में ऑब्जेक्टिव्स का रेजोल्यूशन रखा? क्या जवाहरलाल नेहरू का यह अपराध था क्या कि भारत के निर्माण में, एक आधुनिक भारत के निर्माण में उन्होंने नींव रखी? मैं समझता हूं ये सारा द्वेष, ये सारी नफरत जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के प्रति वो इसलिए है क्योंकि जब भारत का विभाजन हुआ, इस्लाम के नाम पर जब पाकिस्तान बना, तो हिंदुस्तान में भी कोई हिंदू पाकिस्तान निर्माण करने के पक्षधर थे, जिसके खिलाफ में जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने अपनी पूरी ताकत झोंक दिया। क्या ये कभी हिंदुस्तान भूल सकता है? क्या कभी हिंदुस्तान ये भूल सकता है कि विभाजन के दिनों में 5 लाख से अधिक लोगों की मौत हुई, 60 लाख से अधिक लोग विस्थापित हुए, लेकिन वहां पर देश के प्रधानमंत्री प्रथम अपने तमाम साथियों के साथ, सरदार पटेल, मौलाना आजाद, राजेंद्र प्रसाद, इन तमाम साथियों के साथ भारत में शांति बनाने का काम कर रहे थे। 500 से अधिक प्रिंसली स्टेट्स थे, उनको भारत के साथ जोड़ना था। कश्मीर के क्या हालात थे? यहां पर हरदीप पुरी जी जिस तरह से बात कर रहे हैं, ऐसा लगता है इतिहास से इनका कोई सरोकार नहीं रहा। कश्मीर के हालत चिंताजनक हो गए थे और ऐसे हालात में जवाहरलाल नेहरू और देश की पहली सरकार ने जो फैसले किए, मैं समझता हूं कि बड़े सम्मान से हमने उनकी यहां पर याद करने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन सत्ता दल से कोई बहुत ज्यादा उम्मीद करना मैं नहीं समझता हूं कि मुनासिब होगा। संविधान सभा में 299 सदस्य थे, 70 रजवाड़ों के और 208 ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के। बचे 21 सदस्य या अन्य दूसरे दलों के थे, जिसमें सीपीआई भी था और जिसमें शेड्यूल कास्ट फेडरेशन भी था। शेड्यूल कास्ट फेडरेशन से डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर संविधान सभा में आए थे और संविधान सभा में आने के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी का संविधान सभा में पूर्ण बहुमत रहने के बाद, स्वाधीनता के आंदोलन का नेतृत्व करने के बाद जिस तरह की स्थिति थी, उस समय संविधान सभा ने यह फैसला किया कि हम बहुमत और अल्पमत देखेंगे नहीं, हम ये देखेंगे कि किसमें क्या काबिलियत है और हिंदुस्तान के निर्माण में हम उनका पूरा का पूरा उपयोग करेंगे। जब 29 अगस्त 1947 को मसौदा समिति की घोषणा हुई, तो वहां पर डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर शेड्यूल कास्ट फेडरेशन के एकमात्र सदस्य वहां पर उस समिति के अध्यक्ष करके चुने जाते हैं। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर जब 25 नवंबर 1939 को संविधान सभा में हुए संविधान पर जो बहस चली थी, उसका जवाब देते हुए कहते कि संविधान सभा में आने के पीछे मेरा बड़ा मर्यादित उद्देश्य था, और वो उद्देश्य था कि अनुसूचित जातियों के व्यक्तियों के अधिकारों की मैं रक्षा करूं। मुझे तब आश्चर्य हुआ जब मसौदा समिति पर मुझे सदस्य करके चुना गया, और मुझे तब और भी आश्चर्य हुआ जब मसौदा समिति का मुझे अध्यक्ष चुना गया। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर के ये बोल है। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर की जो क्षमता थी, जो बुद्धिमत्ता थी, जो विद्वत्ता थी, जो पूरे दुनिया भर का ज्ञान उन्हें प्राप्त था, और एक समाज के किनारे पर खड़े हुए व्यक्ति को, जिन्होंने अपने काबिलियत से दुनिया में नाम कमाया था, उसका उपयोग हमारे संविधान बनाने में संविधान सभा ने पूरी तरह से किया। अंग्रेज क्या कहते थे? अंग्रेज कहते थे कि हिंदुस्तान राष्ट्र नहीं बन सकता। हिंदुस्तान ये एक भौगोलिक अभिव्यक्ति है, जियोग्राफिकल एक्सप्रेशन है, ये कभी राष्ट्र नहीं बन सकता। इतनी भाषा है, इतनी रीति रिवाज, इतने धर्म, लेकिन हमारा स्वाधीनता आंदोलन ये इंक्लूसिव था, ये सेकुलर था, ये प्रो पुअर था। ये आंदोलन तमाम लोगों को साथ में लेकर हिंदुस्तान के निर्माण के काम में लगा था।
कोई ऑर्डर नहीं। This is made a speech. Nobody can interrupt.
Point of order.
This is made a speech. Nobody can interrupt. आपका टाइम क्या रहा है?
Mr. Jangra, this is his maiden speech.
मैडम ये maiden speech है.
This is his maiden speech. Maiden. He's speaking his maiden speech. बोलिए बोलिए.
ये जो सूचना दे रहे हैं, बोलने दो सत्ता जी,
बोलने दीजिए। वो उनका उनकी मेडन स्पीच है।
मैडम
आप उसके बाद बोलिए। आप उसके बाद बोलिए। आप इसके बाद बोलिएगा। उनकी पहली स्पीच है, आप उसके बाद बोलिए। आप मेडन स्पीच के
पूछा रखी आपने, उसको पकड़ो पहले। मेडन स्पीच में इंटरप्शन कर रहे हैं आप।
मेडन मैडम आप बैठिए, 2 मिनट बैठिए। आप 2 मिनट बैठिए। आप बैठिए 2 मिनट जांगड़ा साहब। Yes, yes. Please continue. Please continue, Mr. Vasnik. Mr. Vasnik, I will allow him then.
आ गया पानी। यार मेरे स्पीच में इंटरप्शन, दिस इज रॉन्ग। और वो भी हरियाणा का रूल्स प्रोसीजर को लेकर के गलत चीज उनको होता मालूम है क्या रूल्स?
हाँ, मैं तो समझता था कि आपका पूरा संरक्षण मुझे मिलेगा, लेकिन थोड़ा सा व्यवधान इसमें जरूर हुआ।
आपको संरक्षण पूरा मिला है, तभी आप बोल रहे हैं। बोलिए।
तो बाबा साहब अंबेडकर का भारत के संविधान के निर्माण में संविधान सभा ने पूरा उपयोग किया। उस समय के यूरोप में क्या था? भाषा के नाम पर, धर्म के नाम पर आधुनिक राष्ट्रों का निर्माण हो रहा था। फ्रांस हो, जर्मनी हो, इटली हो। भारत का स्वाधीनता का आंदोलन अपने आप में एक अनोखा था। ऐसा दुनिया में उस दरमियान नहीं हो रहा था। हमारे स्वाधीनता संग्राम के नेताओं ने यह तय किया कि भारत अगर गुलामी से मुक्त करना है तो ये किसी एक धर्म के लोगों के लिए नहीं रहेगा, ये तमाम लोगों के लिए रहेगा। ये समाज में उन लोगों के लिए भी रहेगा जो समाज में आज अस्पृश्य करके जाने जाते हैं और छुआछूत के शिकार होते हैं। ऐसे लोगों के लिए भी हिंदुस्तान आजाद बनेगा। महिलाओं के लिए यहां निर्मला सीतारमन जी बहुत बातें करके चले गई। निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने महिलाओं के बारे में
one minute. This is his maiden speech. Please allow him to speak. Please.
बैठ जाओ। कोई पता नहीं है, खड़े हो जाओ।
Carry on, Mr. Vasnik.
निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने महिलाओं के बारे में बहुत सी बातें यहाँ पर कही कि किस तरह के कानून यहाँ पर सत्ता दल ने पिछले दिनों में लाए। बहुत अच्छी बात है, महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण मिले, ये तो हमारा भी यही ख्याल रहा है। इस पर हमने भी काम किया है। अगर आप करेंगे तो हम पूरी तरह आपके साथ रहेंगे, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं हो सकती। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आज तक के कोई महिला का नेतृत्व हमने देखा है क्या? राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आज तक के हमने नहीं देखा कि कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की महिला भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अध्यक्ष बनी हो। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ जो जहां से इनकी पूरी वैचारिक धरोहर है, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ में जिसके अभी अगले साल 100 साल पूरे हो गए, क्या आपने राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का कोई सरसंघ चालक महिला को देखा है क्या? आज तक नहीं।
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पे बोलिए, प्लीज स्पीक ऑन द सब्जेक्ट।
मैडम, I have the right to say if anybody is going to attack the Congress party and if they are going to think that we are not going to rebut, then that is absolutely wrong. मैं आपसे पूरे आदर से सम्मान के साथ कहूंगा, मैडम, मैं पूरे आदर और सम्मान के साथ कहूंगा कि अगर कांग्रेस का नाम जब लिया गया तब उन्हें रोक देते, मैं भी चुप रहता, मैंने अपने वाणी पर इनका नाम नहीं आने दिया होता। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के अगले वर्ष 100 साल हो गए। पुरुषों के अलावा महिला वहां पर सदस्य नहीं बन सकती। स्वयंसेवक सिर्फ पुरुष ही है। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ में राष्ट्र सेविका करके एक अलग उनका एक संस्था है।
ये इसमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का कोई
महिलाओं के बारे में मैं नहीं समझता हूं। कांग्रेस पार्टी में एनी बेसेंट से लेकर तो सरोजनी नायडू से लेकर वो तमाम अध्यक्ष हमने स्वाधीनता से पहले देखा और उसके बाद भी। जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने जिस तरह से भारत की नींव रखी और जिस तरह से हमारे संविधान सभा ने, जिसमें बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर की एक अत्यधिक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है, मैं बड़े गौरव के साथ, बड़े अभिमान और शान के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत जो आज भी आजाद है, भारत जिसकी आज भी एकता बनी है, आज इस संविधान के वजह से वो सभी मुमकिन हुआ है। अन्यथा इतनी भाषाएं, इतने रीति रिवाज, इतने धर्म, मैं नहीं समझता हूं कि इतने मजबूती से आगे बढ़ पाते। हमें बड़ा गौरव है कि आज सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र करके हम दुनिया में अपनी जगह पाए हैं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि अगर हम भारतीय संविधान के रास्ते पर चलते रहेंगे तो हम और अधिक मजबूत होंगे और अधिक हम दुनिया में अपना नाम रोशन करने में कामयाब होंगे। यहां राजीव जी के बारे में बात कही कि किस तरह से वहां पर इंदिरा जी की हत्या होने के बाद स्थिति पैदा हुई। यहां इंदिरा गांधी जी का शव रखा है। कोई गिन भी लेता कि इंदिरा गांधी जी के छाती पर कितनी गोलियां झेलनी पड़ी थी। कोई ये भी कह देता था कि उस समय के क्या हालात थे जिसमें इंदिरा गांधी को कठोर फैसले करने पड़े थे। यहां मां की लाश, जो मुल्क की प्रधानमंत्री थी, वहां पूरी छाती छलनी हुई पड़ी हुई थी और राजीव गांधी निकले दिल्ली के सड़कों पर, जहां दंगे भड़के थे वहां पर शांत करने के लिए। यहां इतना ही नहीं, निर्मला जी ने यहां पर देखिए, शेखर जी ये आपके पिता थे। राम मनोहर लोहिया हॉस्पिटल में जब संजय गांधी का शव वहां पर पहुंचा था, इंदिरा जी वहां पर पहुंचे और चंद्रशेखर जी के साथ वहां पर बात करने लगी कि हम पंजाब के हालात को कैसे सुधारेंगे। आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं? पहले इतिहास को जानने की कोशिश करो। निर्मला जी ने यहाँ पर मैं आपका संरक्षण चाहूंगा। निर्मला जी ने यहाँ पर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट को लेकर बात कही। पहला जो अमेंडमेंट लाया गया, जवाहरलाल नेहरू प्रधानमंत्री थे, निश्चित उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी। वहां पर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स रेजोल्यूशन, वहां पर वो जब पेश कर रहे थे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट, तो क्या कहते, स्टेटमेंट ऑफ ऑब्जेक्ट्स एंड रीजंस में कि द सिटीजन्स राइट टू फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एंड एक्सप्रेशन गारंटीड बाय आर्टिकल 19(1)(a has been held by some courts to be so comprehensive as not to be culpable even if he advocates murder and other crimes of violence. In other countries with written constitutions, freedom of speech and of press is not regarded as debarring from punishment or preventing abuse of this freedom. आगे में वो पूरा इसका विस्तार से वहां पर ऑब्जेक्ट्स रखते हैं।
Please conclude, your time is over.
डॉक्टर अंबेडकर भी 2 घंटे पूरा ये अमेंडमेंट के समर्थन में अपनी बात रखते हैं और नेहरू जी ने जो भूमिका रखी उसका पूरा समर्थन करते हैं। हमने 15(4) लाया 51 में, हमने 2006 में 15(5) लाया, जिसके जरिए दलित, आदिवासी और पिछड़े समाज के लोगों को प्राइवेट एंड पब्लिक एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में हमने आरक्षण दिया है। आगे हमारा प्रयास रहेगा कि हम 50% आरक्षण की जो मर्यादा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दलित, आदिवासी, पिछड़ों पर रखी है, उसको अलग करके और अधिक सुविधा हम इन वर्गों को उपलब्ध करा दें।
Thank you, Mr. Vastik. Thank you very much. Mrs. Dola Sen ji will speak in Bengali.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson, sir.
Just एक मिनट, 1 minute. हाँ जी हाँ, प्लीज बोलिए।
माइक चालू नहीं हो रहा। हो गया। इसमें संविधान के प्रारूप समिति के विषय में माननीय ने जो जिक्र किया है, स्पष्ट 258 ले लो। पंडित नेहरू, मेरी बात सुनो। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ख्याति प्राप्त विद्वान सर एवोर जेनिंग को संविधान सभा का काम सौंपना चाहते थे, लेकिन गांधी जी ने यह कहा कि देश के लिए शर्म का विषय है, दुनिया सोचेगी कि यहाँ कोई भी संविधान का विशेषज्ञ नहीं है। जब गांधी जी ने जोर देकर अम्बेडकर जी का नाम दिया था, ये नेहरू को क्रेडिट गलत दे रहे।
हाँ जी बोलिए मैडम।
Thank you, Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, sir. Madam, thanks to our honorable leader and my party, All India Trinamool Congress, for giving me chance to speak on Constitution of India. I will try to deliver my speech in my mother tongue, Bangla. আমরা অল ইন্ডিয়া তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস থেকে ঠিক করেছি যে আমাদের সব এমপিরা সংবিধানের প্রিয়াম্বল বা মুখবন্ধের বিভিন্ন পয়েন্ট নিয়ে একজন বলবো। তো সাকেতের জাস্টিস বা ন্যায়ের পরে আমার পয়েন্ট উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া, এআইটিসির পক্ষে, অল ইন্ডিয়া তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের পক্ষে। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া, আমরা ভারতের জনগণ। কোন হ্যায় ও, কারা তারা? হু আর উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া? উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সেই সব লক্ষ কোটি পরিযায়ী শ্রমিকরা, মাইগ্রেন্ট ওয়ার্কার, যারা কোভিড মহামারীতে ইউনিয়ন গভর্নমেন্টের হঠাৎ লকডাউন ঘোষণায় হাজার হাজার মাইল হেঁটেছেন, মরেছেন, চলেছেন, মরার পরে গঙ্গা দিয়ে ভেসেও গেছেন, আর কখনো গঙ্গার তীরে জ্বলে শেষ হয়েছেন যাতে কোভিডের কথা কেউ জানতে না পারে। We the পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সেই সব সহনাগরিক যারা হঠাৎ ঘোষিত নোটবন্দি নোট বাতিলের পরে ব্যাংকের লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে বেঘরে প্রাণ হারিয়েছেন, কিন্তু 1 টাকাও কালো টাকা উদ্ধার হয়নি। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সেই 850-এরও বেশি কৃষক বন্ধু ভাই বোনেরা যারা দিল্লির সীমান্তে কৃষক বিরোধী কৃষি আইনের আইনি শান্তিপূর্ণ বিরোধিতা করতে গিয়ে মৃত্যুবরণ করেছেন ইউনিয়ন গভর্নমেন্টের পুলিশের আক্রমণে, অত্যাচারে। যখন কৃষকরা আজও মিনিমাম সাপোর্ট প্রাইস MSP পাননি, যদিও প্রধানমন্ত্রী কথা দিয়েছিলেন। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সেই 59 লক্ষ MGNREG এর জব কার্ডের শ্রমিকরা যারা তাদের পরিশ্রমের উপার্জনের 2 বছরের কোটি কোটি টাকা এখনো পর্যন্ত 3 বছর হয়ে গেলেও পেরিয়ে গেলেও বেআইনি ভাবে ইউনিয়ন গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে পাননি। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের মণিপুরের সেই হতভাগ্য মা ভাই বোনেরা যারা গত 1.5 বছরের বেশি সময় ধরে মণিপুরে আগুন জ্বললেও ঘর ছাড়া, জীবন ছাড়া, কাজ ছাড়া কোন রকমে বেঁচে থাকলেও মা বোনেরা চূড়ান্ত হেনস্থা হলেও প্রধানমন্ত্রী তাদের সাথে দেখা করতে যাননি। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের বাংলার সেই 10 কোটি মানুষ, সাধারণ মানুষ যাদের ইউনিয়ন গভর্নমেন্ট রাজ্যের টাকা তুলে নিয়ে এসে তার শেয়ার ফেরত না দিয়ে তাদেরকে বঞ্চিত রেখেছে সর্বতোভাবে। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের জনসংখ্যার সেই 25% তরতাজা যুবক যারা বেকার, আনএমপ্লয়েড হয়ে আছে। বছরে 2 কোটি, 10 বছরে 20 কোটি চাকরির কথা থাকলেও প্রধানমন্ত্রী কথা দিলেও তা হয়নি। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সেই লক্ষ লক্ষ শ্রমিক কর্মচারীরা যারা ডিসইনভেস্টমেন্ট, কর্পোরেটাইজেশনের ফলে UPSC পরীক্ষা দিয়ে চাকরি পাওয়ার পরেও প্রফিটেবল PSU এবং পাবলিক এন্টারপ্রাইজ থেকে কাজ হারিয়েছেন এবং এখন পর্যন্ত ওল্ড পেনশন স্কিমও তারা পান না। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সেই দেশবাসীরা যাদের 10% খাদ্যের মূল্য বৃদ্ধি হজম করে পরিবার সহ বেঁচে থাকতে হয় অত্যন্ত কম রোজগার সত্ত্বেও। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে সেই আদিবাসী জল জঙ্গল জমির ভাই বোনেরা, সেই দলিত বন্ধুরা, সেই সংখ্যালঘু ভাই বোনেরা যারা আজও শিক্ষা সহ সব অধিকার থেকে আমাদের অনেকের থেকে আজও বঞ্চিত হয়ে পিছিয়ে আছেন স্বাধীনতার 75 বছর পরেও বিকশিত ভারতে। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সেই সাধারণ মানুষজন যারা আমাদের 1% জনসংখ্যা 50%-এর সম্পদের অধিকারী হয়ে আছেন বলে বাকি অধিকাংশ জনকে, অনেক জনকে খুঁটে খেতে হয়। আজকের আচ্ছা দিনের বিকশিত ভারতেও উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের অসামান্য লড়াকু মমতা ব্যানার্জি, অনেক কষ্ট করে বড় হওয়া উন্নয়নের দিশারি জননেত্রী মমতা ব্যানার্জি এবং তার গ্রাসরুটের কর্মীরা যারা সব সময় এই ইউনিয়ন গভর্নমেন্টের অ্যান্টি পিপল পলিসির বিরুদ্ধে প্রো পিপল থাকতে চায় আর উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়ার জন্য লড়তে থাকে, কাজ করতে থাকে সংসদের ভেতরে, বাইরে, মাঠে, ময়দানে। উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমাদের সবার উপরে মানুষ সত্য, তাহার উপরে নাই। তাই মানুষই লড়ে মরে আর শেষ পর্যন্ত শেষ বিচারে শেষ কথা বলে। নাও অলসো উই দ্য পিপল অফ ইন্ডিয়া উইল টেল দ্য লাস্ট ওয়ার্ড। अन्यायकारी को सबक सिखाएंगे वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया।
Bangla. Dolaji. Esteemed members of the Rajya Sabha, I stand before you today to commemorate 75 years of our Constitution's adoption. That I, from a humble background, can address this august house, it's itself a testament to the transformative power of our democracy made possible by the Dravidian movement and its leaders and countless other champions of social justice who envisioned India as a federal, democratic and republic. I am reminded of a moment in history when Benjamin Franklin, emerging from American Constitutional Convention, was asked whether they had bestowed upon their nation a monarchy or republic. His response resonates deeply with our own journey. He replied, "A republic if you can keep it." these words echo with profound relevance for India today. Today, we must ask ourselves, are we preserving its basic structure for future generation? Are we upholding the federal, democratic republic our founders envisioned? Madam, we have to have this debate beyond politics. It is not us versus you. It is we versus the future. The pressing question before us today is whether we, the people of India, 2024, will preserve and pass on to the future generation the same constitution with its basic structure intact that the people of India bestowed upon us in 1950. As we mark this historic milestone, I must bring this House's attention few critical challenges. First, the integrity of electoral system. The recent Chief Election Commissioner and Chief Election Commissioners Appointment Act 2023 fundamentally altered the judgment of the Supreme Court, replacing the Chief Justice of India with a cabinet minister. A pliable election commission serves as a gateway to power consolidation, striking democracy's heart. The Commission's recent reluctance to act against model code violations, investigate forced withdrawal of nominations, the working of EVM have to be put under greater scrutiny. The Union government have to rethink and withdraw the bill on one nation, one election, as it poses great threat to the democracy. Second, the federal structure of our Constitution faces unprecedented strain, particularly on the fiscal relations. Third, our approach on water sharing between states requires immediate attention. The River Boards Act has to be implemented with rigor, and I request Union to ponder over giving effect to the River Boards Act. Just a minute, Madam. The directive principles of state policy is an area of our concern. Article 1 minute, Madam. Madam, 1 minute, Madam. Madam, 1 minute. Please, one more minute, Madam. One more minute. I'll conclude it. Madam, though an atheist, Aringer Anna said, "Yere in sirpil iravani kanala." That means you can see the God in the smiles of the poor. But unfortunately now, some people are searching for the God underneath the mask. I say that fraternity is the most important of our Constitution, and we have.
Honorable Member Shri Subhash Chandra Bose Pillai.
Respected Deputy Chairman, sir, Madam. ఈరోజు మన భారత రాజ్యాంగం మీద తెలుగు I have given letter to the Honorable Chairman, Madam. Please arrange a translator.
It has already been done.
Okay. Respected Madam, ఈరోజు భారత రాజ్యాంగం మీద చర్చ టేకప్ చేయడం చాలా సంతోషదాయకమైన విషయం. దాదాపుగా మరి చాలా కాలం తర్వాత ఈ చర్చ జరుగుతూ ఉంది. 75 సంవత్సరాలు అయినటువంటి రాజ్యాంగం మీద మా అనుభవాలను ఒకసారి చూసుకున్నట్టయితే ఈ 75 సంవత్సరాల్లో ఒకసారి మనం ఈ దేశంలో ఎన్ని అన్యాయాలు అరాచకాలు జరుగుతున్నాయో ఒకసారి మనం ప్రభుత్వం ఆలోచించవలసినటువంటి అవసరం కూడా ఉంది. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మనకి 75 సంవత్సరాల వయసు వచ్చిన వారిని మనం చూస్తూ ఉంటే బీపీ వస్తుంది, షుగర్ వస్తుంది, కీళ్ళ నొప్పులు వస్తాయి, కిడ్నీలు పోతాయి, రకరకాల వ్యాధులన్నీ వస్తుంటాయి. అన్నీ మన దేశానికి వచ్చినాయి. 75 సంవత్సరాల్లో అన్ని రకాల వ్యాధులు వచ్చినాయి. దీన్ని కంట్రోల్ చేయడానికి ఏమాత్రం కూడా ప్రయత్నాలు ఎక్కడ చేయటం లేదు. ఒకసారి మనం అంబేద్కర్ గారు మొట్టమొదటి రాజ్యాంగం ప్రవేశపెట్టినప్పుడు పార్లమెంట్కి ఏం మాట్లాడారో ఒకసారి మనం రీకలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఆ రోజు ముందుగానే ఊహించి చెప్పారు ఆయన. భారతదేశంలో ఈ రాజ్యాంగం అమల్లోకి వచ్చినప్పటి నుంచి ఏమేం జరుగుతాయనేది చాలా ముందుగానే ఊహించి చెప్పారు. దాన్ని మనం ఒకసారి రికలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం కూడా ఉందమ్మా. ఒకసారి ఆలోచన చేయాలి దాని మీద ప్రభుత్వం. ఆ రోజు సభలో అంబేద్కర్ గారు మాట్లాడుతూ ఏమన్నారంటే 1950 జనవరి 26వ తేదీ నుండి భారతీయులైన మనం వైవిధ్యాలు కూడినటువంటి జీవితంలో ప్రవేశిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. రాజకీయాల్లో సమానత్వం లభిస్తుంది కానీ ఆర్థిక అసమానత్వం మాత్రం అట్లానే ఉంటుంది. రాజకీయాల్లో సమానత్వం లభిస్తుంది కానీ ఆర్థిక అసమానత్వం మాత్రం అట్లానే ఉంటుంది. కొందరు ఆగర్భ శ్రీమంతులు అయితే సిరి సంపదలతో తొలుతూగే ఆగర్భ శ్రీమంతులు ఉంటారు. ఒక పక్క నిత్యం దారిద్ర్యంతో జీవన పోరాటం చేసే పేదవారు కూడా ఉంటారు. అంటే మన సమాజం ఆర్థిక అసమాన పునాదులపై నిర్మాణమైంది మన సమాజం. సామాజిక సమానత్వం, ఆర్థిక అసమానత్వం నిరంతరం మన వాయిదా వేసుకుంటూ పోతే ఈ రాజ్యాంగం కూడా ఫెయిల్ అయ్యి మరి మనకు కూడా ఈ రాజ్యాంగం ద్వారా మనకు లభించినటువంటి రాజకీయ ప్రజాస్వామ్యం ఆపదలో పడే ప్రమాదం ఉంది అని కూడా మరి అంబేద్కర్ గారు ముందుగానే ఊహించి చెప్పారు ఆయన. ఒకసారి మనం ఇటువంటి అన్నీ కూడా దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకోవాలి. కులాలు ఈ దేశానికి పెట్టినటువంటి పెద్ద చెడ. వారు చెప్పారు, కలెక్టర్ గారు చెప్పిన మాటలు. మనకి అనేకమైన కులాలు ఉన్నాయి, మతాలు ఉన్నాయి, మరి సాంప్రదాయాలు ఉన్నాయి, విభిన్న సాంప్రదాయాలు, విభిన్నటువంటి మరి ఈర్ష్యా ద్వేషాలు పెరిగినాయి. ఈ కులాల విభేదాలను పెంచాయి. మనమంతా ఒకే జాతిగా అవతరించకపోతే మరి ఈ విద్వేషాలను అధిగమించలేము. మనకు లభించినటువంటి స్వేచ్ఛ స్వాతంత్ర్యాలు పైపోతగానే మిగిలిపోతాయని అది కూడా ముందుగానే హెచ్చరించారు ఆయన. మనం ఏం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం దీని మీద? ఏ ప్రభుత్వాలు ఏం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాయి? జనవరి ఇవన్నీ మనం రికలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. 75 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత కూడా ఇంకా అవన్నీ కూడా కొనసాగుతున్నాయంటే 75 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత కూడా ఇంకా ఈ జాతి వైరాలు కానీ లేదా కుల విభేదాలు కానీ ఈర్ష్యా ద్వేషాలు కానీ ఇవన్నీ కొనసాగుతున్నాయంటే దానికి మూలం ఏంటి? ఆ మూలాన్ని అరికట్టవలసినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. దాని మీద ఏ ప్రభుత్వం అధికారంలోకి వచ్చినా ఎప్పుడు దాని గురించి పట్టించుకున్న పాపానే పోలేదు. అదేవిధంగా మంది ప్రజాస్వామ్యం కొత్తగా వచ్చింది. 1950 సంవత్సరంలో మన రిపబ్లిక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాగా మనం డిక్లేర్ చేసుకున్నాం. ప్రజాస్వామ్యం అంటే మనకు తెలియదు. చాలా కాలంగా భారతదేశంలో ప్రజాస్వామ్యం అమలులో లేదు. ఈ అమలులో లేనప్పుడు మరి మనకి కొన్ని అవరోధాలు వస్తాయి. ఈ మన పాలనలో కొన్ని అవరోధాలు వస్తుంటాయి. చెప్పాలి ఇంక ఉపయోగం ఏంటమ్మా? నేను ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడడానికి ప్రధాన కారణం అమ్మా, అది కూడా మీకు వివరాలు చెప్తాను. ఆర్టికల్ 16(1), ఆర్టికల్ 16(1) సామాజిక న్యాయం చేయమంది. ఆర్టికల్ 14 అందరికీ సమాన అవకాశాలు కల్పించాలి. ఆర్టికల్ 16(1) సామాజిక న్యాయం చూడాలి. ఆర్టికల్ 16(4) ఎఫిషియన్సీ కూడా అత్యధిక ప్రాధాన్యత ఇవ్వాలి. ఇది అంబేద్కర్ గారి ఆలోచన. మరి ఏమిటి అన్యాయం? ఏం జరిగిపోయింది ఈ దేశంలో? ఒక బ్రాహ్మణులు, వైశ్యులు, క్షత్రియులు తప్ప మిగతా.
జై శ్రీ జగన్నాథ్. Honorable Chairman, Honorable Madam, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. मेरे लीडर नवीन पटनायक जी जो मुझे ये बोलने के लिए यहाँ पर भेजा गए हैं। मैं टाइम नहीं है, 4 मिनट का मुझे समय है, मैं डायरेक्ट मुद्दे पे आती हूँ। मैं एक कोट अनकोट बोल रही हूँ। 1998 में एनडीए की सरकार थी, सरकार चल रही थी, लेकिन कुछ लोगों को हम नहीं तो कोई नहीं, ये जो एक परिवार का खेल चल रहा है, अटल जी के सरकार को अस्थिर करने के लिए खेले चले गए। वोट हुआ, खरीद फरोख्त तब भी हो सकता था, बाजार में माल तब भी बिकता था, लेकिन संविधान के भावना के प्रति समर्पित अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार ने एक वोट से हारना पसंद किया, इस्तीफा दिया, लेकिन असंवैधानिक चुकते नहीं किए। मुझे यहाँ पर अटल जी को मैं यहाँ नमन करती हूँ, ये संविधान को नमन करती हूँ, ये गृह के हाउस का मैं नमन करती हूँ, मगर मुझे ऐतराज है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जब ये बात बोले लोकसभा में कि हम माल है। माल कौन है मैडम? माल कौन है? हम लोग एमपीज है। अटल जी को हम नमन इसीलिए करते थे क्योंकि वो हमको एमपी समझते थे, इसीलिए एक वोट से हारना सही समझे, मगर खरीदारी नहीं की। आज हम लोगों को माल बोला जा रहा है, मुझे ऐतराज है माल से, और सारे एमपीज को माल बोलने के लिए क्या रखा हुआ है, ये सही नहीं है। मुझे खरीदारी में बिक्री खरीद से भी मुझे ऐतराज है। मैं एक बात बोलूंगी, आप माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये जो बोला, इसमें मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ मैडम, बहुत ही ज्यादा दुख हुआ। ये वो भी बोले कि हमारा इतिहास है, ये हमारे संस्कार है, ये हमारी परंपरा है। आज कहाँ गए ये सब, ये संस्कार, ये परंपरा, ये बातें? मैं इसीलिए बोली मुझे ऐतराज है क्योंकि आज हमारी पार्टी से जो इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं आप उनको ले रहे हैं। आप ही के हिसाब से जो माल है वही बिकते हैं, हम नहीं बिकेंगे, बिकॉज हम एमपीज है, हम कोई भी एमपीज है जो हम नहीं बिकेंगे। इसीलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ, मुझे ये जो बात बोला गया है लोकसभा में, इसको नहीं है। और एक बात है मैडम, आरजी कर मैडम देखिए, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति ओडिशा की लड़की है, और महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी ने जब आरजी कर मेडिकल के रेप केस में अपनी व्यथा व्यक्त की तो हम सब ये रह गए, मगर कहाँ गए? जब आरजीकर हॉस्पिटल के लिए महामहिम बोल सकते हैं तो मणिपुर में आज 1.5 साल हो गया, क्या हो रहा है? क्यों चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं महामहिम? आज संभल में जो हो रहा है, क्यों चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं महामहिम? आज ओडिशा में 6 महीने में 1250 रेप हुए हैं, कहाँ गए महामहिम? वो क्यों चुप है? कब चुप्पी तोड़ेंगे? कब ये चुप्पी तोड़ेंगे? क्या यही हमारा संविधान है? यही हमारा संविधान हमको सिखाता है? बस इतना ही नहीं है। और एक बात बोले, देखिए आप हमको माल बोल रहे हैं, हम वाइस प्रेसिडेंट को, हमारा चेयरमैन को मिलकर प्रिविलेज नोटिस देने के लिए मैं गई थी मेरे सांसद के साथ, एक फोटो निकला हमारे उड़ीसा में, हमें बोले आप सब बिक्री हो गए। इसीलिए तो मैं बोल रही हूँ, अगर प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमको माल बोलेंगे, लोग क्या बोलेंगे? हम बिक्री नहीं हो सकते मैडम, ये खराब बात है। और एक बात है मैडम, और मैं और एक बात भी बोलना चाहूंगी मैडम, देखिए आप ना नहीं आप ऐसे बोल सकते हैं, मगर मैं एक बात बोलूंगी, ओडिशा में लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली के स्पीकर और डेप्यूटी स्पीकर जाके भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पार्टी ऑफिस में पीएम के साथ फोटो ले रहे हैं। ये है संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही है, हमारी वुमेन कमीशन के चेयरमैन को गवर्नमेंट आते निकाला गया। वो एक क्वासी जुडिशियल बॉडी है, गवर्नमेंट आती जाती रहती है, किस हिसाब से आपने उनको निकाला? ये है संविधान। इस तरह से आप लोग संविधान को सम्मान देते हैं, मुझे इससे ऐतराज है। ऐसा नहीं, हम लोग जो बोलते हैं आप हमारा माइक काट लेते हैं, ये है संविधान। हाउस में हमको ऑनर नहीं किया जाता, हमारा जो हम विरोध करेंगे तो ये क्या हो रहा है?
रूल 38 says a member while speaking shall not make a personal charge against a member. And the lady here has charged that the BJP has given money to take 2 members from their party. Ma'am, she has to be the substantiated or she has to withdraw that statement. She has made personal remarks. If I start talking about the history, she will have no place to hide. What is she talking about? She is making personal remarks. Ma'am, she has to
बोलने के टाइम में आप डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आप एक बात सुनिए, जो मुख्यमंत्री हमारे थे जो आपको भेजे थे वो क्यों भेजे थे उनको जाके पूछिए। और जब आप सुनिए, जब आप लोग बोल रहे हैं कि नीति और नैतिकता के बाद आपका नीति और नैतिकता कहाँ गया? जब आप किसी पार्टी को तोड़ के फिर ले रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं नीति और नैतिकता और संविधान का बात, कहाँ है संविधान? संविधान बहुत किताब रह गया है, रद्दी का कागज रह गया है, इसको ऐसा।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, इतने महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर मुझे बोलने का आपने मौका दिया है। मैं जिस प्रदेश से आता हूं, उस प्रदेश में सबसे पहले लोकतंत्र की नींव रखी गई लिच्छवी में, वैशाली में। मैं जिस प्रदेश से आता हूं, उस प्रदेश में जब इमरजेंसी, सुनी वैष्णव साहब, सुनी जी, थोड़ा मेरा टाइम बढ़ा दीजिएगा अपने कोटे से, 3 ही मिनट मिला है, थोड़ा बढ़वा दीजिएगा। तो मैं जिस प्रदेश से आता हूं, इस हाउस जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली बनी, कंस्टिट्यूट किया गया, तो राजेंद्र बाबू को उसको अध्यक्षता करने के लिए दिया गया। बहुत सारे लोग वहां से, अनुग्रह नारायण सिंह, श्री कृष्ण बाबू, हमारे दरभंगा के महाराज रहे कामेश्वर सिंह जी, सारे उसके मेंबर थे। और जब 1951 में जिसकी चर्चा यहाँ पर हुई है, जब नेहरू जी ने फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच को लेकर के अमेंडमेंट लेकर के आए, तो हमारे जो कामेश्वर सिंह जी थे, जिनकी चर्चा वित्त मंत्री जी कर रही थी, उन्होंने यहाँ पर उसमें कहा था कि मैं कोट करता हूँ उन्हीं को, कि मैं यह स्पष्ट रूप से कहता हूँ कि प्रधानमंत्री जी कार्यकारी सत्ता के अत्याचार के बीज बो रहे हैं और संविधान की सर्वोच्चता के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं ताकि पार्टी के लाभ को प्राथमिकता दी जा सके। वह एक खराब मिसाल स्थापित कर रहे हैं और यह भारतीय लोकतंत्र के लिए खतरनाक रुझान है। ये कामेश्वर सिंह जी जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली के मेंबर थे दरभंगा से, उन्होंने कहा था। तो मैंने कहा वैशाली में लोकतंत्र की नींव पड़ी। उसी तरह जब इमरजेंसी आया तो उसी बिहार, उसी धरती से संपूर्ण क्रांति की आवाज़ निकली। जयप्रकाश जी ने संपूर्ण क्रांति की आवाज़ दी। हमारे जो नेता नीतीश कुमार जी हैं, 19 महीने जेल में रहे, और क्या स्लोगन था वहाँ पर सबसे बड़ा, बाबा नागार्जुन थे कि सिंहासन खाली करो कि जनता आती है, सिंहासन खाली करो कि जनता आती है। यही स्लोगन था इमरजेंसी के खिलाफ, उसी बिहार से। माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपातकाल में जो परिस्थिति हुई सब लोगों ने देखा है। मैं जस्ट 1-2 बात, जो मैं सीधा पॉइंट पे मैं भी आता हूँ। उस समय एक डिसेंट सिर्फ जस्टिस खन्ना ने दिया था, और मैं कोट कर रहा हूँ, एक नरेन डे थे अटॉर्नी जनरल, उनसे पूछा क्या जो सबसे बड़ा अधिकार है, जीने का अधिकार जो हमको मिलता है, जो जीवन के जीने का अधिकार है, जो सबसे मौलिक अधिकार है, वो भी इमरजेंसी में ख़त्म हो गया। तो अटॉर्नी जनरल ने कहा कि हाँ, सरकार को संविधान ऐसा करने से नहीं रोक सकती है। माने आपके जीवन के जीने का अधिकार भी छीन लिया गया उस इमरजेंसी में। और जस्टिस खन्ना ने उस समय कहा, और उनको मैं, जस्टिस खन्ना ने फिर उसके डिटेल में जो भी बातें आई उन्होंने, क्योंकि मेरा समय कम है मैं कोट करूंगा तो, लेकिन एक बात, हम समय ले लेंगे, आप चिंता मत कीजिए, लय है। उसी के बाद आज चर्चा हुई, इतने दंगों का लिस्ट दिया गया। एक सबसे बड़ा दंगा हुआ भागलपुर दंगा 1989 में, कांग्रेस की सरकार थी वहां। 2 महीने तक दंगा चलता रहा, 1000 लोग मारे गए। और उस समय के जो कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री थे सत्येंद्र बाबू, मैं उनकी किताब को कोट कर रहा हूँ। उन्होंने क्या कहा, सत्येंद्र नारायण सिन्हा उस समय मुख्यमंत्री थे। उन्होंने अपनी किताब लिखी है कि मेरी यादें मेरी भूलें। और सत्येंद्र बाबू कहते हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री के पद से हटाए जाने के बाद उन्होंने राजीव गांधी जी को दंगा में कांग्रेस नेताओं की कुछ भूमिकाओं के बारे में सूचित किया, उनके इन्वॉल्वमेंट के बारे में सूचित किया, लेकिन उन्होंने उनकी बात नहीं सुनी। अब 1989 का दंगा और आप 15 साल सरकार रही, वहां पर कांग्रेस उस सरकार में थी, उस दंगा पीड़ितों को न्याय नहीं मिला। और 2005 में जब नीतीश कुमार जी आए, उसके बाद ही कमीशन बना करके पनिशमेंट दिया गया और 84 राइट पर 15 साल न्याय नहीं मिला किसी जो भी दंगा पीड़ित वहां पर थे। उसके बाद एक और चीज की मैं चर्चा करना चाहता हूं, मैं एक और बात की चर्चा करना चाहता हूं। 2005 में बिहार में असेंबली का चुनाव हुआ और उस समय राष्ट्रपति शासन लगा दिया गया। आप लोगों को ध्यान होगा, जब राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाया गया वहां पर, उस समय के जो गवर्नर थे, प्रेसिडेंट थे मॉस्को में, रसिया में थे उस समय के प्रेसिडेंट। रात में 12 बजे कैबिनेट बुलाई गई। सरकार बचाने के लिए क्या क्या इन्होंने किया, रात में 12 बजे कैबिनेट बुलाई गई, फैक्स से मंगाया गया। और जब कोर्ट में मैटर गया तो कोर्ट ने क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया है, मैं सिर्फ उसको कोट कर रहा हूं। कोर्ट ने जो कहा है उसका ऑब्जर्वेशन मैं बता रहा हूं, जबकि डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर का नाम लेते हैं। अब कोर्ट ने कहा, ड्यूरिंग द 21 years of the functioning of Constitution, President's rule has been imposed 24 times. The imposition of President rule in Kerala on November 1, 1956, John Bittas, is he around? Was a continuation of President rule in Travancore, Cochin imposed earlier on March 23, 1956. The state of Kerala having been under President rule 5 times, and for the longest period out of 17 states, not taking into account the Pepsu, which later merged into Punjab, and excluding Himachal Pradesh, which has become a state only recently. 11 have been spell of President rule. The kind of political instability in some of the states that we have witnessed, and the
kindly conclude.
Politics of defection, which has so much tarnished the political life of this country, were not perhaps envisaged in any measures at the time of Constituent Assembly considered the draft constitution. No governor would, it can be safely asserted, want the state to be brought under President rule except in circumstances which leave him with no alternative. What is important to remember is that recourse to Article 356 should be the last resort for a governor to seek. A frequent criticism of the governor in this connection is that he sometimes acts on behest of opinion of government. मैं इसलिए चर्चा कर रहा हूँ कि ये
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Honorable Member Shri Praful Patel.
बीजेपी के लोगों से और एक कहावत है, हम लोग की तरफ नया मुल्ला ज्यादा प्याज खाता है, इस संविधान का लेकर के घूम रहे हैं। इसके अलावा मैं एक चीज बताना चाहता हूँ,
माइक
ये मैं 2 मिनट में समय लिया हूँ तो दीजिए ना उनको। ये जातिगत जनगणना का कॉपी लेके घूमते रहते हैं। देश में अकेला राज्य बिहार है जो कास्ट सेंसस किया। मैं था इंडिया के मीटिंग में था जब बॉम्बे में नीतीश कुमार जी ने कहा जातीय जनगणना लाइए, एजेंडा में लाइए, और जो टीएमसी की नेता हैं जो लगता है इनकी बैतरनी 2029 में पार कराएंगी उनका नाम लेकर के, उन्होंने विरोध किया। कांग्रेस के लोगों चुप रहे, कुछ नहीं कहा उस पर। और आज जातीय जनगणना का कागज लेकर के घूम रहे हैं। मैडम, मैं अंत में एक ही बात कहता हूँ, खड़गे साहब बैठे हुए थे, लास्ट एक 1 मिनट, खड़गे साहब बैठे हुए थे, बिहार में पंचायत में दलितों को, पिछड़ों को कोई रिजर्वेशन नहीं था। जब एनडीए की सरकार आई, जेडीयू बीजेपी की, तब जाकर के वहां आरक्षण दिया गया। और अंत में
ऑनरेबल मेंबर श्री प्रफुल्ल पटेल,
नरेंद्र मोदी जी का धन्यवाद देता हूं कि 75 साल के बाद संविधान हमारी भाषा मैथिली में छपा करके मैथिली में संविधान छपा है।
उपसभापति महोदया, मैं उपसभापति महोदया, मैं पहले एक स्पष्टीकरण करना चाहता हूं। मैं आपका टाइम बोल रहा हूं। उपसभा
काइंडली कंटिन्यू।
should it be counted in my time? They are shouting.
Kindly continue, Shri Prafull Patel.
उपसभापति महोदया, मैं इनके व्यवधान में मेरा समय जाएगा और दूसरा मैं शुरुआत में ही स्पष्टीकरण इनको करना चाहता हूं कि मैं जो मुझे समय मिला है उससे अधिक समय भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलॉटेड टाइम से मुझे उन्होंने स्वीकृति दी है, इसलिए इनको कोई आपत्ति नहीं होनी चाहिए। ये ऑलरेडी इनके तरफ से स्वीकृति है। और दूसरी बात, अगर ये इस तरह से बोलेंगे तो कांग्रेस का समय पूरा हो गया है, तो उनका दूसरा स्पीकर को भी मौका न दिया जाए। उनका समय पूरा हो चुका है। ऑब्जेक्शन मत लीजिए, मेरा यही कहना है, ऑब्जेक्शन मत लीजिए। दैट्स ऑल। दिस विल नॉट बी काउंटेड इन माई टाइम। दिस कैन नॉट बी काउंटेड इन माई टाइम व्हेन आई एम नॉट स्पीकिंग। मैं अपना समय इसमें नहीं गिनती होने दूंगा। एक, दूसरा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मुझे अपना कुछ समय दिया है, इसलिए इनको कोई आपत्ति नहीं होना चाहिए। अब मैं शुरू करूंगा। उपसभापति महोदया, मुझे नहीं मालूम, आई कांट हियर व्हाट यू आर सेइंग। हमारे भारत के
काइंडली कंटिन्यू।
हमारे भारत, मैं क्यों बोलूं? व्हाई शुड आई स्पीक?
ऑनरेबल मेंबर, काइंडली कंटिन्यू।
You bring the house to order, ma'am. Otherwise, why should I be speaking?
Kindly continue. Kindly take your seats. Honorable members, kindly take your seats.
Point of order is the...
Kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats. Honorable members, kindly take your seats. I request Shri Prafull Patel to please continue.
You have a point?
To please continue.
हमारे भारत के संविधान के 75वें वर्षगांठ पर आज हमारे इस सदन में चर्चा हो रही है और हमारे देश के संविधान पर हमें गर्व होना चाहिए कि केवल हमारे देश का ही श्रेष्ठ संविधान नहीं है, लेकिन विश्व की बहुत सारी जो लोकतांत्रिक जो देश हैं उसके संविधान के तुलना में हमारा संविधान श्रेष्ठ ही नहीं सर्वश्रेष्ठ है। मैं इसका एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं। अमेरिका में जहां पर अपने आप को डेमोक्रेसी के रक्षक माने जाते हैं, वो अपना वो विश्व में प्रचार प्रसार करते हैं कि डेमोक्रेसी अगर देखना है तो हमारे अमेरिका में देखिए। मैं आपको और सदन को इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि हमारा संविधान क्यों श्रेष्ठ से भी सर्वश्रेष्ठ है कि अमेरिका में
काले चमड़ी के लोगों को, जिनको ब्लैक्स कहा जाता है, उनको वोटिंग का, महिलाओं को अधिकार, हमारे 1950 में संविधान में अधिकार मिलने के कई वर्षों के बाद, मैम आई कांट स्पीक लाइक दिस, यू हैव टू ब्रिंग द हाउस टू ऑर्डर, व्हाई शुड आई बी वेस्टिंग माय टाइम, you will have to bring the house to order, otherwise I cannot speak.
I request the member to kindly stop for some time. Honorable members, kindly take your seats.
You are saying, ma'am.
Under which rule? Under which rule? Under which rule?
Two rules, madam.
Under which rule?
Madam. Madam, yes. Yes. Yes.
Mic is on.
Madam,
mic is on.
Here, rule 238 and 236 I am here raising. The clearly, 236 is clearly mentioning when a member rises to speak, his name shall be called by the chairman. If more members than one rise at the same time, the member whose name is so called shall be entitled to speak. That means his time is over. Then you have given a chance to a person. But again, the person has spoken here. That is against the rule. Secondly, madam, I am raising the second point. Rules to be observed in 238. Madam, in Rule 38, refer to any matter of fact on which here the clearly use offensive here. In 238 also reflected here, part of this there. So these two rules, 236 and 238, is applicable here. So, madam, you have given the time, extra time to the person to entitled to speak a member's name here. So this is injustice. So it should be. Secondly, you should give proper time to everybody, not only the ruling party. So my humble request, madam, this is the discussion on constitution. The constitution, values of the constitution should be protected.
Thank you.
We all standing here for the constitution discussion, our constitution, the framers of the constitution, they have raised,
Thank you very much.
They have
If
raised
anything
a lot
is amiss,
of
it will be
valuable
brought to the
points.
notice of
The
the chair.
spirit of the constitution, we should raise inside the house. Respected chair, respected
If anything
madam,
is amiss, it will be brought to the notice of the chair.
Nothing will go into record.
Nothing. Shri Praful Patel.
Ma'am, first and foremost, I have not even started. 3 minutes has gone in all this. My clock. What do you mean?
No point of order since one party has given its own time.
My clock cannot start.
No point of order since one party has given its own time.
Your clock must start again. I have not spoken at all, and 3 minutes has gone, and you will ask me to stop. You will have to reset the clock.
Yes. Yes.
Madam Vice Chairman, we are discussing our glorious 75 years of the Constitution. And we are reducing this debate to a tutu meme, which I am sorry. I apologize to you for saying so, but please let us maintain decorum. Okay, now you please relax. I was trying to make a point that we are a great democracy thanks to the Constitution framed by the founding fathers of our nation and the Constitution led by Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar and his team. What has endured democracy in India for the last more than 75 years. Even in a country like United States, which preaches to us about democracy, they got their rights to vote for women, the black women and the black people of black color, only around the mid-60s, when Dr. Martin Luther King and many of his colleagues started a huge movement there, and that led to a change in their act, in their constitution. Voting rights were given to black people of black color. So I'm just trying to say that many a country have been democratic, the constitutions have been changed from time to time, but our constitution, our founding fathers which gave us the constitution, led by Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, have really changed the entire landscape of our country. हजारों साल की जो व्यवस्था थी हमारी सामाजिक आर्थिक, ये सारी व्यवस्था को बदलने के लिए एक हमें जो संविधान मिला है उसके वजह से आज हर व्यक्ति इस हमारे भारत में एक खुली हवा में एक पूरे अपने अधिकारों के साथ जी रहा है। और इसी वजह से हम लोगों को हमारे देश की जो बहुत सारी बातें हमारे विपक्ष के नेता ने भी कही, मनुस्मृति दिखाई, बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिखाई। हजारों साल पुरानी व्यवस्था हमारे देश में थी ही, इसको कोई डिनाई करता ही नहीं है, लेकिन हमको देश को आगे बदलना है। जो पुरानी बातें थी हजारों साल पुरानी, उनको दोहराने से हमारा देश आज नहीं बदलने वाला है। देश ऑलरेडी उससे आगे बढ़ चुका है और वही बातें, हमने ये किया, हमने वो किया और हमने देश को आज़ादी दिलाई। देश को आज़ादी कुछ चंद नेताओं ने नहीं दिलाई, इस देश के लोग, आम आदमी ने, सुखदेव ने, भगत सिंह ने, बिरसा मुंडा ने, ऐसे लोगों ने देश को आज़ादी दिलाई। और आप केवल हम ही ने आज़ादी दिलाई, हम भी आपके साथ थे, हम इस बात को इनकार नहीं करते। हमारे पिता भी उस आज़ादी की लड़ाई में, हमारे पिताजी भी थे। हमारे को कोई कांग्रेस पार्टी की बात नहीं करना है। कांग्रेस पार्टी तो आज़ादी के बाद बनी। आज़ादी की कांग्रेस वो कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं थी, वो फ्रीडम मूवमेंट थी। और इसीलिए बार बार हमने आज़ादी दिलाई और बाकी सब लोगों ने क्या भजन किया? इस देश के आम आदमी ने हमको आज़ादी दिलाई। वो अगर नहीं जुड़ते तो आज़ादी मिलने वाली नहीं थी। और इसीलिए आज अगर हमारा देश 75 वर्षों के बाद भी हम खुले भारत में, आज़ाद भारत में जी रहे हैं और इतनी डाइवर्सिटी के बावजूद, कहाँ पूर्वोत्तर है, कहाँ दक्षिण भारत है, कहाँ कश्मीर है, ये सारे जो मुल्क को एक रखने में केवल और केवल हमारे भारत के संविधान की शक्ति है। और इसी वजह से इसको हम लोगों ने ये हल्की बात करके 75 वर्षों की जो एक शानदार हमारा जो प्रवास रहा है उसको हम छोटा ना करें और छोटा ना दिखाए, ये मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूँ। हमारे आजू बाजू के मुल्कों में देखिए, उन्होंने भी हमारे साथ साथ आज़ादी मिलाई, उसके बाद उन्होंने भी संविधान बनाया, लेकिन उनके संविधान वो टिक पाए क्या? वहाँ लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्थाएं टिक पाई क्या? कहीं मिलिट्री रोल आया, कहीं कू हो गया, कहीं और कोई बातें बनी। ये सारी हमारे संविधान की डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर, उनकी टीम ने जो उस टाइम पे इसको फ्रेम किया, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को, कोई एक रात में बना नहीं है, बहुत मंथन हुआ, अलग अलग वक्ताओं ने बात कही है, इसलिए उसको दोहराना नहीं चाहूँगा, लेकिन बहुत लोगों का इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में और उसके साथ साथ जो बहस हुई उसमें योगदान रहा है और उसमें प्रमुख योगदान डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर रहा है, इसको कोई इनकार नहीं कर सकता। हमारे देश में हमने देखा है, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने राजनीतिक कुछ बात कही, इसलिए मैं भी कहूँगा कि अगर लोकतंत्र के इस प्रवास में सबसे बड़ा धब्बा अगर लगा था तो 1975 से 77 में लगा था। इमरजेंसी इस देश में लगी थी। हम लोग उस टाइम पे कॉलेज में पढ़ते थे, सभापति महोदय, और कॉलेज में पढ़ते थे, हमें याद है कि किस तरह से लोगों को अपने जो मूल अधिकार थे उससे वंचित रखा गया। अरे लोग साहब खेतों में भागते थे, पेड़ों पे जाके बैठ के छुपते थे क्योंकि नसबंदी हो जाएगी, लोगों को पकड़ पकड़ के जेलों में डाला जाता था। ये सब हम लोगों ने हमारे आंखों से देखा हुआ है, कोई नई बात हम कर रहे हैं ऐसी बात नहीं है। और इसीलिए आज अगर हम बात करते हैं तो कौन से इन लोगों के तरफ से ऐसी बात आई कि जो हमारी आज़ादी को, हमारे लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को सक्षम करने के लिए रही है। मैं आपको ये भी कहूँगा कि हमारे देश में अभी बहुत चर्चा चल रही है, इनके ही नेता बोलते हैं कि जिसकी जितनी आबादी उसको उतनी, क्या बोलते हैं, हिस्सेदारी, आप भागीदारी, हिस्सेदारी जो भी बोलते हैं। मुझे आज जिसके जो भी आपने कहा वो बात सही। अब बताइए, अब कास्ट सेंसस की बात करते हैं, SC ST का रिजर्वेशन ये हमारे ओरिजिनल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का एक हिस्सा है। उसके बाद में हमारे देश की सामाजिक व्यवस्था को देखकर मंडल आयोग का एक गठन हुआ था साहब। मंडल आयोग जब बना और उसकी जो सिफारिश आई तो वो किसने स्वीकार की, और मंडल आयोग की सिफारिश कब आकर हमारे सरकार के पटल पर पड़ी थी? उस वक्त कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, राजीव गांधी की सरकार थी। और उसके बाद जब विश्वनाथ प्रताप सिंह जी हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने तब हाँ आपकी सरकार, ठीक है भाई, जो भी है इतिहास की बात है। तो उस वक्त विश्वनाथ प्रताप सिंह के टाइम पे मंडल आयोग का सिफारिश को स्वीकार करने का काम हुआ, और उसी वजह से मैं आपको ही देख रहा हूं मान्यवर, क्योंकि आप थे उस सरकार में, इसीलिए मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं, सदन की ओर से, मेरे ओर से बधाई देता हूं कि आपने मंडल आयोग की सिफारिशों को स्वीकार करने का काम किया। और आज इस देश में जो इतनी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, कास्ट सेंसस की बात करते हैं, संविधान की किताब को लेकर घूमते हैं, उनको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि उस वक्त इन बाकी जनजातियों को अधिकार देने का काम ये किस वक्त हुआ और किसने किया था, और उसमें इनका कोई योगदान नहीं है। और इसी वजह से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आज बहुत सारी बातें इन्होंने तो 370 का विरोधी किया, वोट नहीं डाला, बाहर चले गए। मुझे बताइए 370 की धारा, आप तो एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एक्सपर्ट खुद ही हैं, अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, बड़े अधिवक्ता, मुझे आपको कुछ जान बताने की जरूरत नहीं साहब। 370 एक टेम्पररी प्रोविजन था हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में, और वो भी अगर हम डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को एक गीता, कुरान, हमारा बाइबल, गुरु ग्रंथ साहब जो भी हम मानते हैं, जिसको आप लेकर घूमते हैं, तो उसमें ये भी तो हम लोगों ने देखना चाहिए था, पढ़ना चाहिए था। बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने जो ड्राफ्ट किया संविधान, उसमें टेम्पररी प्रोविजन था, और टेम्पररी प्रोविजन का मतलब उस हिस्सा हमारे देश में जब जुड़ा तो उस देश को हिस्से को जोड़ते वक्त कुछ वक्त उनको देना चाहिए, वहाँ की विशेष परिस्थितियों को ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इस वजह से इट वाज इंसर्टेड एज अ टेम्पररी क्लॉज, एंड व्हेन इट वाज रिमूव्ड बाय नन अदर देन दिस स्ट्रॉन्ग गवर्नमेंट कि हमको 370 को हटाना है, इतने वर्षों के बाद वहाँ की परिस्थिति बदली है, उसका मिसयूज हो रहा है, तब हमारे मित्रों ने इसमें साथ न देते हुए एक अलग भूमिका ली। और दूसरी ओर आप संविधान और बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर की बात करते हो, तो उनका सम्मान करने का काम, उनकी इच्छाओं का सम्मान करने का काम इस बाजू से हुआ है, उस बाजू से नहीं हुआ है। और इसीलिए आप SC ST की बात करते हैं ना हमारे दिग्विजय भाई, आप तो मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत आपने घूमे हैं, बहुत पदयात्रा की है। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि SC ST का प्रावधान कश्मीर में नहीं था, वहां के संविधान में SC ST को कोई भी उसमें रियायत नहीं मिलती थी। और आज हमारा भारत का संविधान कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक लागू हुआ है और SC ST को न्याय देने का काम हुआ है, ये बात को भी हम लोगों को स्वीकार करना होगा। मैं एक और प्रोविजन की बात करूंगा, 356 की धारा। 356 एक बार जिसका गलत इस्तेमाल करने का काम पिछली सरकारों ने किया। और मैं एक उदाहरण, अभी मेरे नेता पवार साहब यहाँ नहीं बैठे हैं, मुझे याद है कि इमरजेंसी के बाद जब चुनाव हुए और 1978 में जब वो खुद मुख्यमंत्री बने, 1980 में देश में फिर लोकसभा के चुनाव के बाद इंदिरा जी का शासन आया। पवार साहब ने कही हुई बात है, मैं पुष्टि कर सकता हूं, मगर अब आज वो यहाँ बैठे नहीं है। मैं इसलिए कहना चाहता हूं, और दिग्विजय भाई आप उनके मित्र हैं इसलिए आप पूछ सकते हैं कि उनको फोन आया सुबह कि अब सरकार आप हमारे साथ आ रहे हो क्या, तो उन्होंने ऑथेंटिकेट क्या है, आप अभी मैं बताता हूं, ऑथेंटिकेट करके बताता हूं। क्या बताऊंगा? 356 की बात हो रही है, 356 धारा वहां इमीडिएटली वो महाराष्ट्र में लागू हुई जब शरद पवार जी ने कहा कि मैं आपके साथ आने को तैयार नहीं। और वही आप किरण जी आपके राज्य में भजन लाल जी पूरी पार्टी और सरकार लेके इधर आए तो वहां पर 356 की धारा लागू नहीं की गई। ये बात सच्चाई है। अब इसको भी ऑथेंटिकेट करना होगा तो ये आपको रिकॉर्ड में ही मिल जाएगा। इसलिए मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, ये सरकार ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी आने के बाद 356 की धारा करीब करीब इतिहास बन चुकी है। आज तक कभी इसका इस्तेमाल नहीं किया गया है। ये बात आज जो संविधान की बात करते हैं, किताब लेकर घूमने की बात करते हैं, उन लोगों को समझना चाहिए कि 356 की धारा का कभी दुरुपयोग इस सरकार ने, नरेंद्र मोदी ने कभी नहीं किया है। तो ये सब बातों को आप समझेंगे नहीं। आज देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, विकसित भारत की ओर हम बात करते हैं, आज नए भारत की बात करते हैं। वही घिसी पिटी टेप आप बजाते रहते हो, पुरानी बातें करते रहते हो। आज नए भारत के नए नौजवानों की उमंग और उनके उत्साह क्या है, उनकी अपेक्षा क्या है, उसकी पूर्ति की बात करिए, भारत को आगे बढ़ाने की बात करिए। ये संविधान की चर्चा छोटी राजनीतिक लड़ाइयों में मत उसको बांट दीजिए। यही काम पिछले कई वक्ताओं के उधर से भाषणों में देखा है। और लोकसभा की भी जो डिबेट देखी सर, और लोकसभा की डिबेट में भी मुझे भी लगा कि नए नेतृत्व आए हैं तो नया नेतृत्व कुछ नई दिशा दिखाएगा, लेकिन वही पुरानी बातें आ गई, वही पुरानी टेपें बजने लगी, वही संविधान की किताबें दिखाई गई जिसके अंदर कोरे पन्ने हैं। ऐसे हम लोगों को ज्ञान की बातें दिखाई गई। और इसीलिए मैं ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहूँगा। मेरा वक्त जितना मुझे मिला वो वक्त के आधार पर ही मैं बोल रहा हूँ। कोई मैं ज़्यादा कुछ वक्त इनका ही लेकर ही परमिशन के साथ
7 minutes extra
लेकिन मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है सर, मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है।
One second. 7 minutes extra time was allocated to you by the ruling party.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. अभी it has been given to me by them.
It's a good suggestion. It's a very good suggestion.
सर, महिला आरक्षण की बात यहाँ हो रही थी, क्योंकि
वो भी तो बात ठीक कह रहे हैं, उनकी भी सुन लो जरा। चलिए कंटिन्यू।
महिला आरक्षण की बात यहाँ पर बड़े जोरों से हो रही थी और संविधान का हिस्सा इसलिए कह रहा हूँ मैं बहुत संविधान के बाहर की बात इधर उधर की नहीं कर रहा हूँ। महिला आरक्षण, क्योंकि मैं भी सरकार में मंत्री था, हमने भी बहुत साल देखा, बार बार महिला आरक्षण की बात होती थी, कैबिनेट में पास होता था, पेश किया जाता था, लेकिन कभी पास करने की मंशा के साथ वुमेन्स रिजर्वेशन बिल नहीं लाया गया। और हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं किसी की पार्टी की आड़ लेकर ये महिला बिल खाली धूल झोंकने का, आंखों में धूल झोंकने का काम होता रहा। ये बात सच्चाई है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ इसलिए नहीं है। आज मोदी जी ने, एनडीए ने 2014 के बीजेपी के मैनिफेस्टो में डाला, 2019 के मैनिफेस्टो में डाला और आज उसको सिद्ध करके, उसको मंजूर करके अगली 2029 की लोकसभा और विधानसभाओं के चुनाव में महिलाओं को 33% आरक्षण मिलने वाला है। तो नियत और नीति में कितना फर्क है सर, हमने देखा है, इसलिए नहीं बोलता मैं, अगर अन्यथा नहीं बोलता, लेकिन हमने देखा है सर। और ये बात हमारे साथी, हमारे पुराने साथी इसको इनकार नहीं कर सकते। हम साथ में बैठते थे, मेरे को उनके प्रति सम्मान है सर, मगर इतना ज़रूर मैं कहूँगा कि इन लोगों ने ये सारी जो चीज़ें हैं, और अभी जो केवल एक जब हारा हुआ व्यक्ति कैसा वो बौखलाता है, ऐसे इस तरह की जो बौखलाहट इस हमारे सामने यहाँ रखने की कोशिश की जाती है, देश के लोगों को दिशाभूल करने की कोशिश की जाती है। लोकसभा के चुनाव में लोगों को दिशाभूल करने में कुछ हद तक सफल रहे, लेकिन अभी महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव हुए और आपने देखा हरियाणा में, महाराष्ट्र में दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो गया, बिल्कुल हो गया। जयराम मेरा मान्यवर, मेरा इतना ही निवेदन है कि हम लोगों ने बहुत सारी चीज़ों पर बहस हम लोगों ने यहाँ की है। मेरी सभी से गुजारिश है कि 75 साल की हमारी ग्लोरियस ट्रेडिशन के बारे में हम बात करें, आज़ादी की लड़ाई की ग्लोरियस हमारा पास्ट इतिहास है उसकी बात करें, सैक्रिफाइसेस की बात करें। हम लोगों को हमारे चैप्टर्स जो शर्मनाक है उसके बार बार बात करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इतिहास हमारे देश का सामाजिक व्यवस्थाएं, आर्थिक व्यवस्थाएं हमारी हज़ारों साल से कुछ अलग तौर तरीके से बनी हुई थी, लेकिन आज का ज़माना, आज की बीजेपी, आज की एनडीए, आज का नेतृत्व कहाँ इस देश को ले जा रहा है। आंतरिक से लेकर आर्थिक प्रगति हमारे देश की जिस बड़ी औलादी के साथ हो रही है, विश्व की हम 5वीं बड़ी शक्ति, 3री आर्थिक बड़ी शक्ति में हम परिवर्तित होने जा रहे हैं। और इसीलिए आज हमारे देश का गौरव हमको करने का वक्त आया है और एक गौरवशाली प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में देश और आगे बढ़ता जाएगा। यही बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री एस निरंजन रेड्डी, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. As I rise to speak on 75 years of glorious working of Indian Constitution, I understand I am too small to speak on such an important document and the working over a large period of 75 years. Sir, I would like to take the positive feedback from the discussion that has happened. While I have seen sides trade allegations against each other, what was discernible was everybody is committed to maintaining the constitutional ethos and abiding by the Constitution. Sir, I find unanimously the entire House believes that the Constitution needs to be followed. So that is the largest takeaway from me from this particular discussion, sir. Sir, we have traveled far.